Yo, we're back. How's it going, everybody? How's it going? Joe Necro, Gaming Hellfire, Bargashi, Agravane, Zach. How are we all doing? We're on pretty early today, and I only went offline like 11 hours ago. Yes, DJing hard. How's it going, everybody? Watching from work. Nice. Same, I suppose. Right, we've got about 23 minutes till the campfire. 22 minutes. So we're just going to be sitting patiently for that. I have actually noticed. Hey, Wiggerty's here. How's it going, dudes? I have actually noticed they've dropped a trailer, which I've not watched, and the patch notes have dropped. But I'll probably wait on the patch notes now until we've seen the campfire, just because we haven't got a lot of time. And there is a spoiler on it at the top, which I suppose they'll say in the campfire. So I'll let you guys find out during the campfire. How is everybody? How is everyone? I hope you're a lot more alive than I am. I am very tired. I was up until, I think I streamed till 10 past 7 in the morning doing those guides. It was brutal. Herky Turf, how's it going, man? How's it going? Yeah, it's a lot earlier than I normally come on. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they come out with, and then we'll dig into the patch notes afterwards. Your right hand's hurt. Why does your right hand hurt? What did you do? Hope it feels better soon. What we'll do is we'll watch this trailer before we watch the campfire as well. So I'll switch over in a minute and we'll watch this trailer because I've not seen it yet. It may be good. It might not be. Oh, the season is called the Season of Divine Intervention. They have announced this. If nothing else, the Twitch symbol for Diablo 4 changed. So they kind of dropped a hint there. Yeah, it's called the Season of Divine Intervention. It's quite a cool name, actually. I like it. Hey, Sin City, first time chatter. Welcome in, welcome in. Believe I met you an hour or two ago in Blood Farts' stream. You was up most of the night. Tummy, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. That's the worst. You know, at least I was up all night being a degen. It's worse when you don't feel good. I hope you feel better soon, Herkdurp. So who is excited for the campfire? Who's excited to find out when the season starts? Or who just doesn't give a monkeys and he's only here to abuse the hell out of a streamer? There's only one right answer there, isn't there, really? Let's be honest. Oh, dear. No, I'm excited. I'm deliberately trying not to look at the patch notes because I know I haven't got enough time to do it justice. I'm excited to go through them. Hey, Luna 8, how's it going, my dude? How you doing, man? You made your Necromancer even harder to kill. Nice! What did you do? Did you just go Super Saiyan? Kamehameha! Yeah. Surinai Dasa Vegeta. Yeah, you too, Sin City. You too, you too. It was actually really nice to catch one of Bloodfart's streams. I've not been able to jump in for a while because she tends to stream a lot of the time when I sort of come on. But yeah, me and Blood, we've known each other a fair while now. Golem and skeleton sacrifice? Ah, yes. If you're not deliberately going minions, you always sacrifice in the current version of the game. Because it just gives you personally boosts. Heat Spark, how's it going, dudes? You're trying to be, I'm trying to be in from the start of a league for the first time ever. Just wondering which class to start with. And still learning how to power spike your character and such. And learning how to, okay, nice. Well, we'll find out today, hopefully, a date and a time. Well, I think the date has already been dropped. Hint, hint. I already knew the date of the release, to be fair. I've known for a while. I wasn't allowed to say anything, but they're almost certainly going to officially announce it because it's already been dropped elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, I'll be on from the start. So we've got the date. We don't know the time yet. Starting from season start's one of the most fun parts of the season, if you ask me. It's the one time in a season where you don't get carried. You actually play, even if you power level yourself, because you know the game so well that you can get to level 60 in like an hour or two, even from brand new season, it's still the most fun because you actually have to find your gear. You know you have to go and do this, and go and do this, go farm this, and because you don't just have an abundance of everything, and you can't just get someone to carry you. So I actually really enjoy that section. You only do it once, so it's not like too tedious, but I quite enjoy it. I mean, it might be an exaggeration next season, but there are people that have leveled up super quick, yeah. It normally takes me a bit longer than this, but yeah. Do you know? So you're trying to decide which class to start with. I mean, honestly, Heatspark, I normally just suggest playing what you would enjoy the most. Because the reality is all classes will be fine. Some might be faster than others, so it depends what you want from a League start class. Do you want speed? Do you want just fun? Do you want to go melee? Do you want to go... do you want to go mage? Do you want to go rogue, like range, sort of like bow and arrow? It really depends up to you what you enjoy the most. You know, there will be certain builds that are particularly great for League start because they're easy to get online, don't require too much, pretty easy to play, got decent speed, decent kill and stuff. So, you know, obviously there will be better picks than others. But I think the most important thing is you focus on playing something that you'll enjoy playing rather than playing the most efficient thing that you'll just end up not liking very much, you know? You tried out Bull Lightning and Raven Druid. Okay, well, neither of those will be leveling guides next. I wouldn't start on either of those builds. Sorceress is generally a very good leveling build character, but probably not Bull Lightning. You didn't like Druid. So, okay, probably don't. To be honest, unless you really want to play Druid to start with, I wouldn't recommend starting a season on Druid anyway. They're typically one of the slower classes, unless you really know what you're doing. Zoran, how's it going, dudes? Yeah, hopefully. Yes, the patch notes are out. I'm going to go through them after the campfire, though, because we have definitely not got enough time to go through them properly, so we'll do it afterwards. Hyru's here. We have got a trailer, so I'll flick over and we'll watch that in a minute. It's it says it's 2.5 minutes. I doubt it's probably more like 2 minutes. Yeah. In fact, I might see if I can find a YouTube version of it. It might be better quality. But yeah, that's what I recommend, Heatspark. I mean... Typically, Spiritborn. Typically, this is Sparta. Yes, I agree, Anarchist. How you doing? Typically, you've got Spiritborn Evade. I really like Rock Splitter because it's really easy to play. It's not quite as fast and efficient as Evade, but it's certainly tankier earlier on. Easier to get online earlier on. So those are pretty good. I've got a couple others, but those are particularly good for Spiritborn. For Barbs, you generally have like Lunging Strike, which is okay if you know what you're doing, but Barbs typically are slower to start with, same with Druids. Necros are quite slow movement speed, but they're really easy to level with because you've got minions which do you the work for you. Blood Nova, I think it's called, is it? Blood Surge? Blood Surge, yeah, that's really strong for leveling. Blood Lance is actually pretty good for leveling as well. You got Sorceress, Hydra Sork, anything with static discharge. You can pretty much play any skill with that. Those are usually pretty good. I can't really speak for Rogue, but apart from the fact once you get to Dance of Knives, that thing annihilates. But it will take longer to get to Dance of Knives because you won't start with 13 skill points. So you're probably going to have to get to a higher level or really blast through your season journey. They're changing next season, so you don't get your skill points from your renown, which you've already done. You're going to get skill points from your season journey, and you'll do that once per season. At least that's... Unless they changed that in the campfire today, that's what it was in the PTR. But you'll start with 1 extra skill point, which you get for free, plus the one you start with. So you start with 2 skill points rather than 13. So in theory, if you got your skill points at the same intervals, then you'd end up taking 5 to 11 levels longer to get to your Dance of Knives, which once you get to is an extremely good leveling build. But it's, yeah. You just uploaded your 137 clear. GG, Zoran. Oh, sorry, Heatspark. Twitch has a funny thing about picking up words that have got dots between them as links. Yeah, I'll post it for you. This is what you said. You can see there it's picked up it.so as a link, even though it's not. That's just the way that Twitch works. It's not smart enough to know that that's not a link. You normally play totems or minions. So Necro sounds like a pretty good start for you. If you like minions, Necro's definitely the way to go. You can play Companion Druid. But you said you didn't like Druid already, but you can play Companion Druid like Wolves. But to make that work properly, you really need the Say rune, so you're kind of reliant on that. If you get the Say rune, then you'll be golden, but if you don't, it'll be a bit slow. Necro minions is pretty good for living, to be honest. Unkillable Necro. Necros can get pretty tanky if you build them correctly, yeah. And you can build up decent movement speed in terms of walkability. It just doesn't have a zoom skill as per se. So Necros are a little slower than some of the other classes. But if that's not that important to you and you don't mind being a bit slower, then Necros are pretty easy to level on, honestly. Right, I tell you what, guys, we're going to flick over. I want to watch this trailer. And when we watch the trailer, I'll just turn the music down and off quickly. I figure we might as well watch this. Let's flick over here. Let me see. Let me see if there's a YouTube version of this. It'll be better quality, probably. Diablo 4 Divine Intervention. Trailer. Is it in there? Haha. 40. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is it. Cool. All right. They may well show this in the campfire, but I figure we'll watch it. Right, let's watch this thing. I'll see if I can remember how to do this. All right, cool. That should do the job. Right, let's watch this thing. Let me know if you can't hear it. You should be able to. One second, I shall check this now. It should be the same loudness on the browser as last time I ran this, so you should be good. Right. Wow, that's loud. What's the quality on this thing?
The night is always darkest before the dawn, Wanderer. And I, Hadriel, will guide you to the light. For perhaps the first time, Asmodan speaks the truth. Heaven has abandoned you. But I have not. The tools and the holy spark to ignite the crucible of justice.
I'll be interested to see what they've done with sanctification, because I reckon they're making some adjustments here. That's the golem build right there. Ah, little eagle pet. Nice. That's the new armor. Oh, nice. Got them. Oh, those wings look sick. I need those in my life. Goodbye, money. Asmodan does look the tits. He does. He looks so good. They've done such a good... Their artwork is always sublime in this game. It really is. December the 11th. There you go. They have dropped it. Okay. That might make some of you sad. I already knew that. But I couldn't say anything. I was NDA'd. Yeah, okay. The cat's out of the bag. Nice. They do know how to make a good trailer. They do know how to make a good trailer. Oh, is my music just not going to work? Okay, 1 second. Let me sort that out. Don't know what's happened there. We've only got a few minutes till the thing. Oh, let's just stop playing. Oh, I don't even know what song we were on. I can't even remember. I guess we'll just go on to that one. Oh. What the hell? Oh, I see what's gone wrong. It's gone on the other computer. Oh, for Christ's sake. There we go. Joys of having multiple computers, eh? There we go. It's a good job I had that down. That would probably have caused problems with copyright stuff. There we go. Right, it should be good now. Right. Hey, Kobe. Coming in with the 7 months. Thank you, Kobe. Give me a bean number, dude. We'll do a bean before we get into this campfire. Also, Rosie, Blender, Skittles. How's it going, guys? And Blunt Wolf, how you doing? You're not too sure that can turn Druid, that you can turn Druid down? Maybe I still just do. Yeah. I mean, look, Druid is one of those, you either love it or you hate it. I think it's that kind of 24. We only have 1 to 7. Between 1 and 7. Yeah, which guide did you follow, Heatspot? Number 7. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you get a feel for it. It's not the best necessarily leveling build, though, to be honest. Like, to start a season with. They are typically quite slow. Right, let's see what beans we got here. Oh, yeah, don't... Okay, I can see the link, but yeah, I do have a link blocker, if you hadn't got that earlier. No. It's there mainly. Yeah, it's alright. I can see the link, though. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Hey, Violent, how's it going? Right, let's go over here quickly. Kobe, thank you so much for the resub. Honestly, really, really appreciate the support. 7 months already. Here is, I believe, a liver and onion or cappuccino bean. And you started a hype train. Chew, bloody chew. Let's get some liver and onion in my gob. Let's see what we got here. It bloody is liver and onion as well. God, what a way to start a stream. My mouth is going to taste of all things savoury now for the rest of tonight. Great. Cheers, Kobe. I appreciate you, man. You're a real ogre now. Yeah. Oh, bloody hell, that is savoury. That's what my mouth's doing right now. Dear oh dear. Right, I need to wash. I need more fluids. It tastes bloody awful. So, guys, anyone that was actually paying attention there, was the volume of the browser okay for you there? I want to see it. Make sure we've got that okay for when we get the campfire on. Obviously, I'll turn the music off for the campfire so we can pay attention to it. And I'll try and keep the chat to a minimum during the important bits. Yes, turn me up. How high did I have the volume in YouTube? Oh, yeah, okay. No. It's because my YouTube volume's set to about 10%. Okay, yeah, you guys wouldn't have heard that well. All right, that's fine. We can fix this. It's okay. It's a good trailer. Go check it out. But they do their marketing team and art team. Like, no matter what you say about Diablo or the developers or any of that stuff, I mean, their artists and marketing team, they do nail the material and like the trailers and stuff. They really do. Where's the music? Don't even have headphones. It should be music right now. Oh dear. Right, let's see if they've kicked up their stream yet. So we'll go through the patch notes after, because honestly, there's just not a lot of time. Oops, we don't need to see my face on there. Are they live on Twitch? Yeah, they are. Let's do it on there. There you are, 5 minutes. Four minutes, everybody. 4 minutes. So I do main Spiritborn now on Mobalytics. They asked me just before Season 10 drops if I would be their class writer, which is essentially their class lead for it. But I mean, I've played Sorc, Druid, Necro, and Spiritborn quite a bit. And I have played Barber, and Rogue, but they are definitely my lesser played. Definitely my lesser played classes, yeah. Oh, I really appreciate that, Heatspark. Honestly, I mean, I'm about having good vibes here. Hopefully, I can make some builds that are interesting to people, both meta and off meta. I like to help people in general in life. I do like charity work as well. You know, it goes outside of games for me. I like to help people and I like to have fun. So I try and blend those together, have a bit of fun, some good tunes, some degenning, a lot of degenning, actually. A lot of degenning. We'll be degenning very, very hard next week. Oh, Blunt Wolf also with the sub. Dude, thank you. You, sir, get to give me a B number as well. And if you're quick, I can get it in just before the live stream goes live. Nice. Gangster Todd's here. How you doing, Gangster Todd? How you doing, man? Ogenis, how many years till we see Diablo 5? I mean, because we know the company like to make new versions. No, it was like 10 years from D3 to D4. It was. D3 dropped when I was 21. And D4 dropped when I was in my 30s. Look. Diablo 3 release date. 2012. So, yeah, I would have been 22, 23. Okay, maybe I was a little bit off, but still. Diablo 4 release date, 2023. There's 11 years. It's not 2. Maybe you just forgot how many years it was. It's okay. It's okay. We forgot how many years it was. Herky Dirt with the gift sub to Heatspark. Herky Dirt, thank you. Heatspark, no more ads. Nice. Number 7, Blunt Wolf. Nice. We've got to be quick about this. We've got very little amount of time before this campfire goes. What we got? Oh, another liver and onion bean. Sovereign Games. How's it going, man? You can't stand for Diablo 4 anymore. Just here to support you. Oh, dude, I appreciate the support. The game's not for you, fair enough. But if you like ARPGs, it's worth keeping an eye on Diablo 4. It's changing quite a bit for this season. I'm very excited to see what they're going to do in expansion. TBD, right? But yeah, I do other ARPGs as well when I can. I'm quickly just going to come over here and do this bean for this absolute sauce pot over here, Mr. Blunt Wolf. Blunt Wolf, thank you for the sub. Honestly, it really makes a big difference. Really means the world to me. Another liver and onion or cappuccino bean. We've got less than 60 seconds till the campfire, so let's just get this in my gob and see what we got. That one is cappuccino. Thank God. Getting double whammied by liver and onion before it doesn't sound too appealing. Black Wolf, you are a legend. Thank you. Well, I'm going to flip back over because we are about to get all of the cake. All of the cake. We love the cake. Hopefully we get some cherries on top. Ubellion's here. Right, let's turn the music down here. Cool. All right. What volume have I got this at? Let me know if this is not loud enough for you guys. And I'll adjust. But I think it might be okay. Weird. Won't let me give points like we are in your other stream. What do you mean, Gore? Sorry.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our latest developer update stream where we'll be diving into everything coming with Season of Divine Intervention, which is arriving on December 11th, rolling out around 8:30 p.m. We've got a big show for you today. I'm joined by some very familiar faces, some new ones, but some familiar ones, to take you through everyone here. First off, we've got Miss Aislinn Hall. Welcome back to the stream.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Aislinn. I typically work on Seasons. I'm on the final design team as a systems designer.
And hi, my name is Owen Leach. I am the lead encounter designer, and I'm also the seasons lead for Season of Divine Intervention.
Turn it up.
Hey, I'm Mark Peshkov. I'm the lead systems designer.
Why's the volume so low? All right, I'm looking at it.
Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the final design team.
All right, one sec.
Hello, I'm Zaban Hartunian. I'm an associate game director on Diablo 4.
And a PSA for everyone at home. We have cut the AC in here, and there's a lot of us, so it is going to get steamy.
Why is that so low?
And I will be regretting our holiday sweater choices
All right,
pretty
one sec.
soon. But yeah, for all you watching at home, we do have a Twitch drop for this stream. Be sure to link your account and watch any eligible channel, and you'll get the Unhilted Striker One-Handed Sword cosmetic. So you can watch for 30 minutes. It should be live by now. So yeah, check it out in any eligible channel. So we've got a ton to cover for this stream for
Season of Divine
Intervention. We had the PTR back in October.
I think it's at max volume, honestly.
We got a ton of feedback. Thank you all for jumping in.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It is the same, isn't it? I don't actually know if I can turn it up anymore.
Chaos. If you haven't gotten Pandora from the season journey, be sure to complete those objectives. Throughout the stream, we're going to get into PTR learnings. We're going to look at the changes coming with masterworking and itemization. And then towards the end of the stream, we are going to jump into Q&A. So get your questions ready. We will have members of the community team grabbing those throughout the stream. And then right at the end, we will jump into Q&A. But before we do that, we do have an excellent asset prep for you guys we can check out that goes through everything.
This is on Twitch. It's maxed.
So we'll take a look.
Maxed. It's even maxed over here. I don't actually know why that's so low. I don't know if I can turn that up anymore.
Welcome, everyone, to our Season of Divine Intervention Developer Update. I'm Art Peshkov, and today I'm excited to share some updates coming to Diablo 4.
Let's see if I can find it on here.
Let's dive right in, starting with itemization.
Are they live on here?
Tempering and masterworking are getting a big overhaul. Refocus these
No, that's
systems
not
on
the track.
what
No,
matters
it's not
most,
live on there.
customization and prestige. From now on, there will be no more random rolls. You will now be able to select the specific temper you want. While these tempered affixes have various ranges on them, there is now a chance for the applied affix to be a greater affix.
Oh, this is actually really bugging
While
me because it
items
should be
can
the same
now
as last
only
time.
have one tempered affix as opposed to two, we're increasing the number
I'm
of
going to
base
listen to it on
affixes
your
found
end,
on
see if I can hear
non-unique
how
items
loud you're
from
hearing
3
it.
to 4. Lastly, tempering charges can be restored indefinitely. Masterworking now improves the overall quality of your item, giving a direct bonus to its affixes as well as base damage, armor, or resistance. You can masterwork your items up to a maximum quality threshold of 25. And here's the best part. Once you hit that max quality, you get one final roll for a capstone bonus. This capstone bonus masterworks an affix, which boosts its value by 50%. This boost stacks with the greater affix bonus and the effects of quality. You'll be able to re-roll that masterworked affix without losing your hard-earned masterworking quality. These changes are designed to give you more control, more excitement, and more opportunities to build your perfect character.
I don't think I can fix this while we're live. I mean, is this
In an effort
okay
to
just for
better
staying?
equalize effective health across classes and builds, we're making several changes to the way effective health interacts
Yeah,
with
I'll try
damage
and make it better
reduction
for next time I
and
do
how
this.
those individual stats are calculated. Our goal is to streamline player defenses while properly testing them as you climb through difficulty tiers, putting more emphasis on gearing your builds towards survivability. Potions are now more impactful and
What the hell?
tactical than
Oh,
ever.
bollocks.
First up, your base potion capacity is now set to 4, no matter your previous renown progress. Everyone starts with 4 potions. And here's the real game changer. Potion healing is now instant and percentage based. Whenever you use a potion, you'll heal for 35% of your total health immediately. But that's not all. In addition to the potions you pick up, you'll slowly regenerate a potion every 30 seconds. So even in the heat of battle, you'll have a steady supply coming your way. To balance things out, we're bringing back life on hit as a potential affix. We've also boosted the values for life regeneration, life on kill, and healing percent. These stats are now easier to find and more powerful than before. And finally, healing potion upgrades are gone. Since potions now heal a portion of your overall health, upgrades just aren't needed. These changes are designed to make every potion use count, giving you more ways to stay alive and thrive in Sanctuary. To work in tandem with the updates to healing and potions, Fortify is shifting from a type of damage reduction to something much more dynamic. An additional reservoir of life that's drained to heal you over time. Here's how it works. Whenever you gain Fortify, it will now stack up to your maximum life. And when you're below your maximum life, you'll heal for a percentage of your maximum life per second, in exchange for an equal amount of Fortify. This redesign is all about giving you more ways to survive the tough battles and strategize your defenses as you climb through the difficulty tiers.
Get ready to fight tougher, smarter elites as you fight your way through Sanctuary. Monsters will now react and adapt to combat, driven by their expressed desire to end your life. Each monster has its own clear role and identity when fighting, so you'll notice their behavior is no longer predictable. They'll be more dynamic in how they respond
It was
to you in
their end,
battle.
not mine. They've turned it up, not me.
Expect your defenses to be tested. These intelligent packs will deal damage more regularly, and you'll need to stay sharp. Monster affixes are now more powerful, making them a priority to deal with before moving on to other enemies. Monster packs will also group up less, making them harder to take out in one fell swoop. Their tactics have improved, and so yours should too. And for those seeking a challenge, Champion Enemy Rarity has been reworked to form Champion Packs. Get ready to face a whole new level of challenge in Sanctuary. First up, we've added over 20 new monster affixes for you to learn and conquer. That means every elite encounter will feel fresh and challenging. But that's not all. Elites now spawn with minions that inherit some of their affixes, making each battle even more dynamic and unpredictable. We've also taken a close look at enemy affixes overall, making them more engaging, reducing overlap in their design, and improving visual clarity so you can better strategize in the heat of combat. In the seasonal realm, hellish activities are now under siege by the baleful lesser evils, each bringing their own brand of malice. Duriel dominates Helltide. Belial rules the Pit. And Dariel commands the Kurast Undercity. Meanwhile, Azmodan stalks across Sanctuary, appearing as the first new world boss in multiple locations. But that's not all. Just south of Zarbinzet, you'll find 3 summoning altars where Azmodan can be called forth at will. Each altar invokes Azmodan with powers borrowed from one of the other 3 lesser evils. And as you battle these enemies, defeating them with their respective purified or corrupted gifts will grant you divine favor. This divine favor levels up your divine gifts and helps you progress through the seasonal reputation board. This season, the angel Hadriel has returned to Sanctuary, bringing rare boons to aid you in the fight against the newly returned lesser evils. Hadriel shares a fraction of the power of the high heavens, and these blessings manifest as divine gifts, offering you both great rewards and exciting opportunities. Each divine gift has 3 components: a reward, a corrupted gift, and a purified gift. Within your inventory's divine gifts panel, you can slot these gifts in 2 ways. Place them in the interior slot to activate the purified gift. Place them in the exterior slot to activate the corrupted gift. When slotted, your divine gift will trigger its reward bonus, increasing the benefits for that specific gift. Corrupted gifts make related activities more challenging, but still grant the reward bonus. Purified gifts, on the other hand, remove the negative effect, add a positive effect, and double the reward gained. Corrupted gift slots are unlocked automatically. To unlock purified gift slots, progress through the seasonal reputation board.
Sanctification is your chance to channel the power of the angels and infuse it directly into your items. When you sanctify an item, here's what can happen. Your item gains bonus quality. Replace an existing affix with a random sanctified affix. An existing affix could be upgraded into a powerful greater affix. Add a bonus affix from a special pool of sanctified affixes. Gain a bonus legendary power. Once you sanctify an item, it becomes unmodifiable. That's the final step in your item's journey, so make it count.
All those stats were orange.
We're introducing Season Rank as an update to our previous player progression system, Season Journey. This update introduces a change to how players progress through seasons, with a slew of new challenges ahead. Let's talk first about tiers. Each tier now requires you to complete a challenge, usually a capstone dungeon, before you can move up to the next rank. If you're up for it, you don't have to wait for the recommended level or difficulty. This means you can now enter Torment before max level, if you can beat max level challenges early. So, if you're feeling brave, you can take on these capstone dungeons early and push your limits. Some of the notable rewards, alongside skill points and Paragon points, will be gaining access to Pit and Tower after beating Capstone 2, gaining access to seasonal laurels at rank 3, receiving the seasonal pet after Capstone 5, access to gilded laurels at rank 7. Let's talk about Capstone Dungeons, because they're back and ready to test your progress as you climb through the difficulty tiers. These dungeons are designed to challenge you at every step of your journey. And here's something important to remember. Even though each Capstone dungeon lists a suggested level, their difficulty doesn't scale with your current level. So plan your approach carefully. Here's a look into the journey ahead. Within the seasonal realm, you can earn additional benefits tied to your player progress through the new season rank system. Completing various challenges within each rank will unlock specific benefits. And when you finish an entire rank, you'll earn powerful bonuses. Season rank rewards additional skill points at ranks 1 through 3, and Paragon points at ranks 3 through 6. With these changes, your renown will only stand permanently in the Eternal Realm. And don't forget, the potion capacity changes also affect the Eternal Realm. And for those exploring Sanctuary, Altars of Lilith and Tenets of Akarat will continue to grant some experience and minor rewards, but not permanent stats or power.
And now for our class updates. A fan-favorite Chaos perk for Sorceress from the Season of Infernal Chaos, Mana Shield, has inspired a redesign to the mythic unique Melted Heart of Selig. Now, all classes will be able to access a massively increased resource pool that also functions as your life total. Sorceress's new unique weapon, Orsavane, grants you great power, but only if you build your character like a glass cannon and avoid using defensive skills. For each defensive skill you are not using, you gain increased damage and access to its associated enchantment effect. What is better than one golem? How about 3 slightly smaller golems instead? Necromancer's new unique mace, Gravebloom, grows your golem army. And should one golem fall, it comes back even faster. Whether using Gravebloom or not, casting your golem's active skill will now command your other minions to focus their attacks on your new target. This season, rogues are doing a Dance of Death, or rather, a Dance of Knives with Death's Pavane. These unique pants cause your Dance of Knives to drop knives from enemies hit, and picking them up further empowers your Dance of Knives. Additionally, Shadow Clone's targeting logic has been updated, and will now target the same enemy that you initially targeted with your skill. This dramatically improves Shadow Clone's consistency when using skills that require precise aiming, like Penetrating Shot and Rapid Fire. Druid's new unique boots, Kamsin Stepwalkers, is one of the most potent mobility items in the game. Build up charge with your nature magic skills, and at max stacks, you gain the maximum possible movement speed and unhindered, and you immobilize enemies you pass through.
That's gonna be nice with Druids.
With the reworked the Bad Omen passive, you will also be constantly zapping all the enemies along the way.
I can see some people having fun with that.
Barbarians love a good brawl, but Chain Scourged Mail changes everything you know about brawling. Casting a brawling skill will disable it afterwards, and once you have cast every brawling skill on your bar, they are all re-enabled with their cooldowns refreshed. The more skills you chain together in your brawling combo, the bigger the damage boost. Spiritborn are always on the move, and with Path of the Emissary, the more you move, the more you attack. These unique boots constantly unleash core skills from your primary Spirit Hall as you traverse the battlefield.
I don't know why impairment
Want to do even more damage while moving? Rushing Claw has received a massive buff as well. Combine these to absolutely shred the monsters of Sanctuary.
We'll see. I'll look at the patch notes. We'll see.
A new challenge is coming to Sanctuary, one designed to test the mettle of the most battle-hardened warriors. Introducing the Tower. This is a multi-stage, timed dungeon built for the elite. While the pit pushes you to your limits in the depths, the Tower rises to match you against others who think themselves worthy. We're launching the Tower as a brand new game mode, and this is just the beginning. We plan to update the Tower through multiple seasons, and your feedback will help shape its future. The Tower was built with our new monster combat changes in mind. You'll need to master the latest enemy tactics to gain the upper hand and climb to the top. You'll unlock the tower through the obelisk in Karagar. Here's how it works. Fight through multiple floors, each with randomized layouts and monster families. Progress by defeating monsters and collecting orbs. The tougher the monster, the higher their value. During your run, pylons appear as you make progress. You're guaranteed to see 4 pylons in every tower run. The first 3 will appear in a random order, but you'll always get each option at least once. The fourth pylon will be a random repeat of one of the previous 3. Orbs drop from elites, champions, and goblins, so keep an eye out for those high-value targets. With the arrival of the tower, leaderboards are making their triumphant return to Diablo 4. This is where the best of the best will compete for the top spot. After your tower run, you'll see the tower tier you completed and your final time. There will be separate leaderboards for hardcore and normal modes, so everyone has a chance to shine. We have big plans for leaderboards. For now, we're focused on introducing the core functionality, collecting feedback, and planning ahead for future updates. Tower and leaderboards will be enabled later in the season, so stay tuned for updates through our upcoming blogs and notes. These are just a few of the exciting updates coming in the season of
That might not be available on
Divine
day one
Intervention.
then. Interesting.
See you all in Sanctuary.
Whew, okay. That was a lot. That was a lot. There's a ton coming this season. I didn't mention it earlier, but the patch notes for the upcoming season and the blog are now live. So for anything we chat about across the stream, you can go and check those out. Following the stream, we'll have a ton of additional information in there. But if you have any other questions, also don't forget, drop those in Twitch chat because we will be collecting them throughout the stream. But yeah, we got to talk about, we had our PTR back in October. We had a ton of feedback. We're all really excited to get into it. So Owen, I mean, the lesser evils are back. Hadriel's back. Yeah. Asmodan's here. He's back with all his piercings and whatnot. So
all the piercings.
All the piercings are back.
Two very specific piercings. Yeah. But no, yeah, we're super excited. The season of Divine Intervention, heaven and hell battling it out. It's really going to be great. So I want to talk a bit about sort of our PTR learnings and sort of what we've changed from PTR to what we're going to release.
Thanks, you Ben.
So there's a lot of little things that we changed, and I encourage you to read those patch notes. So I'll focus mainly on the things that people maybe want to hear the most or that they dislike the most. So going through the different Lesser Evil Invasion activities, we'll start with the pit. So with Belial, some of you folks may have noticed that he likes to monologue, like Syndrome, if you'll, incredible reference, sorry. And he'd have to give his whole death speech before you actually won the pit run. We fixed that. You kill Belial, you'll win the pit run immediately. We did some improvements on the eyeballs that you had to click in the pit. It's very difficult in the pit to click something specifically, especially on controller. So now if you just walk up to one of those eyeballs, it'll pop and you won't have to actually pixel hunt for that thing. We also got feedback on the Belial ambush things. He'll pop up and do an attack and he'll taunt you and say some stuff. But that did a knockback and was happening fairly often. We got some pretty strong feedback that maybe that was annoying. So we got rid of the feedback. We had him pop up less. But the pit is fresh. It's awesome. We really encourage you to check it out. We also did a ton of updates to the Undercity. But again, just to focus on the high-level ones of some specific pain points. We reduced the time stealing effects in the Undercity a lot. Andariel would show up and she would steal a lot of different time. With her different attacks. We reduced that a lot. Her Nightmare Dungeon affixes that we sort of imposed upon the Undercity, we reduced those as well, just to make it a little more engaging and less punishing we don't want to make it 10 times more difficult, but it's still really fresh, and Aislin's going to talk about all the awesome changes we made to things like loot for the Undercity and stuff like that. We fixed the bug where we weren't even dropping Undercity tributes, so those will show up and you can use those. I totally encourage you to check it out. And then there's this stupid quirk with the Andariel boss fight that we fixed in PTR where like she would be stuck in a phase transition until she played her whole animation. So we fixed that. If you bring her down past the life threshold, you can just nuke her. You're not going to have to sit there and watch her.
She's just dramatic.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's very dramatic. Yeah, the anguish for our player, right? Yes. We updated Helltide. Everybody loved that screen vignette effect. No, I'm just kidding. We took the screen vignette effect off.
Thank God, that was annoying.
Stuff. So if that was bothering you, that's gone now.
Yeah.
You may have also noticed that the XP globes that maggots were dropping were a little overtuned in the fact that you could gain 40 levels in 2 minutes. So obviously we reduced that to make it more in line with the intended pace of the game. We added new Helltide commanders, a bunch of new enemies, so it'll feel even fresher than it was in PTR. And then lastly, we gave Duriel some more attacks. So if you don't pay attention, he will eat you and he will kill you. So have fun with that.
Nice.
And then the last event, that's Azmodan. So we got such great feedback on Azmodan, and people love seeing him back, and it's the first time that all 4 Lesser Evils are together in a Diablo game, like super exciting. And we didn't change too much about that. The only thing we changed was in the How Is Our Overland event. Well, first and foremost, you're not going to gain 40 levels anymore from killing a world boss.
Thank God.
Obviously, yeah, it was missed a 0 or something at some point, but all world bosses will reward appropriate level of EXP. So, yeah, sorry for your speed living strats guides that have already been written. We also added resilience to that How Was Our event to prevent just one tapping when he would show up. So you'll get to experience the full world boss fight as you do with every other world boss event. And then we also updated the Lesser Evil influences. So if you're not familiar with the How Was Our event, you could interact with shrines from Andariel or Duriel and Belial, and that would affect the Azmodan boss fight. We updated those to be a lot clearer and a lot more obvious as to like what is happening from those and a lot more deadly. So it will matter which one you pick. So really excited to see sort of how you react to the new added twists on the Azmodan world boss. So the other part I want to talk about is Evolved Monster Combat. So we were just sort of blown away by the reception of Evolved Monster Combat. Folks really enjoyed the added challenge, the 20+ new affixes that we added. But again, there were some pain points, so we wanted to focus on 2 specific areas for improvement, and that is the spikiness as well as the visual clarity. So I'll talk about spikiness first. Spikiness in 2 ways. One, the damage. We looked across the board at all the different new affixes and identified any outliers that were dealing just too much damage or weren't obvious enough in terms of where they're going to hit, things like that, and just standardize that damage so you don't run into a tower run and you're like, well, that guy's got Crackling Soul, after this I'm out, right? Like, no, so nothing will be exponentially more punishing than anything else. And we also looked at the spikiness of CC. We heard you loud and clear that maybe there was too much CC, or you didn't, it was happening too often, or you didn't see it coming. So we took a good hard look at all CC that was being applied by our elite affixes. We created some rules that bound how often it can show up or how long it will last, and created standardization across the board. We also just reduced generally how often they appear. And we also focused a lot on the lower level player experience to make sure that from the get-go you're not getting smoked by all these new combat changes. And I'm sure some of the other folks will talk a little bit more about that. And then the last part is our visual clarity. There was a lot of feedback that maybe some of the things were harder to see what was happening, or they were getting killed from things they never saw. So we did a lot. We did a visual pass on all of our affixes. We even updated the visuals on elites and champions, so they had a little bit of an aura, but now they're going to have like a blue and yellow shimmer to them.
Nice.
So they'll stand out amongst the pack. So we even removed the overhead icons to try to reduce that visual noise. So now when an elite with 5 minions show up, you're not going to have, what's 4 times whatever I just said, 6, right? Yeah, 24 different little icons across the board. You'll still see it when you hover your mouse over it, so you'll know what affixes they have, but it'll just feel clearer and crisper, and it'll feel much better. So we're really excited. We appreciate all the feedback from PTR, and we think that combat is in the best spot it's ever been since D4's launch.
I actually remember the first time I got to go in and test Evolved Monster Combat. I didn't realize we were actually like making them have like the blue icons and like blue and yellow. And I remember seeing it and I was just like, this is awesome. Yeah. So I'm super excited for you guys to try it out. If you didn't try it on the PTR, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and I think too, like with Season of Divine Intervention, there's so many times you're gonna be fighting Belial and Dariel. So like, I know there's a lot of feedback around speeding up those phases, so having those changes in so that now you can skip a few of those phases and just get those fights kind of done more quickly, especially because you're going to be running them so often. Is really nice to see. But yeah, for people, if you haven't played in a few seasons, jumping into this Evolved Monster Combat, it's going to feel really different. I know I heard a designer like a few days ago saying like, hey, we expect players to die. So keep your feedback coming because
I expect some people to die in hardcore this season.
But hopefully, yeah, we can strike that right balance. And speaking of players, if you haven't been around for a while, we've got some very exciting changes coming to itemization with this next season. Turns out tempering will no longer be random. You'll be able to select the temper that you want on your item. So art. I mean, we got a lot of feedback from the PTR. We got changes to masterworking. We've got sanctification coming this season. It's a really exciting time for items.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for the feedback. It was really invaluable. We took some pretty big swings with the things that we tried to do in the Season of Divine Intervention. And coming up like on the changes to tempering, really, we were really happy with the kind of how we reframe tempering. Now it's a deterministic way to kind of customize your item. What we noticed is that there was a lack of like excitement and emphasis. So one of the changes that we made in the PTR is that when you temper a ancestral item, you now have a chance for the tempered affix to crit and upgrade into a GA version of that affix.
Oh, nice.
Something that couldn't happen before.
Oh, that's sweet.
Which is really, really cool. Kind of going down the line, for masterworking, we have two key changes that we wanted to make to the system. The first one is that quality wasn't quite doing a good enough job of kind of being the generally make your item better system. So now, in addition to increasing the base damage, armor, or resistance of your item, quality is also going to increase the affix values of your item. So it generally, your numbers just go up when you quality an item.
Okay.
And we've also
That's
increased
a big
the
power
threshold of
increase.
quality to 25. So you'll be able to get a 25% boost
Big
in base
power
and the
increase.
affixes on your item just by taking it through the quality phase of master.
Yeah, that's
So at
huge.
this point, quality more or less affects almost everything
Yeah,
on an item.
yeah, everything except for like the legendary power or unique power on the item.
Right.
And then the second big change that we wanted to make to masterworking is with the masterwork affix. We call it the capstone. We tried to streamline the system, but we kind of went too far, and there was a little bit too. We took out too much of the optimization and kind of like build expression from the system. So the masterwork affix, the capstone, it can once again stack with greater affixes. It's not mutually exclusive anymore. So you can like really target.
This is
the
close
specific
to what I
affix that you wanna
recommended. It's
boost
not
and
exactly what I said,
hyper-optimize that.
but it's close to what I recommended.
For sanctification,
Yeah, nice.
Thank you for we were blown away by the feedback. The thing that we noticed pretty consistently is that we just kind of undertuned it, right? Like it's a seasonal itemization feature. The amount of power that it needs to bring it has to be pretty high, and we were just a bit too conservative with where we landed. So we made a couple of changes to sanctification. The first one is that the indestructible outcome is just gone. It's been entirely replaced by a new outcome, and this new outcome adds bonus quality. So if this outcome happens, your item will get 5 to 25 quality added to it as a bonus. This stacks with the quality for masterworking. So there's that. Next up, change affix. This was one that we heard a lot of feedback on. So what we've done here is we've made it so that the change affix outcome can no longer occur on ancestral uniques or mythic unique items. So don't worry, your hypothetical Shaco with GA CDR that you were going to hit change affix on, and that can't happen anymore. So, and then lastly, we added some more stuff to the legendary pools in sanctification. First off, there were some things just missing, like there were a bunch of offensive legendaries that were just missing. And second off, I don't want to spoil it, but I added some kind of crazy shit in there. So you guys can find it, and yeah.
I'm actually looking forward to that. That sounds much
There's
better.
a couple other changes we made to base items to kind of go along with the revised item journey. We realized that players are going to be like going through the crafting flows and sanctifying and going through a lot more items. So we wanted to make it a little bit easier for you to get multi-GA items. So what we've done is we've increased the chance for you to get 2, 3, and 4 GA items when an ancestral item drops.
Nice.
Right? And then lastly, on the itemization space, we wanted to make it a little bit easier for people to hit like critical breakpoints with things like CDR. So we've added some of these affixes onto item slots that they weren't previously available before. That's it for the itemization stuff. One other important thing, kind of topic that I want to hit is toughness. We got a lot of great feedback on toughness, and kind of the thing that we want to make better with toughness is for you to understand like where you need to be at and what is actually happening.
This was a problem
with
on the
your
PTR.
defenses. So we made a couple of changes to really just provide you with more
Ollie, I
information.
know, right?
First and foremost is we added
Naughty word.
to the item comparison. So like when you're comparing two pieces of armor, it'll actually tell you like how much your toughness is going to change by a percentage amount. We added a bunch more information to the detailed stats pane for toughness. It'll tell you your effective DR per damage type and stuff like that now. And finally, in the difficulty selection screen, we added some minimum recommended toughness settings per torment tier. So you have like something to shoot for, an idea of where to shoot for, as you enter a new torment tier.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so a lot coming with itemization this season. I'm really excited for Sanctification. I feel like a lot of the feedback I was seeing was, even though it hasn't launched yet, is please don't take it out of the game. So not much we can do there, but definitely enjoy it for Season of Divine Intervention, that's for sure. But yeah, really exciting changes, and I'm pumped for the differences to tempering. That's going to be really, really, really nice heading into this next season. Yeah, I love it. Awesome. Okay. So next up, we do have some big changes coming to how we're going to move through the no longer season journey, now season rank. Aislinn,
yes.
How are things changing next season?
Yeah, well, we have 3 broad topics in my section here that I'm going to be talking through. The first is actually just general economy and leveling changes. I want to touch on a few things, so please clap. There's going to be, you're going to be able to teleport directly to the training grounds now. So
nice,
that's great.
Thank God.
Pretty awesome. And that's in addition to adding vendors to the training grounds that we did in PTR, so it's just a lot nicer quality of life. The second is that you're going to unlock all waypoints
nice.
as long as you pick the appropriate campaign skip. So no more running around.
Thank God. We've been requesting this forever.
Zap wherever you want. And then the other economy and leveling thing we have is we took a big holistic look at Undercity rewards in general. So we found that they didn't feel like super focused when you went into the Undercity, and they also didn't feel like they were giving you appropriate loot at various points in the player journey. So we kind of just buffed the hell out of it. Like
nice.
In general, like it's
maybe Undercity's good now? Question mark.
If you're low level and you go into the one that gives you experience, it will give you quite a bit more experience. Not 40 levels Maggot or Asmodan worth, but a good amount. And so I highly recommend you actually run your tributes. Like, they're super worth it now. They give you lots of great stuff. So go in there and try out the Undercity. It's going to be great. And, Dario's going to be in there, too.
Yeah, I would encourage really anybody who hasn't played Undercity or gave it a shot one time when Vessel of Hatred launched and haven't played it since. We've changed so much. I mean, talk about all those tributes. We even added new tributes for Dario specifically, and it's going to be way more rewarding. And just mechanically, it's been updated across the board. So if you haven't, and if you don't even know what it is, it's this really awesome time-based mode. I promise it's fun as hell. So definitely check it out.
Yeah. Do it. But yeah, moving on to season ranks, the new feature we added in the PTR. So we straight up just added 12 more Paragon points to the game that you get from that. So yeah, that's a thing now. They're going to be distributed in large and small clusters throughout the season rank system. It's also available on Eternal Renown as well. And then we also found that we were getting a lot of feedback about like, oh, hey, the capstone rewards from actually beating a capstone dungeon don't actually feel significant enough for like how it feels like it should be. And so we increased the number of skill points you get from capstone dungeons from 1 to 2.
Nice.
So that's a bigger burst now. And the caches you get from them that give you loot are just like way better as well. So highly encourage you to go try out the capstones pretty much as soon as you're capable of doing it, because it's going to be a huge burst of power for your character.
Yeah, you really, really feel it in your progression if you do a capstone early.
Yes, it's a big burst. And then finally, we added all the cosmetic goodies to season ranks that were omitted from PTR. So there's going to be a lot of cool stuff in there, including laurels, which is a new thing in the season rank system. Nifty little laurel wreath that goes on your character's nameplate, so you can show off how good at the game you are. And there's also a golden laurel you can get from beating the last season rank, which is going to be pretty hard this season. It's going to take a lot to beat the
challenge
last,
accepted
season rank. So for all those people that have been saying
day
like,
one, everybody,
I wish there was like more. The game was asking me to do more things because I want to play more Diablo. There are objectives that are asking you to do quite a few things now in the final rank. So there's a lot of content there. Yeah.
That's very exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like with Season of Witchcraft, like seeing everyone flying around with Dorian, like seeing that extra kind of peacock, because now the pet that you're in the season will be rank 5. You beat rank 5.
Yes.
So now I feel like the laurel will be the new chase item to see. Once you're in town, see people walking around with their golden laurels. It'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
And I know like there was a lot of feedback in the PTR regarding how long it takes to defeat a capstone boss. Like I know you can go in, you can challenge the boss at any point. You feel powerful enough, but it's nice to hear that we have like kind of sped up that boss experience to make them a bit faster. Still very challenging, but you can complete them a bit more quickly. Very similar to like Dario and Belial.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You're totally right, Marcus. We wanted to make sure that when you're going through capstones, it's fairly snappy because it's going to be something that you're going to be doing, season over season. So we don't want you to feel like you're stuck in a capstone dungeon. So they're going to hit you harder, and really test your build and make sure that you're actually capable of beating them. But you're not going to be stuck in the fights and stuck in the dungeon for too long. We also kind of realized that optional objectives didn't exactly vibe with the concept of capstone dungeons too well. So now it's just get to the end, do the thing, you're done, you get all your great stuff, and you're out of there. And we also did a pretty neat thematic pass on all the capstone dungeons. There's like not new tile sets, but like different tile sets in the capstones, and they really evoke the grim, the grim atmosphere of the Diablo franchise now. So pretty excited for you guys to check it all out. It's going to be great.
Yeah, with the return of capstones, it's something that we had previously in the game, and a lot of them were really iconic and exciting, things like the Cathedral of Light and stuff like that. So getting these to kind of be leveled up and be that same kind of tier of iconic place thematically is really cool. I'm super excited for people to see it.
Yeah. And I love the feeling like when you go to challenge a capstone dungeon, you're like, okay, I'm shooting the moon here. Like, we're going to see if this works. Like, I might die. That's fine. But being able to do that at kind of any point and be like, okay, I'm going to roll the dice. We're going to gamble here and see how it works out. It's a fun feeling. I liked doing that and dying far too much. So I'm pumped that they're coming back. It's great.
Me too. I love trying to see like how low level, like try to go in as low level as possible. So season over season, I will definitely be like, well, maybe I could do the first one at level 20, and I'll probably be wrong, but we'll see. Yeah.
Just calling up from Twitch chat, Sare says, I want that sheep sweater. So we've got fans of the sweater in chat. Speaking of the sweaters, Owen, sweat levels, you starting to cut?
It's a little misty.
Yeah, it's starting to brew. No, nothing too bad, but yeah.
We're makeup people in here.
We all came in and we were like, oh, we're all wearing cute sweaters. And then we were like, oh my God, it's going to get so hot in here.
It's going to get, yeah. There may or may not be some side bets in the production room as to when we start sweating. So.
We're getting 3-on-3 right now.
Yeah. So we're going to have to cook on that. Unreal. Thank you for that, Aislinn.
Yeah, of course.
Now, Sir Charles, you're going to turn around a little bit here.
Yeah.
I feel like every season you've always got a ton of feedback to sift through. This PTR was no different. There was a lot of feedback around the Sork teleport changes that people seem to be extremely passionate about.
Yeah.
Amongst changes to a bunch of other classes. So yeah, curious what's changed from the PTR.
Definitely, yeah. I'll talk about the Sork teleport changes was probably one of the biggest points of feedback on class balance and class tuning that we got. Basically, we made some changes testing on PTR that made it a little harder for Sorks to really embrace that full teleport fantasy. And so we've looked at rechanging those around so that you can use the Oculus unique to really unlock this teleport build now. So made some adjustments. We still want you to be able to build into it and build into this like repeated chain teleporting kind of build, but it's going to really be empowered by the Oculus unique. Also on the topic of Sorceress, in the previous season, in Season of Infernal Chaos, we had Chaos perks. And one of the most popular and kind of fan favorite ones there was the Mana Shield Chaos perk, which converted your mana pool as a Sork into your health total. And so we said, hey, this has been really popular, really successful. Let's put it onto a mythic unique, the Melted Heart of Selig, which was already trying to do something similar. But now that we had this alternative version of it that we know was really successful, we decided to move it in there. On the PTR, we tested that out, and of course, there's some wrinkles with that. It goes from being a sorcerer-specific power on Season of Infernal Chaos to now everybody can get it with this mythic unique. And that caused a few problems, to put it lightly. Basically, there's a lot of effects in the game that say, do something for every point of resource you have, or some modification there. And essentially, this would give you thousands and thousands of your resource, whether it be mana or fury or whatever per class. And that was problematic. So on a lot of the cases, we had to implement caps on them. Say, okay, this bonus only affects up to a certain amount of resource. And we have... players did not like that. You guys did not like those caps. They were kind of shoehorned in a lot of different places, really just to make this one unique work. And also we missed a few of them on the PTR. Oops. So some things were a little bit overpowered there. So instead, post-PTR, we looked at the Melted Heart of Selig and retuned it a little bit. We still wanted to keep that fantasy of my resource goes up and my resource is my life total now. But we didn't want you to have literally tens of thousands of resource. So instead, it's going to simply double your resource pool. Still a lot of bonus. And then the damage that you're taking is going to be converted at a ratio down to your resource. So it's not going to be a straight 1-to-1 like it was previously, because that's why we needed to give you tens of thousands to kind of make it equivalent to your health pool. Now it'll convert at a ratio. You'll still be very tanky. It'll still convert the damage to your resource as your life total, but it won't be breaking so many other aspects of the game. And of course, we've then removed all of those caps that we had implemented on the PTR across various legendaries and effects.
Could be quite big for Spirit Realm builds, that.
As a Sork main, I'm super excited, Oculus, to have teleport. Yeah. But also for everyone else who doesn't play Sork, they get to experience some of the cool stuff that we had in last season with the Melted Heart. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, I feel like you're telling me that if Melted Heart of Selig drops, I should be excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more powerful than it was in previous seasons. It's still going to be a very tanky item, and you can still unlock some interesting synergies and interactions with that double-sized mana pool because all those effects are uncapped. They were on PTR, they were capped, so now they're all uncapped.
Yeah, you bet him.
So it's still going to be a very powerful unique.
Oh yeah, dude.
Sort of speaking about the Chaos perks and Chaos armor from the previous season, we've definitely heard the feedback, and I felt it myself. Some builds definitely felt like they were kind of lacking because they really relied on some of those perks or armor in the past. I played a whole lot of Spiritborn last season, and I loved having both Rod of Kapaleke and Sepizantek, something you can't really do, won't be able to do moving forward. I love breaking the game that way. And I think everyone here on the team has heard that feedback, and we really like the way that those systems interacted to kind of allow you to play new and interesting builds. We're going to be taking that feedback and looking for ways to reintegrate these types of effects and these design learnings around the Chaos perks and Chaos armor into future updates. And so one example was that Melted Heart of Selig update, and we're going to continue to do that moving forward.
I think that's one of the fun reminders of why seasons can be so fun is that we can do we can do some crazy shit and see what sticks and see what's fun. So it is really cool that Chaos armor did resound so well with players and that it made a ton of fun different build combinations. So and neat that we're looking at it into the future and it's a really cool spot.
Real quick, I also want to chime in of some other learnings from season 12. Or excuse me, season of Infernal Chaos. There we go. It was 10 anyway.
Season 10.
Right, yeah.
Numbers.
What do they mean? Yeah. One of the great things about the season of Infernal Chaos was there were all these uniques that Charles was talking about. There was multiple avenues to collect those different uniques, and that's something that we wanted to carry through. We found that players didn't always enjoy just sitting in the boss layer, the layer boss game mode, and just slaughtering Duriel on loop for 4 hours straight. So we carried that feedback into the season of Divine Intervention, and we have a lot of different routes to collect these awesome mythics and uniques. And for example, if maybe I really want a unique that only Andariel when the lair boss drops, well, you can go into Undercity and kill Andariel, and she might drop it. And then if she doesn't, she'll drop a Corrupted Essence that you could then pick up and take to the Hawazar Overland event. And if you defeat Azmodan there, you can get another shot by cashing that in. So we want to allow players to sort of choose their own path to the loot that they're looking for. So we're not sort of locking you in any specific activity. And you want those cool uniques, go run the pit and get a bunch of Corrupted Essences from Belial, and Belial's loot pool is everything from the layer bosses, so you can get it that way, right? And it's really up to you to play the game the way you want to play.
Yeah, it's so nice having that variety too, because we've all been there where you start hitting the same boss over and over and over, and then you just start getting burnt out because you're like, God damn it, Duriel, come on. I know, you know what I want. You got to drop it. So having a few different avenues that just kind of keep it fresh and have some different ways to get those uniques is nice. Variety is the spice of life after all.
Indeed.
What else? Oh, please drop your questions in Twitch chat. I'm just going to keep reminding people throughout the stream. We are collecting your questions. Do drop those. And I know, for Charles too, he did touch on definitely the highlights of the class balance changes that we got from PTR. But please do scan through the patch notes. They are 11,000 words, so they won't be hitting in all localizations immediately. We'll have them eventually, but the blog is out in all languages. So for any other nitty-gritty details, you can definitely go check those out there. Another thing we did take a big look at in the PTR this past season was the tower and leaderboards. It was really, really cool to see the arrival of leaderboards in Diablo 4. The tower was a really great experience where players could jump in. We had the chance to get a lot of feedback, do a lot of testing. Zav and I know were very busy with all the feedback you had from the players, and tell us a little bit about that.
So yeah, just 11,000 words. That's just for all this other stuff. It's thank you to everyone who's been playing the PTR. For people who didn't check it out, the tower and the leaderboard kind of feature is in the game in the beta format. It's something we haven't really done in the past, but the intention is this is a feature that we want to build with the community. We really want your feedback. It's something that we're committing to developing over a long period of time to put in the effort, to put in the work, but also make sure that it's being done in a very responsible way that is actually doing its job, highlighting the most masterful players of Diablo that we have. It's actually one of our pillars is total Diablo 4 mastery. That is what this mode should be highlighting. So it's not just, kind of the tank and spank kind of stuff that we've seen in the pit historically. We want to add as much depth to the player's decision making here as possible. And some of it is going to be a bit nuanced, and we anticipate it's going to be coming up more and more over time. But it kind of starts with this very stable starting point that we're trying to build with the tower. So again, thank you everyone for checking it out on the PTR. It will not be launching with the Season of Divine Intervention, however. The tower will remain locked. It will be coming back in the new year with patch 252. This is actually kind of just to make sure that we have some stability with the season launch, and then when the tower shows up, it's online and people are kind of ready to tackle it. But I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about some of the learnings that we've got. This is still a beta, and we haven't really developed a feature like this openly with the community with as much transparency as we're intending to have, I think, ever. So this is going to be a little bit of a different way that we're going to be talking about this, and we're going to be having a lot more kind of information dropping and discussions with the community over time. So look forward to that. But I kind of wanted to also take a little bit of time and just say, we know that the version that we have is kind of rough. That was the intention. We wanted to get eyes on it right away. We wanted to make sure that the version that we're committing to is the one that's right for the game, it's right for the community. So there's a couple big ticket kind of topics that we've seen, and I want to address a few of them. So one is fishing. If anyone ever played Greater Rifts in Diablo 3, yeah, it's a concept that kind of took over that mode a little bit and was really hard for us to battle. And I'll be honest, it's very easy for us to kind of turn off the capability to fish entirely. It's we just put a lever penalty or something on it, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to get ourselves into a position or get the tower into a position where you are having to play and finish a bad run, right? You messed up, you hit the wrong button, something hit you when you didn't want it to, whatever it is. We don't want you to feel compelled or required to have to finish the run. So we want to do everything we can to preserve your ability to say, you know what, no, that run's not going well for me. I don't want to finish this. So instead, the kind of idea is we want to remove as much of the severe outliers from the tower as possible. Owen talked a little bit, I think, right, about some of the stuff we were doing on the elite affixes side, but this is something we're looking at for everything. So there's a couple bosses that were misbehaving that we're looking at. They'll be taken away and spoken to. And someday they'll come back when they're doing better. But it's also kind of on the environmental side, right? Like the game has a ton of environments, a bunch of tile sets as we call them. And some of them are more conducive to kind of the blaster play and the kind of competitive mode play than others. So we tried a bunch of them out kind of intentionally. And one of them that we tried out was our cave, just the old reliable standard cave. Yeah, caves suck. They're terrible for this. So they're out. They're out. They're not coming back until we actually solve the underlying issues with how do you make this, because they look beautiful. The art is amazing. Our art teams did a fantastic job, but they're not the right thing for this. So we want to aim at consistency and make sure that the mode is fun and exciting and competitive over just cramming visual variety in it just for its own sake. So some of that stuff we're anticipating is going to help solve the fishing problem. But it's not going to be something we're going to solve in a day. We know it's going to take time, and we're committed to doing the work necessary to get it to that healthy place. So one of the other things is, when we say like total Diablo 4 mastery, it's not just your preparation, getting your gear, your build in order, getting your tempers and stuff like that. it's not just that. It's also kind of the as you play. And a big part of Diablo 4 is you don't actually know exactly what's going to happen at all times. There's a huge degree of randomness and RNG that the best players can just deal with, no matter what. No matter what the game throws at them, they can deal with it. So we want to preserve that as much as possible. And there's other things like navigation in the environment and things like that that are other facets of skill expression for the player. So all this comes down to something as simple as progress orbs. So as you're playing through the tower and you kill elites, or if you're lucky enough to find a goblin, they'll drop orbs as you murder them. And those orbs will drop on the floor, and you need to go and pick them up. And a big part of this is when it drops, your ability to navigate to that space, not get hit by whatever thing the elites are throwing at you or whatever, is again another facet of skill expression in the game. But we do recognize that in some cases, you kill a guy and he drops the orb 7 miles the other direction going backwards, and it just sucks. So there are things that we're trying to do to have them drop a little smarter, to have them drop kind of towards the flow of play and towards the player who did the killing blow. So they still have to pick it up. They still have to deal with kind of the navigation of the world and all the hazards and stuff that are in play from the elites and stuff like that. But it's not like, oh, I have to backtrack in this dungeon to pick up the orb. This is something we can fine tune. We intend to fine tune as time goes on. But again, it's little things like that that we want to make sure we're listening to you guys, that we are building this mode in service to you guys to have that awesome competitive environment. Which is kind of the last big topic, I guess, is a lot of people noticed, hey, this thing's really similar to the pit. And it's like, yeah, it totally is. And so one of the other kind of pillars that we've got is what we've called only in Diablo 4. So both modes share a lot of DNA with rifts and greater rifts from Diablo 3. And so they're very similar right now. But one of the reasons for that is the pit has been kind of a surrogate competitive mode because we haven't had something like the tower. So going forward, what we're actually looking to do is not just differentiate the pit, from the tower from where the pit is at, but also the pit as well. Both modes we feel need to kind of move away from where they are to be the best versions of themselves. Players deserve to have a really awesome endgame grinding mode like the pit, and they deserve to have a really awesome, stable, competitive mode like the tower. And there should be no compromise over which one wins if we're making one mode, right? So fuck it, let's make two. And we'll make one for the people who want to do leaderboard climbing, and we'll make one for the people that want to be grinding the end game. And both modes can be the best version of themselves, but that's going to take time, right? And so tower is going to start very similar because it's starting at the same foundation. And over time, it'll kind of change, it'll morph, it'll be its own thing, and the pit will suddenly have all this space that's freed up to occupy. It doesn't have to be kind of this pseudo-competitive mode anymore. It can just be whatever it needs to be. It can be as crazy as we want. So exciting, I'm excited. Look forward to more information on that again in the new year, and I hope to see everyone on the leaderboards with 252.
Hell yeah. And other thing to note for the people at home, you will not see patch notes for the tower, although we did make a huge suite of changes following feedback from the PTR, so expect that for patch 252, where we'll give you more updates related to some feedback we got around like pylons and things of that nature. Boss health, yeah. So no, Zavin, that's fantastic. I know, we got so much feedback related to how much the pit and the tower do feel very similar. But for the people at home too, check out the blog because we do have a bit of an outline of how we are going to develop this. It's going to be in different stages, so your feedback will be critical as we develop this in tandem with you, just like Zavin said. So please keep giving us your feedback because this will help shape the mode to make something that's competitive and challenging and exciting, and something that you'll enjoy for a long, long time, which is awesome. So I hope you've been dropping your questions in chat because we will be heading over to Q&A. So I know we do have, there's a few burning questions that I feel like are on the top of everyone's mind, and we are going to kick it off with one question that we've definitely seen throughout, and that is, will Chaos Armor be coming back?
Yeah, I can start this off, and everyone else can feel free to join in as well. Right, I mean, Season of Infernal Chaos was like definitely one of our most successful seasons in terms of seasonal theme. Chaos Armor, people loved Chaos Armor. Everyone did. Players, devs, everyone loved Chaos Armor. And the Chaos perks as well. They really enabled a lot of interesting builds kind of taken together. And we're definitely committed to like taking those learnings and applying them as we make future updates. I mean, I was talking earlier about the Melted Heart of Selig and how that was inspired by the Mana Shield Chaos perk. And I think everyone on the team here is really passionate about saying, hey, Chaos Armor was a resounding success. Let's take those learnings and apply them to our future updates, right? We have seasonal itemization, with Sanctification, as Art discussed here. And that's our itemization system for the season here of Season of Divine Intervention. And it's definitely, we're looking at the lessons learned from Chaos Armor and thinking about where's the best way to bring back that build crafting, that variety, that chase. How do we best bring that back? Because just saying, oh, Chaos Armor just is now permanently part of the game comes with its own set of problems. And we want to make sure that we take the time to take the best parts of it and incorporate it in the game the right way.
Yeah. Chaos Armor was definitely designed as a seasonal mechanic, the first, right? Like, it was very powerful, and intentionally so, because we knew that it was going to be going away after the season was over. So totally agree, Charles, in the sense that, like, if we just were like, oh, actually it's staying, there would be big problems. And I think we'd all find, oh, wait, this isn't just sunshine and rainbows. There are definitely a lot of really amazing things about it. And, Charles, I thought you were saying we all really love it here. Mm-hmm. So I think you'll see its DNA in the future.
Yeah, Chaos Armor was chaos for sure, and yeah, it definitely meant to be a flash in the pan and not something you'd have to, tune around for seasons and seasons to come. So
yeah, I think Class Team would hate us if we did that.
Yeah, sorry, Merry Christmas. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so jumping into some questions from Twitch chat. First up, we've got Mippy. The patch notes say that base monster health is being increased. Does this also mean pit bosses?
Yeah, I can take that. No. Pit boss health is going to remain the same. They operate on different scalars, so it's referring to monsters, just regular monsters, not even elites or champions. They operate on their own thing. So, no, pit boss health will be the same as it always been.
Regular monsters, as in just like like non-elites, non-bosses, just the little babies.
The trash that y'all mow down.
Yeah.
The trash packs. Awesome. Cool. Never Justice. Cool stuff. Love the new mode. Does it yield any loot though, or just leaderboard focus mode? I believe this is in reference to the tower.
Yeah. So sorry, what was the name?
The name was Never Justice.
Never Justice. All right. Thank you, Never Justice. When it launches with 2.5.2, there's not going to be a reward layer or anything like that. Part of this is making sure that if we're going to attach cool stuff to this mode, it better be stable. The community needs to accept it. They need to look at it and say, like, that is a competitive mode that has integrity, that has competitive integrity. And we just want to be really mindful that, again, this is something new that we're doing. We're launching this with a beta tag, that we're not going to be putting ourselves and putting the player in this position where they feel like, oh, I have to cheese this thing, or I found an exploit or whatever. We really are being really careful to make sure we don't endanger all the other cool stuff that we've got in the Season of Divine Intervention with this. That being said, the plan is eventually 2 tracks of rewards. One for people that want to kind of compete against themselves. What is the best I've done in the tower? And then another one for people who are really focused on the leaderboard, right? How far have I risen above others in the leaderboard? And then making sure that both these kinds of groups of players are rewarded for their effort. Functional rewards like items and gear and things like that, currencies, but also cosmetics. And we'll have more detail on this kind of in the coming year, but look forward to it. And again, we really want your feedback on this stuff.
Absolutely. And one other tidbit of info I do want to include is that your access to the tower will be through the season rank system. So I believe it's rank 3 that you need to complete that gives you access to the tower.
I think it's ranked 2.
Rank 2. Okay. So complete rank 2 before early next year, which I'm sure you'll do. But that is another key piece of info. So
one quick thing to add, besides the reward track, just to answer the question at a fundamental level, the monsters inside the tower don't drop loot.
But they do give XP. You're always paid for your time.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about the personal reward track. I'm looking forward to it because I don't think I'm going to be a Giga gamer and getting to the top ranks, but at least I can get something for climbing. That'll be good.
As a filthy casual myself, it's nice to have stuff for the rest of us. That's for
sweaty.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sweating right now.
Yeah. See the rest of you on the hardcore board.
The hard
fighting words out there.
Yeah, seriously.
Durka Utka at Diablo. Is Azmodan in the game forever, or is he just for this season?
Yeah, I can take that one. Azmodan and his 2 nipple rings are here to stay. So
Bam, bam.
Both of them?
So, believe it or not, new cosmetic coming soon. No, just kidding. To be specific about it, Azmodan as the world boss will stay in the rotation moving forward. So all lesser evils will be in the game, and you can kill them all. For all the seasons to come, specifically the How Is Our event, where you interact with the shrines and you trade in the corrupted essences and that sort of stuff, that's seasonal only. But as a world boss will be an eternal and around forever.
Azmodan, stand, baby. I love it.
Nice. Oh, there he is. Oh my God. What a cute face.
Yeah.
Oh.
Scroll down.
I just want to squish those cheeks.
Iggy_101. As an odd question, there's no odd questions. What happens to new players who play the seasonal realm now? Do they get these skill paragon points through the seasonal rank? But then if they go to Eternal, do they have to do the renown over on Eternal? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So they're actually linked. So if you go onto the seasonal realm and you earn your progression in the seasonal realm, you will actually also earn it in the Eternal Realm. So if you get those skill points, if you get those Paragon points, it will unlock in the Eternal Realm as well. It will not carry over if you get them in the Eternal Realm and go to the Seasonal Realm, though. So you still have to re-earn the seasonal stuff.
Hell yeah. Why So Blue Panda Bear? Do the new cosmetic titles, like the final Golden Laurel, one you just mentioned, do they last just during the season, or is it permanent? And is that a character-wide unlock, or is it only for the one that you completed that season rank on?
Yeah, so the Golden Laurels, the Gilded Laurels, those will be seasonal only. So you can show everyone in the world how amazing your seasonal characters are for that season, but you will have to go into a new season and earn the new Gilded Laurels in the new seasons that come. So you're gonna have to grind all over again, be a sweaty nerd. You know, we love that stuff over here. And I believe that it is account-wide. So if you get it on one character, basically your account for that season is gilded, gilded laurels at that point. Yeah.
Unreal. All right. The Dude Thor at Diablo, how long after launch will the tower and leaderboards release? For many people, that's the main feature we're interested in. As we mentioned, that'll be hitting early 2026, so we'll have a nice holiday vacation, we'll have a break, and then we'll reset. I know personally, across games I've worked on where things have launched prior to Christmas, it can be good, it can be bad. And I know that leaderboards and the tower is definitely something that will be much better to chew on post-holidays. So yeah, early January. Okay. Cody 4PF. Can we reduce teleport enchant cooldown with CDR or evade cooldown reduction?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
That is a very specific question.
Very specific question. Definitely take a look at the patch notes. This is one of those caught in the 11,000 words of the patch notes. Definitely go and check that out. It'll have all the details in there.
Unreal.
Dope.
Dirk, we already got a question from Dirk. I'm sorry, Dirk. We did answer one of your questions already. Farid, what is meant with the damage drastically reduced in the new Melted Heart of Selig tooltip?
Yeah, so I kind of alluded to it a little bit there. Previous version of Mana Shield, the Chaos perk from the previous season, converted damage at a 1-to-1 ratio. If you used to take 100 damage, that your life would go down by 100. Instead, your mana would go down by 100. Now that's been, there's now a conversion ratio where if you would take 100 damage, it doesn't do 100 mana damage. It does a much smaller amount. It does, I don't know the exact number of the conversion off the top of my head as well, but basically it'll do less than that amount. So it functionally provides a damage reduction in a way. And so the goal here is that it is still a very good tanky item. Even though it's only doubling your mana pool, it's not giving you tens of thousands, it'll feel approximately as tanky as you would have been if you had had that much and it was the 1-to-1 conversion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mythic item, so like the conversion is going to be very powerful for your defense.
Okay. We've been getting a lot of questions in chat, but this one specifically from Anchor Ruin. Why the 2-day delay? Is every next season going to start Thursday instead of the standard Tuesday? We'll let you know when the next season comes out, but for this season, we're just starting on a Thursday. It's going to be 8:30 p.m. when it starts to roll out. So stay tuned for that. I know it'll be different for us. We'll be up a little bit later, but the nice thing is across the world, it'll be hitting at different times, so maybe it's a nicer time for someone in a different part of the world. So there you go.
I'm going to be up way too late.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Game of the Year awards. Silly question.
But hey, everything will be smooth, and it'll be like night by 10 o'clock. So yeah, it'll be fine. Okay.
We all know there's something coming at Game Awards. Come on.
Number one, so this will be a challenge to answer on the fly. Exiabit, how much resistance and armor rating is needed to be on par with Cap in Season 10? I have no idea how to plan my character with the changes to defense.
I'll take that one. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we added recommended toughness values to the difficulty selection screen. So like when you're choosing a Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, in that tooltip, it'll say, we'll give you a recommended toughness value to shoot for. And that should be a level of defensive mitigation that should make you feel comfortable enough to start playing in that Torment tier. You can think of this as analogous to hitting Cap in the previous system, but even if you really remember, like even if you capped armor and resistance in the old system, you could still get one tapped. So I think the new recommended toughness values are actually a little bit more reliable of a way to tell you you must be this tall to be in this difficulty tier than the old capped system.
Yeah.
You must be this tough to jump on this roller coaster. Yeah, I love it. Question from Oh My God, Get Good. Question, great name. Great. Question for devs: how are you going to ensure the leaderboards are fair?
Yeah. So I think when it comes to fairness, we have sort of limited tools with what we have in the game today. I think to get what people are really hoping for. Which is a way to measure players of their own effort against other people. So it's not going to happen in a Season of Divine Intervention, and we don't actually have a specific date to talk about right now, but we have talked about looking at what does a mode like Solo Self-Found look like in Diablo 4. And we're going to have to figure that out. It's not a one-to-one conversion between any other game that's ever done this. In Diablo 4, we have our shared open world as just like a big difference, right? So we have to kind of sort a lot more complex situations, but it is something we're committed to doing. So that will eventually be coming online. And when it does, we think that should go a long way to kind of ensuring that there's a lot of integrity and fairness in the leaderboards. The other part of this is balance, right? Making sure that the various classes, they at least have some degree of parity, and that the results from the tower have some parity, right? There's not just a trash tier run that is possible because you got the worst environments, the worst monsters, the worst pylons, and the worst boss, and things like that. So that's something that's going to be massaged kind of over time. Monsters, we've got our combat up to snuff now, I think, with the latest work done by our wonderful Encounters team. And then classes is kind of this ongoing thing, right? We always have new class powers and things like that we're talking about, and that'll be a moving target. But with everything else, we're hoping that we get a lot of stability, and that should ensure a huge degree of fairness to the leaderboards over time.
Oh yeah. And like we said, it's going to be an iterative mode. We're going to keep tweaking it season over season, so that feedback is critical. And like you said, Davin, those bosses that we had temporarily are going to be in the old cave dungeon, tucked away for a little bit.
Yeah, they get to go together.
Yeah, they can just hang out over there.
Straight to jail. Yeah. Straight to jail. Straight to cave dungeon. Awesome. Make America Skate Again. Question: from the new season rank feature, will you be able to gather all the skill points, not Paragon, just all the skill points, by the time you're level 60?
Yes, you should be able to. It kind of depends on how quickly you choose to pursue the objectives, but it is theoretically possible. You may, depending on your pace of what objectives you're focusing on, You might get 1 or 2 skill points after you're level 60, but if you're specifically gunning for them, yeah, absolutely.
Unreal. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of Q&A. Those are some fantastic questions. Thank you to everyone for being here. Thankfully, I don't know. Oh, and it hasn't gotten too hot. It's been okay. It's been okay. Haven't gotten too sweaty. So thank you all for tuning in and watching. For Season of Divine Intervention, we will have a reliquary that will be coming out, which you can go and check out. For everyone who's interested in the new season, our blog and patch notes are live. The patch notes are 11,000 words. The blog is quite long as well, so you've got a lot to read and catch up on over the next little bit.
Frankly, the patch notes scare me.
There's
a lot.
They're big. They're big. Control F
a lot.
won't save you this time. They're substantial. They're very substantial. But yeah, we've got tons hitting with the new season. Like I mentioned, we've got those reliquary rewards that are going to be hitting, and then we've got our new seasonal pet. You can reach rank 5 to earn this lovely, beautiful bird, who I believe his name is Electa. As you can go and grab that from rank 5.
The cosmetics always look great.
Also, for the next season, just a brief overview, we have Sanctification that's going to be specific to Season of Divine Intervention. Hadriel's back with the Divine Gifts. And then we will have those new seasonal ranks and capstone dungeons for you to go out and conquer to get those seasonal rewards. To sum all of that up, we've got this excellent infographic that has all the information you might need. This will live on the blog as well, and we'll have this in all languages. But yeah, take a gander. There's lots to feast on in this upcoming season. It's going to be very exciting going in and playing all the lesser evils. So we're really excited for that. And the day after the season goes live, we will have Twitch drops for you. So watch any eligible channel for 2 hours, and you'll get the Barbute Hacker one-handed cosmetic. Pretty gnarly stuff.
Yeah.
But to reiterate, Season of Divine Intervention goes live on December 11th, and the season's going to start rolling out at 8:30 p.m. So that's when you can jump into the season, and that's when it's going out. Don't go anywhere, because after the stream, we will be raiding Woody Joe. So go shower him with some love, and go have a great time there. And a very important reminder, on December 11th, tune into the Game Awards.
Yep.
Now I'm going to repeat that. Look at me. December 11th, tune into the Game Awards. All right? Thank you all for being here. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you in Sanctuary for Season of Divine Intervention.
Let's go.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah. See you guys.
All right, then. Nice. Let's turn that down. Let's get that up. Okay. All right, well, yes. I obviously wasn't. I was trying not to talk too much during that. It's on a Thursday because of the Game Awards, right? 2 reasons. One, they're releasing Chinese servers on the 12th, their time. That's the Friday. And secondly, they're almost certainly going to be revealing the expansion, as I keep saying and have been saying for ages. I don't know that for a fact, but I mean, it's... I'd say that there's a pretty good chance we're going to get some big Diablo 4 news on at the Game Awards, and that is why they're launching afterwards. If they say 8:30 p.m, I'm assuming Pacific time. Yeah, so that'll be 4:30 in the morning for me. Yes, it'll be like doing the Vessel Hatred release all over again. Nice. So I actually knew last week that it was releasing on the 11th, and I knew it was going to release during the Game Awards, but I was NDA'd. I wasn't allowed to say anything. So it'll be Friday for me, yeah. At 4:30 in the morning for me. It's going to be a really fun 24-hour gaming session. I'm going to need a lot of caffeine. But that's why they're releasing it on that day. They obviously can't say too much because they know what's coming, but they're not allowed to say, right? Hey, Fruits Bravo, how's it going? Hi, Ux, how's it going? Yeah, I like the idea of transparency as well. I can understand why people would be upset that the tower's not releasing with it, but they obviously... I do kind of get why not. Having been a developer and having worked on major server infrastructure and having worked on features that incorporate actually multiple leaderboard features that are more sophisticated than what they're doing as well, and having done a Christmas launch on leaderboards in F1 Clash actually, we released the clan system before Christmas. And I remember I was off work and I had to spend my first week on vacations fixing the feature in the service. I can feel why they would not want to release that so close to Christmas when, because the reality is, it launches on the 11th or 12th. That's less than 2 weeks before Christmas. A number of people will already be off. The studio will likely shut down a week later or so, or a week or 10 days later for the Christmas period. Most do, for the most part, apart from significant, like, they'll have on-call staff, but that'll just be to fix problems. So that is why they'll be releasing in January. They won't be saying that, but that is, from my developer experience, that is why. So it kind of makes sense in that way. But I think, it gives you something to look forward to in the new year. And the tower should be a lot of fun. And there's a lot changing in the game beyond just the tower. Like, there's a lot in there. We'll go through the patch notes in a minute. Yeah, I'll read through the patch notes in a minute, Rusty. Well, I'll try and skim through them, I suppose. If it's 11,000 words, you might not want to hear me say 11,000 words. Might be a bit monotonic. Might not make score that Friday, Rusty. You get yourself there. They say it needs more testing. Yeah, but I mean, a big reason will be what I just said, Fruiter. Shamgar, how's it going, man? The first season you won't be able to play on season launch. Is that because you've got other plans, or just because you won't be able, literally won't be able to? I think long term, yeah. Here is a concept. It's a game. Nothing to go work. But yeah, cool. All right. Well, before we dig into the patch notes, I am actually just going to go use the restroom quickly, guys. So I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB. Yo, welcome in. Sorry, I just had to go visit the restroom, Miffy. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Calidus on. Hey, Miffy, how's it going, man? Got a dash. No worries, Miffy. Thanks for the raid, dude. Welcome in. Guys, if you haven't checked out Miffy, go check out this guy. If you got some questions about rogue builds for Season 11, he will be your guy for Mobalytics. He is the man when it comes to rogue stuff. Oh, you already got there for me. Nice. Yeah, go hit him up. Show him all the love, guys. Yeah, like I say, if you've got rogue questions or looking for rogue builds, he will be your guy on Mobalytics for Season 11. So look out for his builds there. Small indie company. Right, should we dig through these patch notes? I've not had a chance to look at any of these yet. I saw some people dropping some things in the chat. I was trying not to read it too much because I figured I'd just wait until I read through myself. And we'll see how much I'm going. I might have to just go offline and rework, or I might just have to rework all my guides again. Did 15 last night. What's another 15, eh? Sork is cooked. Well, Swinery, let me read through these first. I need some context. It's not as simple as that, though, Gorsh, because there was so much power behind them, and with all the changes in the game, they've rebalanced everything, right? So they'd have to, it's a lot of work. They can't just slap it in as it currently is. It would probably break the game with all the extra stuff they've done. So you got to think of the bigger picture sometimes, rather than just going, yeah, just shove it in, it'll be fine. You could do, and then it'll break the game. Everyone will be Giga, nothing will be hard, and then everyone will be done in 4 days, and that'll be it. I guess, that might still be the case, but, they've said it's coming back in some form. They obviously want to integrate it differently, and I don't think Chaos Armors was perfect, to be honest. I would like to see Chaos Armors limited so you can't just use them as much in all the slots, and I would like to see the target farming better. But that's my personal take on it. So I understand what it is. Anyway, let's go through these patch notes and see what's going on. Right, Sanctification. Upgrading an affix to a greater affix can now also occur on ancestral items. Affixes on ancestral, unique, or mythic items can no longer be replaced. Yeah, they removed the indestructible affix. That's good. And they've now just made it so you can get more quality. And what they importantly said in the chat was that quality now not just increases the armor, resistance, and damage of your weapons, it increases all of the stats on your affixes as well. I think that's what they said. So having extra quality ranks could be very strong, especially if you've got a very important affix on there, like deals double damage or something, you know? That could actually bring some very interesting... It basically looks like no matter what you do, Sanctification will give you something that would at least have a chance of being positive. There's no, like, just straight up bricks in sense of, like, indestructible would never be useful to you ever in any situation. You might still roll, like, an affix that's no good for your build. So that would be a brick. But it wouldn't just be, like, some people might like that, some not. But I think it's okay. This isn't intended to be PoE with Vol Orbs, which is essentially what some people might be looking for. But, you know, you've kind of got the best of both worlds there now, I think. They also said they removed it so that you can't replace the affixes on your mythics and ancestral uniques. So you're not just going to straight up brick those anymore. So that should... the last thing you want to do is take a max GA mythic and just remove the main affix. That would suck, wouldn't it? Level 60 in under 2 hours. I mean, for most people, that'd be an exaggeration, right? It's fair enough. If you disagree with me, Gorst, then so be it. But I always, when it comes to features and stuff like that, I do get why they haven't just rammed it in. It's more the point I was making. There will be chase gear now, though. That's the thing. You're missing the point with Sanctification, right? Like, we need to look through... I don't know if they will specify all the Sanctification affixes, but I do know that one of the Sanctification affixes was double projectiles or something. There are going to be some the situations where you'll be chasing... You're going to have to find loads of items to hope you can get the right rolls. So, yeah, sure. Like Vol Orbs with crazy outcomes on PoE 2, right? So you're still going to have chase items in that sense. And once they're sanctified, they'll be account bound. So... I mean, look, we've got to see how that plays out. And I do like Chaos Armors. And I do think it would be good to have them back in some form at some point. I do understand why they haven't just rammed it in, though, because the whole season was not designed around that. When you stick something in there, you have to think about the whole design of everything it impacts. And there's a lot of stuff it can impact. Even if you don't see it immediately, there probably is just a lot of stuff that it would impact. So that's more the point I was trying to make, you know. Right, Divine Gifts. Andariel, reduced item quality rewards. Okay. That was, oh yeah, and Daryl was obviously just too good early on. Daryl, yeah, the bonus XP from Maggots has been adjusted because that was cracked. Oh, they did say for Sanctification that affix ranges have been adjusted across the board. In general, affix values have been increased and ranges have been narrowed, and some affixes now have higher maximums. And apparently additional legendary powers have been added, but that's probably just the ones that were bugged, so we'll have to see which ones are available when we get there. Glyph upgrades. Glyph upgrades now get a scaling chance to grant an extra upgrade attempt based on divine gift rank. Okay. Purified gifts now grant 2 levels instead of 1. Okay, so that's just stronger. Good. Less evil invasion. Andariel no longer regenerates health if you die. They already said Andariel is going to be better to do, like less transition phases and stuff. The eyes are easier to hit. Bilal's death now takes less time to finish. That's good. Yeah, Asmodan's got resilience, so you can't just one-tap him at level 1. Yeah, this is fine. Right, balance updates. Mythic unique items. Ha! I did wonder if they would do this. They actually nerfed the Arvarian Spear of Lycander. It was the only item in the game... I'll get to your question in a sec, Heatspark. It's the only item in the game, the Lycander, that had lucky hit resource percentage on it. And it was still at 66%. So it was cracked, basically, with a GA. They've reduced that to 22 to make it not quite so insane. In terms of your question, Heatspark, how do you level so fast? Yeah, sorry, I'm getting to Heatspark. Yeah, if really, to be honest, you're doing it in 2 hours would just mean you're playing a Giga Blast build. Like you've got to be on a stupid build and you've got to know what you're doing. And that was in the current form of the game. Next season it might be less because they've reduced all of the. I mean, in the PTR you could do it in like 15 minutes because Asmodan was crazy. You get like 37 levels by killing him at level 1. It was mental. But typically you'll just take a fast build and you'll go speed through the Helltide. And then you'll go do your strongholds at like level 48, 49, all the way up to 60. It'll take you a few hours. Oh, you're disagreeing with Hyrule, Gorsh? Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that bit. The Season of Chaos was good. There were some flaws, but it was decent, yeah. Yeah, no worries, Heatspark. Yeah, they want a baseline of permanent changes. That kind of makes sense, yeah. Yeah, okay, right. Melted Heart, we know it's changed. They have actually reduced the primary resource from 100 to 50. That's a pretty big change. But it's still decent. It still means you're going to get a crazy amount of resource gen here. And then, yeah, they specified that it now just doubles your resource. And it has some arbitrary damage reduction that isn't one-to-one. So you take damage, your resource goes down, but you're not sure what. Barbarian, damage per 10 points of strength increased from 1 to 1%. Okay, so Barbarian's just got a straight 10% buff on their strength scaling. By the looks of it. So that's nice for Barbarians. Strength's now better for them. Skills, kick. Kick. Width of the hitbox has been doubled. So now you can go around and... you go around and, like, karate kick everyone a bit better. Power kick. They reverted a Fury cap. Oh, yeah, that's right. They've taken away all the caps. Yeah. Leap. Adjusted attack speed scaling. Probably to make that less because Leap was insane. Like, you could just leap for days. Yeah, they said they were toning that down a little bit. Enhanced Hammer of the Ancients. Now increases maximum Fury up to 100. Fury generation per enemy hit increased from 3 to 10%. Okay. Fair enough. I'm not a big barb person, so I don't know what the impacts of these would be, really. Some of them are obvious, some not so much. I'm just going to try and point out any major changes here. The shorter cooldown for the last brawling skill used before re-enabling all of them now scales based on attack speed. That's on the new armor, I think. That's probably to stop it from just insta-resetting Leap, like, over and over and over and over again, to give it at least some level of cooldown still. I'm not sure. The shorter cooldown for... Okay. Yeah, it's based on attack speed. So, yeah, I think basically if you only have one brawling skill in your bar, your cooldown scales based on your attack speed. And they've also adjusted the attack speed scaling on Leaps to make it so you can't just go leap, 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 leap around the field, like, without any... investment. I can see how they've changed that now, yeah. Holy mackerel. Okay. I mean, Barbarians have had massive Paragon buffs here. Look, 45-60, 45-60, 30-45, 20-25, 30-30. It looks like just about everything. And one of the glyphs damage reduction from Fortify increased. Hang on, 1 second. Maximum damage... Oh, damaging reduction. But Fortify doesn't reduce your damage anymore. I'm not sure if that even works. I don't understand. Damage reduction... Fortify doesn't do damage reduction anymore. Maybe that gives you damage reduction on Fortify. Who knows? But damage-wise, Barbs have got massive legendary node buffs here. Like, look at this. I mean, they look small, but they'll stack. So that's some pretty big buffs there. Tempering. Okay, they've taken away... They've taken away one temper manual full stop. They've removed an affix from that one. Ooh. They've removed all of the resource generation temp as well. So they've just taken away some... Yeah, they've taken away some affixes here in tempering. Right, Druid. Stoneburst lucky hit increases. Shouldn't it be kickbox? Yeah. Yeah. Melted Heart will be good for some builds, definitely. Once people figure out how to make them work, yeah. What builds that Blast to try it out with, just for fun? To try what out with? Sorry, Heatspark. Yeah, I'm just getting to the Druid now. Grizzly Rage. Okay, I did wonder if they'd do something here. Grizzly Rage cooldown reduced, duration increased, damage reduction increased. Ah, rank 5. Previous, you gain increased armor, but now, when it's active now at rank 5, you get another 10-second cooldown reduction. That would bring that down to 25-second cooldown, and you got a 12-second duration. What they've tried to do here is that you can actually reduce the cooldown of Grizzly Rage. That probably still means you can't have it up 100% of the time, though. I'll have to see what the bug fixes are like. Oh, I'll have to go see. Because that was that was changed on the PTR, so you couldn't have it up permanently. You had to wait for it to finish, and then the cooldown started, which is what it used to do. And then it changed for 2 seasons, so you could just re-up it before it finished, and then you could have it out permanently. Urban Might. Okay, Urban Might's just been buffed in the passives. In general. Quite a big buff, actually. Rampaging Werebeast. This is the duration of Grizzly Rage is increased, and it gave you extra damage. Now it's critical strikes while in Grizzly Rage increase your damage by 3% multiplicative for 60 seconds up to. Okay, so this is actually a nerf to Rampaging Werebeast. Because you used to be able to get 200% multiplicative damage here. They've moved the duration. It also is a nerf in the duration, but then they've reduced the cooldown. You've had 2-second duration added here, but you've lost 8 seconds from this. And you've lost 80x from Rampaging Werebeast. They're trying to make it so that Grizzly Rage isn't the absolute go-to always skill, because it basically was, right? It was just too good for damage. It's still going to be very good, especially if you're critting very often. I mean, 120x is still a lot. While in Grizzly Rage, yeah. So this will still be good for certain builds, I imagine. Yeah, small downtime hikes. Yeah, that's what I figured. Top level fast to practice. Let me finish the patch notes, Heatspark. Because there might be some stuff in here that would influence my answer there, to be honest. So this has changed to the Rabid Beast rather than Rabid Bear. Probably because they're trying to make it so it works on all forms of shapeshifting, right? While Grizzly Rage is active, your direct damage is converted to poison damage, blah, blah. And now it's just, and you deal more poison damage. This now is just, you deal more poison damage. While shapeshifted, your direct damage is... Okay. So this is now... Okay. This is no longer linked. Okay. Aspects of the Rabid Beast is no longer linked to Grizzly Rage. So you no longer have to use Grizzly Rage to get your 80% here. So that will be nice for poison builds that aren't like Pulverized, which is a bear build to start with, right? You might have some like poison wolf build or something that you can now use that on without having to go for Grizzly Rage. You could use that with like Lacerate or something. I can see why they've done that. They've reduced the maximum on the new boots. That makes sense, because that seemed really high, 200 there. What else have they done here? Casting any defensive skill will grant maximum movement speed, blah, blah. They've now made it so that damaging with that will grant... Okay, so you don't even have to cast a defensive skill. It's just damaging enemies gives you maximum movement and unhindered for 8 seconds. Enemies you run through are immobilized. This said while charged. This just says enemies you run through. Don't know if that means while it's charged, but okay. They've just made this better, basically. And they've replaced movement speed with this because you get maximum movement speed from this anyway. All right, so that's just been buffed. That's nice. Urban Devastation. Oh, wow. That's a big buff to Urban Devastation. Originally, it was your Earth skills deal 10% multiplicative critical strike damage, increased by 20% of your damage versus crowd control, up to 60x. So you'd still get 70%, but you'd have to scale it by your damage versus crowd control. Now it's just no more damage on Tuesdays. It's just your Earth skills deal 70% crit damage without having to scale it. That's a huge buff, like especially early in your character journey. Constricting Tendrils. Nature Magic deal 35x damage to poison enemies and the lucky hit stuff. Now it's been buffed to 40% damage to poison enemies. And the dot damage has been increased by 25% as well. So it's just been buffed as well. Yeah. Okay, it's just been buffed a little bit. They've removed the Digigrade Gate affix from Druid Motion. Interesting. That will reduce the crazy speed of wolf builds by default. Because that's what they use to get the mental movement speed early on, isn't it? I used to temper that on my builds. Necromancer. Iron Golems attack speed increased. Bone Spirit. The Essence Cap was removed. Same as all the others. Hellbent Commander. Removed the requirement for controlling 7 or more minions. Okay, nice. Rathmas Vigor. The time for overpower reduced by 1/3. That's pretty nice. It's probably still not enough, but it will certainly help with things like Blood Lance, Blood Surge, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, wow. Aspect of Shielding Storm was drastically reduced. 8% to 3. Blimey, that's a massive nerf. Because this is one of the ways you can get all the barrier gen. Sanguivar, which is buffed. The Kara's Embrace has been buffed by 50%. That's pretty big. Mutilator Plate. Damage has been increased drastically, actually. 20% on both the minimum and maximum. 50% on the maximum and 66% on the minimum. So that'd be nice for Blood Lance, because you absolutely use the Mutilator Plate on this build. Especially, that will make it better. That will potentially make that better than the Shroud of False Death now, potentially. Or at least in line with it. Because that was the problem. You couldn't use a Shroud of False Death with this, and then you'd just be stuck. Hey, Bloodfarts, how's it going? I'm just on the Necro notes. The new unique still sucks. What, for Druid, Hyukes? I think it'll be a fun farming build, like speed farming. If you get to the point where you can just have lightning bolts going around you, like, constantly, you will probably just be able, especially with the way the passive has been changed, you'll probably be out, because the passive was changed on Bad Omens to make it so it's lightning bolt damage scaling and stuff. You'll probably just be able to run through dungeons and like Infernal Hordes. It'll be mental for Infernal Hordes, I think. You'll just be able to stand there and watch everything die. The Constrict Legendary node will be good, yeah. Yeah. Shielding Storm was probably a bit OP, yeah. Golem Army does look fun, yeah. It looked fun from the PTR, from the videos I saw. Ring of Men down. Weapon increased, okay. Bone Golem's combo attack of 2 swings now counts as a single attack for the purposes of Ring of Men down. Rather, okay. That's probably a nerf. I'm not really sure. And then, yeah, it looks like they've just removed resource generation tempers from a lot of places, actually. Or at least from the weapon slots. For certain classes. Oh, interesting. Rogues damage scaling per dexterity has been increased, and that's even bigger than the barb buff. That's been increased by a little bit more. It's been increased by about 12-13%. That's quite nice for the rogues. That's really not that important. That's a nerf to Siphoning Strikes. I don't really know if people do. I guess sustain will be important in the new season, so that's probably annoying. Trick shot's been in. Okay, trick shot aspect was increased. Blade dancers buff. I don't know enough about rogues. Yeah, any energy caps were removed. Chance to deal triple on the Wind Force. Chance to deal triple damage to knocked down enemies increased from 50 to 75 to 50 to 100. You can roll that with 100%. That's nice. Scoundrel's Kiss was boosted. Death Mask was also boosted by 30% on the maximum, so that's quite nice. Not a lot on the Rogue. I was expecting bigger changes on the Rogue there, actually, to be honest. We'll keep going. Teleport enchant. Adjusted the description to specify that it invokes teleport and doesn't cast it. Fair. Shimmering teleport. You now gain 25 all res rather than dazing enemies. Okay, so they've given you some. This was one of the ones where I think it gave you damage reduction in the past, but they wanted to take that out of a lot of places. They've at least now put it back so it is a defensive aspect, but it's just not giving you damage reduction. It gives you all res. So it'll be nice early on. That's probably useless, though. I mean, you get so much all-res on your Sorks anyway. I don't know how useful that'll be. Potent warding's changing. Oh, potent warding's just been buffed. Casting a skill grants 3% all-res and 5% resistance to that skill's element, rather than 2. So, yeah, that's quite nice. Making you like Giga against whatever element you're using. Ooh, energy focus. Maximum barrier reduced from 30% to 20%. It's a bit of a nerf to the barrier there. Oh, they're nerfing the barrier across the board on the Sorks. Ouch. Barrier per rank reduced from 10 to 5% on protection and... Wow. Ouch. Warmth as well. Healing reduced from 1% to 0.2%. 5 times reduction and a 50. So that's a 20. That's an 80% reduction generally and a 50% against bosses. Ouch. That's like a lot of the defensive stuff that keeps Sorks alive, at least early on. Barrier generation. Ouch. It's been hit hard. Mind's Awakening. Barrier reduced from 3 to 6 to 1.5 to 3. It's been halved. I can't remember what Mind's Awakening did, but that's big. Yeah. Mana cap reverted. Okay, the aspects of Bounding Conduit, which reduces your teleport cooldown, that's been increased drastically. Minimum's 3 times higher, and maximum's nearly 2 times higher. So that'll be useful to get in, like on your Oculus build, to getting your cooldown of teleport down to perma. Biting Cold. When you freeze an enemy, there's a chance to become vulnerable. They become vulnerable. This is now frost skills deal increased damage. Oh, interesting. So, aspects of Biting Cold is now a generic frost skill damage multiplier. That's actually really nice, because that's in line with Conceited, and it gives you a chance to apply Vulnerable on any frost skill. A lot of them have it baked in anyway, but that's actually going to be really nice for like all your frost skills. You don't have a lot of generic like sort of elemental damage boosters, so yeah, that's nice. That'll be nice for your ice builds at least. I know that they were trying to push something with Frost Orb. That'll be nice for like Frost Orb and stuff, I guess. Oculus. Casting Teleport grants a stack of Galvanization, increasing its damage by a percentage. Becoming injured teleports you to random locations. So now it's each enemy hit by teleport increases your damage by up to 15x and reduces the cooldown by 0.5 seconds of the next cast. And then if you become injured, you will random teleport. So yeah, if you're teleporting on, they're making it so you can't, with the Oculus, you're not just going to be able to perma-teleport across the map unless you're hitting enemies. But if you're in a dungeon and you're zooming through enemies, you'll be able to teleport pretty quick still. I can sort of see what they're doing. Hey, Left 4 Dead, how's it going? Wind Force on your Spirit Ball knockdown build. You wish, right? It's a rogue item. Elsid, how's it going? I don't know Sorks are dead. I don't know buff about it, but those barrier hits are pretty big. Raiment of the Infinite. After casting Teleport, close enemies are pulled inwards, and it has a 10 to 30% chance to reset. From each... Okay, a chance to reset Teleport. Now it's just Teleport, pulls close enemies towards you. Oh, okay. They've actually changed the raiment, so that can't even have a chance to reset your teleport anymore. It's just teleport pulls them in, and it grants you damage reduction. So actually, the raiments is now a defensive option as well. The raiments does actually grant you damage reduction on teleport. So you might actually use the raiment on a teleport build now, which makes it conflicts with the Shroud of False Death. But you get a lot of damage from the raiment, so it'll be a hard, yeah. Ranks to Elemental Attunement, replace. Okay, you got all res instead of Elemental Attunement. Ranks to Shocking Impact, replaced. Oh, no, actually, no. Here we go, look. Raiment of the Infinite. You can get between 30 and 40% teleport cooldown reduction. There you go. If you want a perma-teleport build, you're going to have to slap the raiments and the Oculus on, and then off you go. And that aspect's Bounding Conduit, and off you go. That'll pretty much do it, right? Near enough. You'll probably only have to hit one enemy, and you'll basically have perma-teleport. Near enough. Yeah, okay. I can see what they've done. It's intentional. I don't mind this, though. Some people will hate this, but I don't mind this. It's intentional. It's like, if you want perma-teleport, intentionally build it. Not every single build on Sork just gets perma-teleport for free, but even with investment, you can just slot it on every single build. meaning that pretty much Sork was just always the best mobility class, like forever. Ranks to Conduction was removed. Which one was Conduction? That was the movement speed one, wasn't it, I think? If I remember rightly. Yeah, it was, yeah. Frost critical strike chance added. Oh, okay. Interesting. You can now temper Frost critical strike chance. That's interesting. Spiritborn. Right, here we go. Poised payback. Yeah, they've removed all the caps. That's nice. You can only get above 500 if you're using the Melted Heart anyway. Poised Rushing Claw now reduces the time to recharge charges by 5 seconds. Poised Rushing Charges. Right, I need to get a guide up here. Rushing Claw. Oh, I'll get to that in a second. I'm just checking one thing, because this might be important for Rushing Claw. I was hoping we'd get some changes to Rushing Claw. I gave a lot of feedback here. Poised. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be enough. See, the way to make Rushing Claw really big damage is using Poised Rushing Claws. It makes you have... It now makes you have 12 maximum charges. You can also... Well, in the PTR, you could also temper maximum charges. Casting it consumes all of its charges to increase its damage by 50% multiplicative per charge, right? So with 12 charges, that's 600x. And if you add more charges, you get more. The problem is, how do you get all those charges back before you cast it again? And you really want to be able to cast that, like, frequently. And if you put that in conjunction with the Rushing Claw aspect, you get guaranteed crit, guaranteed overpower, and it hits twice. Something like that. Yeah, it's crazy. It's cracked. But you could only do it once, and then you had to wait ages to get them all back again. Even with Intricacy, the Intricacy just didn't work with the aspects. It was bugged. So I just wanted to check which one that was. So now it's going to... Now reduces the time to recharges by 5 seconds. I'll have to look at this, but the problem with this is it only recharges 4 at a time, I think. I don't think it recharges your maximum charges. It's like you get 4 charges per 20 by default. So that would bring it down to 4 per 15. And then if you invest, you got like 50% cooldown, you'd be down like 4 to 7.5 or something. Something like that. It's still, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yes, they did it. I was saying this for the last 2 days. They listened to me. That is made a change because of what I suggested. Absolutely. I'm the only one that suggested this. They changed fuel to life on hit. Let's go. That is huge because I can take it off of loads of my builds and put it in the passive tree. That is awesome. That is really... Because on a lot of builds, you don't care about how much. You just need a source of life on hit. That is actually awesome. I actually suggested that. That's awesome. Because life on kill is useless to us. Life on hit is so much more useful. You might actually use fueled now. That is ace. That's ace. Oh, interesting. Yeah, potent. Jaguar attack speed cooldown changed. Now it's going to deal Jaguar skills. Deal increase. They've put damage back in it again, but it's 6x. To up to 3 of the closest enemies to. Okay. So it's not just you deal 6% damage to everything. It's just the closest 3 enemies, which I think is fine. This will actually be useful now. I mean, this was so low before. It was like kind of useful, but kind of not. Okay, nice. All right, this will affect some builds. Aspects of Forest Power. We never used that anyway, to be honest. That I think that's the one which is on the Gorillas. Rod of Kepaleka, Vigor Cap removed. I was hoping for bigger changes to this, to be honest. This makes me sad. No one's going to use this still. I did suggest, can we change this? I specifically said to them, can we change dodge chance to something else, like dexterity or whatever? Because it's useless. Like, you just use counterattack and then you don't... It just did nothing for us. So they did do that. But I was hoping for something on the aspects here. The Peacemongers is still not going to get used, I don't think. It needs to be changed so that Resolve gives you Ferocity and Ferocity gives you Resolve. That's what we suggested. So it gives you a means of solving Resolve and Ferocity through an item on any build, but it does take up a ring slot. And so I don't think that's going to get used on anything still, to be honest. That change there does not make it worthy enough. Right, Masterworking. All right, some really nice changes. Not as much There's not as much change on Spiritborn as I was hoping for. I'm going to be honest. That's very little. It's pretty thin. Yeah. Oh, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. Masterworking. Maximum quality is now at 25. Quality. Yep. Okay, so it goes up quicker. Fully masterworking an item now gives a 50% upgrade to a random affix, which can be a tempering affix. Yep, that's right. Hyrule. Coming in with the tier 3 for 7 months. 5 more to a year. Hyrule, thank you. Give me 3 bean numbers, dude. We'll do that in a moment. Ken, Demars, how are we doing? Yeah, Demars. Well, this is the thing, right? PoE 2 and D4 are dropping on top of each other. I actually knew that this was dropping on the Thursday or Friday, depending where you are in the world, last week, but I wasn't allowed to say anything. There are some more changes under buffs. Okay, cool. Oh, bug fixes, Zoran. Okay, I'll get there when I get there. Fine. Yeah, okay, Zoran. Yeah. It's just a right. No beans. Oh, Hyrule. Much love, dude. Much love. Okay, I am excited about that life on hit one, though. I don't think people understand how much of a change and buff that is. Like, it frees up an affix on a ring or gloves or something, so you get more cooldown reduction. Because now you can roll cooldown reduction on gloves and rings. Like, nearly all my builds will benefit from this. Nearly every single one. And maybe some from this as well. So, and I would really like to try... I will need to make another Rushing Claw build. I'll probably have to do this offline before next week for that change. Because the one I've got didn't end up using this because it just wasn't viable. But I did have a planner for this, which I can base it off of as to how I got it the best I could have. So I can actually make a build with that. So we'll see how we get on later. Yeah, the masterworking changes we've seen. Cool. Basically, masterworking is just getting better, and it's boosting. Quality upgrades now increase all affix values by 1% per quality value. Okay, so by default, at maximum, you get 25% buff to all of the affixes. If you get a sanctification with... What did they say? It can go up to 25, did they? You can get up to 25 extra quality ranks if you're lucky. Then that'll be a 50% buff to all affixes. That's pretty decent. I don't think it's going to beat Aspect's Mind. But still, it's somewhat useful. It at least gives you some power regardless, even if you only get 5 ranks. I guess it's still 5% on your affixes, isn't it? Tempering. There is now a chance a tempered affix gets applied as a greater affix, which is really nice because if you get lucky with that, then you can then roll your masterwork. It did say that you can still masterwork onto your temperings with your capstone, so you can get a greater affix and then crit on top of that. So I'm guessing greater affix is 50%, and then your capstone, which I'm sure we'll get to, will be another... yeah, the capstones is another 50%. So you can get 100%. You can stack those, they said, which is nice. That's similar to... So what I suggested was to allow the capstone to roll the item as a greater affix plus... to roll it as a greater affix with the 3 crits that we had before. What we've actually got is the capstone will crit and give you a 50% buff. And if you happen to do it on a greater affix stat as well, you'll get 100% buff to that stat, which... would be just a bit lower than what we had before at 120. Oh, no, it would make it better, right? Because you'll get 20... No, it'll make it stronger than what we had before. Because you got 120% before. Once you've masterworked something to 25, you get 25% buff to your stat. Plus, you can get your GA. That's a 50% buff. And then you can capstone it. Another 50% buff. So that's 125. Bob's your uncle. So there you go. It's pretty much what I suggested in a roundabout way. I basically made it so that I basically said the capstone would be really nice if you crit into it and then it brought it up to the point where we had before, just without all of the ridiculous trying to triple it and all the tediousness. You're still going to have a little bit of RNG. So this will still have a little bit of tediousness in it because you're going to have to keep re-rolling your capstone until you get it. But it is going to make you chase items with GAs to begin with, which we didn't have in the PTR, because the PTR, it was just like, cool, you get your capstone, it just replaced, that's just a GA, the same as having a GA. It now means maximum GA items have still got a benefit from the capstone, because that was a significant problem in the PTR. And it also means you're now not losing the power from those affixes. You're still able to get your 1 giga crit, which brings a lot of the builds back in line. So I think this is good. This is good. Nico, how's it going, man? Breakpoint as well. How you doing? Oh, you lost all your points, you bet in. Womp womp. Way better than Indestructible. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I would assume it's additive. I would assume it's based on the... I would assume it's multiplicative on the base stat. And then your 25% masterworking is a 25% boost on the base stat. Your 1.5 is a 1.5 on the base stat, and your 1.5 is a 1.5 on the base stat. So I would assume it's 125% overall. That's what I would expect. But I guess we'll find out when we're in there. It's hard to tell unless they specify it specifically. Durbin, how are we doing? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, man. How you doing, dude? Otherwise, you'll end up getting a lot more power. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Right, here we go. Yeah, so tempers can go greater affix. That's really cool. So itemization will be definitely very different this season because of the way you can get 5 GAs now with your four stat items and your tempers. Resource gain tempering affix have been added for helms and rings. Interesting. You can now get resource gain tempering affixes on helms and rings. Okay. Resource per second tempering affixes added for pants. Interesting. So really resource heavy builds will be able to benefit from this. This might affect my support born build might be able to benefit from all this stuff. Adjusted tempering recipes to remove affixes from class specific manuals that were extraneous due to existing. Okay, fair enough. Some class-wide affixes have been adjusted. Movement speed 16 to 25 to 15 25. Oh, movement speed after killing elite was giga buffs, doubled on the high end. Holy moly. I doubt many people will use it, but it's still pretty mega. Oh, right, here we go. No, this is very interesting. Holy cow, okay. They did say to me that they might be buffing the maximum life and thorns tempers to bring them in line. Max life has been buffed by like 3 to 4 times. That's huge. And your thorns was buffed by 4 to 5 times. Like 4 times. So that's pretty big. Don't know how much we'd use these still, but at least they're better than they were. Casting ultimate skills restores primary resource has been added to world stability. Okay. Toughness. When comparing items, the armor resistance difference between items will now display as a percentage of toughness difference. That's nice. That means when you're comparing items, you'll see if it's giving you more toughness or not. Toughness is now displayed in the character stats window. The toughness tooltip now breaks down damage resistance per damage type. Torment difficulties now display a recommended toughness amount. Okay. This might make it a bit better for you in terms of when should I go up to a new difficulty, that sort of thing. You were my most watched streamer this year with around 500. Durbin, hey. One of us. Durbin, I appreciate you, dude. That is awesome. Honestly, I feel absolutely honored that a few of you have been saying that to me. Fantastic for splinters. What, all of the tempers and stuff you bet in? Yeah, I bet. I was wanting to remake a Thorns build, Frogster. Yeah. We'll keep going. No, I do appreciate that, Durbin. Thank you, man. What we got? Miscellaneous. Fortify and Barrier Generation are now part of a general defensive pool of affixes that can appear on items. Interesting. You can now get Fortify and Barrier Generation on items as affixes. Interesting. That's probably why they've reduced Barrier on Sork. Because you can get Barrier Gen on gems. You can now roll Barrier Gen on your items. They want to make you invest in Barrier Generation, I suppose. It might be a bit heavy-handed on the Sorks, but I think that's why. Fortify will be cracked for certain builds, I suppose. The life regen from this could be mental. Monsters in the open world no longer scale 1-to-1 with your level. It is now offset, so the player scales better than monsters. So that'll make... Okay, so this, as you level, will make it a bit easier for people in the earlier levels, probably. Yeah, monster damage has been reduced at low levels. I think at level 1, in normal, it was a bit insane. A lot of people would not have a great time. I remember saying, like, holy cow, they do a lot of damage to me. This will just make it easier. This will make it a bit nicer for new players to the game. And then it will probably scale into a point where it'll be harder. Monster power has been tuned down slightly in earlier Torment tiers. Okay, so they're just trying to smooth out that progression. Base health for boss monsters has been increased. Really? Question mark? Did we need the boss monsters to be bigger sponges? Question mark? I don't know about that one. That one's definitely raising an eyebrow, I'm going to be honest. You got to look for Diablo gear in Arc Raiders. Don't die. Otherwise, they'll steal all of your loot. More items now drop from level 1 to 15. I guess that'll make it easier to get through the level 115 stage. When in a capstone dungeon, the closest affiliated difficulty is now displayed. That's nice. Cooldown reduction can now naturally appear on rings, gloves, and shields. We knew about the rings and gloves. Shields, that's nice for any build that may or may not use this. Maybe a hint at the future, question mark? Various tuning to capstone dungeon encounters, okay. Spawning adjustments for monsters and monster packs. Various other minor updates and tweaks to sanctification and seasonal activities. Okay. Bug fixes. Activities. Oh, God, there's a lot of this. Fixed an issue where Duriel maggots spawned in Helltide, spawning... Yeah. Basically, the maggots experience boats were crazy. They fixed this. Yeah. Inappropriate leveled items being dropped fixed. Okay. Don't care about that one too much. Oh, okay. Bug fix where Belial, if he appeared after you killed Varshan, wouldn't drop items. Okay. Fixed an issue where the unavoidable blood orb explosions in the second phase of the Echo of Lilith's or Uber Lilith fight dealt more damage than intended. Good. Fixed an issue where having the objective to defeat the Blood Maiden was impossible due to Duriel replacing the Blood Maiden in Helltide. Yeah, that would do it. They've obviously changed that to defeat Duriel, right? Oh, dear. That's funny. That's such an oversight. Oh, this was the bug that was causing crazy damage on the PTR. Fixed an issue where monsters with the illusory affix could spawn monsters with the lifelink affix that could then be killed instantly. That's how I was getting the crazy like negative numbers. It wasn't my build, it was that. It was every build that encountered this, yeah. Hey, Killer KC, how you doing, man? Ironforge, speculation they are holding something back to be announced. Paladin class release with this patch. Could you imagine if they actually did that? What that would do to people regarding which game do I play? Like if people are on the fence between PoE2 and D4, they'd just throw another thing in there, wouldn't it? I imagine we'll get an expansion reveal. I would imagine we'll get an expansion reveal. You would die, yeah. But I guess we'll see on Thursday next week, right? Fixed an issue where some monsters could deal more damage than expected. That's a nice way of saying some were overpowered. Skills and equipment. Fixed an issue where the cost of enchanting an item at the occultist was not consistent for all two-handed weapons. Okay. the material cost for masterworking was displayed inaccurately. It would help if you know what you're spending. Yeah, it's just inconsistencies. Fixed an issue where items salvaged for far more materials than intended. Soul Brand Unique didn't give the correct amount of barrier. Theo Rune would reset its cooldown when swapping weapons, so that hack's been moved. I don't think many people use that, but I have seen that being used. Fixed an issue where attack speed could appear as an affix on a two-handed weapon through enchantment. I thought that was intended to, though. We had attack speed on two-handed weapons as an affix on a two-handed weapon through enchantment. I'm not sure how to take that one. Maybe it's only certain types of two-handed weapons that got attack speed, and maybe just because they added it to like staffs and quarterstaffs and stuff for Spiritborn, and say maybe other types of two-handed weapons weren't meant to have attack speed on them, and that's why. I don't know. Fix multiple instances of Paragon node bonus effects not being properly being granted. Okay, that's probably just a buff to whoever that affects. Items had incorrect values of elemental resistances. Okay, Barbarian. Strategic Rallying Cry didn't show the accurate amount of life gained. The Ugly Helm didn't give the correct fire resistance shown. Brash Note didn't give resistances as a bonus. Anything like that. We had Anti-Venom on Spiritborn that did the same here. Fixed an issue with the Old Room. Was not triggered by Ground Stomp. Fixed an issue where Ramaladni's Magnum Opus was active, even when the skill active wasn't using the weapon. That's probably going to break some people's builds. I reckon some people were probably snapshotting Ramaladni's and then just changing their weapon type. Fury cost for kick was incorrect. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Zoran. I'm not a barb expert, but I can see that being a snapshot, and I know people use this. So yeah, that's probably a big nerf to them if they were using it. They're starting at that time probably because of the Chinese servers, but we'll see, Calidus. We'll see, right? Druids fixed an issue where preserving Earthen Bulwark was granting the incorrect amount of Fortify. Okay. Ancestral Fortitude didn't increase non-physical resistance because it was scaling the old resistance values, and now it's probably been linked to the new ones because I think they created new database values for them. So that's probably just fixed there. And as I say, we got one of these on Spiritborn as well. Fixed an issue where the movement speed buff from the new boots that are coming to the Druid could be permanently granted when casting 2 defensive skills in a row. That'd be a bit broken, just running around at like the Flash, you know. The rest of that's all relative. It's just like indications and stuff. Fixed a Necromancer. Fixed an issue where golems were not properly smaller while in town. While using Grave Plumes, you just had gigantic golems. Fixed an issue where Rapid Ossification passive was not granting cooldown reduction for more than 100 essence at a time. Hey, Lucky Irish Lad. How's it going, man? They will make a lot of players in UK and EU unhappy. That start time. You're not wrong with that, Lucky Irish Lads. Obviously, it normally starts at, what, like 6, 7 p.m. our time? But to be fair, Lucky Irish Lad, the expansion was originally meant to release at midnight. And it ended up being 6 hours delayed. So this lucky numbnut here didn't get to start his 24-hour Vessel of Hatred blast till 6 in the morning. Yeah, it's starting at 4:30 in the morning. So guess which silly numbnut's probably going to be up at 4:30 in the morning. But yeah, you're not wrong. It'll be, what, 5:30 onwards for Europe. But yeah, it is pretty brutal for us. But they were right in what they said on the chat though, right? When it releases at 6 or 7 our time, people in Aussie and New Zealand are screwed. It's like stupid early hours in the morning for them. So no matter where they release in the world, it's going to screw someone. You know what I mean? They're starting 8:30 p.m. their time, probably because of announcements that's coming at the Game Awards, and they obviously want to wait for that before they finally drop the season. There's obviously a very good reason why. I'm sure it's going to be some marketing ploy. It just happens this time round we get screwed. So yeah, yeah. Cash store Grinch outfit. Well, yeah, maybe. We'll see, right? Yeah, Zoran, exactly, right? It'll be a hype start. Whatever they do, it'll be about building hype and linking it all together. Chinese servers are separate servers, yeah. It's the best. See, look, we've got someone in my other channel, like in my Twitch channel, who said it's going to be midday for them. It's going to be like the perfect time for them to start. So you see what I mean? It's like where it's really bad for us, it's good for someone else. Normally it's really bad for them and good for us. So it's not like they can't really win. It's a game that's supported worldwide, so they can't really win with the release time there. Yeah. Don't expect nothing. They like to hype. Well, we'll have to see, Lucky Irish. I mean, I'm very much expecting they're going to reveal the expansion that's coming next year at the Game Awards. That's what I'm expecting. I don't know anything, but that's what I'm expecting, yeah. Fixed an issue where the sacrificing defenders from your skeletal book for Necromancer was not providing the elemental resistances. Same problem as the other ones. It just wasn't linking to the new values. Paranormal Sever would have occasionally failed to apply Vulnerable and Fear. Fix an issue where the tempering affix for Dance of Knives to deal double damage could stack to deal incredibly high values. This was the bug on the PTR where the pants for the rogue were making it so Dance of Knives could just one-shot everything in the game with like minus negative gajillion damage. So yeah, we knew that fix was coming. Sorcerer fixed an issue where the teleport enchantment tooltip was showing the wrong cooldown, okay? Fixed an issue where the Oculus could randomly teleport the player while they are healing. Okay. Spiritborn. Yeah, this is the one I reported this immediately. Anti-Venom was not functioning because it wasn't applying it to the new resistance value. So that's good. Fixed an issue where the Jaguar main hall would not benefit from... Oh, that's a big buff. I thought that was working. Fixed an issue where the Jaguar main hall would not benefit from the aspects of unyielding hits. That's huge. It's a huge boost to the Jaguar main hall. My rushing claw Jaguar main hall build might be better there. We might find some Jaguar main hall builds still. Fixed an issue where Ravager would dash to targets uncontrollably when non-casted core skills. Yes, I reported this as well. I think I was the one who reported this. So the new boots, they auto cast core skills for you as you move around, and what it would do is it would auto cast, say, like Rake if you're using Jaguar primary hall, and then if you've got Ravager on with this, it would automatically teleport you onto them, and it'd just be it was rubbish. So yeah, invoked skills that are invoked and not cast, it won't do that for us. That's nice. Fixed an issue where the eagle, yes. Evade got nerfed, everybody. Just like I said it probably would. We did. Me and Woody did report this. I reported it was doing drastically larger amounts of damage, and then Woody actually figured out the math. I was sitting in his channel while we were talking about it. But basically, the Eagle primary Spirit Hall was changed, so it scaled the potency for Spirit Hall potency, like the Loyalty's Mantle and the Wusha Nukpa. They scaled the damage on the Storm Feathers. But way more than they should have been. And it seems like the damage was being increased far more, so they fixed it. Yeah, so I would expect Evade will now no longer by default be just the best Spiritborn build. It will be a good one. It'll be very good for leveling, but it won't just by default be the best. In fact, it may not be the best Spiritborn build. It's hard to tell how much that's going to go down by I can't remember the numbers. I think it was getting like 64 or 128x more damage or something. That's a lot anyway. Fixed an issue where Mystic Circle would be empowered by skills that were not cast. Doesn't matter because Mystic Circle's never going to get used. Fixed an issue where the Protector did not smash immediately upon landing. Okay. Fixed an issue where tempering an item would prevent selecting other items. Tempering an item would prevent selecting other items that could also apply. Okay. Fixed an issue where Undercity tributes weren't dropping as expected. That's what they said. Yeah, fixed the issue where some bosses were granting crazy XP. Torment can now be unlocked before level 60, as they said. And then various fixes. Okay. And I guess that's it. I mean, this is the full patch notes here, right? I am a little bit disappointed they didn't change these boots for the Spiritborn. Like, impairment reduction, I recommended a change to this. This is useless. It does nothing on any Spiritborn build. It is absolutely worthless. No build is going to use this. You just use counterattack and problem solved. Or you get unstoppable on your build. You're never, ever going to worry about this. Like, I don't understand this at all. And there's nothing in there to say that this now works with the Rod of Kepaleka. So these are worthless. I doubt we'll use this except for the core skill ranks. The auto-cast core skills, I didn't see any bug fixes in there for it. We reported it, but it didn't use the Rod of Kepaleka damage. So without that, you just can't... The only reason you would use these is for the core skill. Well, you may use this on a Ravager build just to get access to... on Russian Claw builds, just to get auto-cast rakes, which will give you cooldown reduction. I can sort of see what they're going for there, but it's not enough. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It gives you a lot of movement speed, though. I'm a little bit disappointed by that one. I've got to be honest. I'm very surprised. There's a very little amount of change from the PTR on the classes. We gave a lot of feedback on the classes. I am surprised, but we'll keep going down. Ember's gift source. Yeah, I mean, look, it's like literally no changes to Spiritborn whatsoever. That's not even what's up above. That's the old change. Yeah, all the tribute stuff. Fixed an issue where Jarune's teleport would teleport you in a random direction while using the Oculus. Okay. Da, 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 da. Yeah, they just changed the wording on that. Oh, we've already gone through all of this before. It's a patch notes from the PTR. Each enemy hit by teleport increases the damage. Yeah, that's what they had before. Alright, monster updates, elite affixes, shock lance, duration double, damage doubles. Okay, so shock lance was made worse. Walls now block player projectiles. Okay. Poison enchanted, radius increased. Increased duration. Electrified obelisk has been made more dangerous. Explosive damage is significantly increased. So when they said they've leveled out some of these, I think they've actually made a lot of them worse. People are going to have to build defenses. They're going to have a bad time if they go glass cannon here. Some of these affixes will do a lot of damage, I think. Flex that mug. Take a second. No worries, Heat Spark. Have a great time, man. Thank you so much for dropping by. I'll catch you soon. Marksman, thank you. How you doing, Marksman? You good? All right, this is the miscellaneous changes here. The pit can now be entered before level 60. The base pit tier unlocks is now tier 10. Okay. Elixirs and incenses have been updated. Yeah, I think this got reported by someone. Big armor increases. Fortitude potions got nerfed. From 10 down to 5 and 20 down to 10% life. That's pretty big. Max life was a real premium on the PTR. Song of the Mountains changed from flat armor to 10%. That's quite a nice buff for armor, but I don't know how much it'll get used. Rare tempering manuals now start dropping at level 30 instead of level 45, so you might reasonably get those a bit earlier. Characters that skip either campaign now unlock all non-stronghold waypoints. That's nice. All skill slots are now unlocked from level 1. Okay. Progression down the skill tree is now faster. Core skills get unlocked after spending 1 skill point. That's nice because you don't have to waste the points in some builds. And then the next skill group is unlocked after spending 2 skill points. So that's nice as well if you don't care about the core skills. E3 rewards for Chaos Rifts and Chaos Waves in Infernal Hordes have been increased. Okay. Interesting. Monsters now scale attack speed as difficulty goes up, in addition to movement speed. Okay. Tempering affixes now have greater variance now that you aren't limited to how many times you can retemper. Okay, I need to go back up and reread that. That's sounding like you don't have a cap on how much you can temper anymore. Resistances and armor values from affixes have been broadly adjusted to account for the introduction of toughness. Okay, that makes sense. I'm just going to go quickly up and read that tempering change again. One second. Where was it? Was there not a section? Oh, we go, tempering. Did I miss this? That made it sound like you won't have a limit to how much you can retemper. I don't know about that one. There was still a limit on the PTR. Like, you could still only do it 7 times. I'll have to see, I suppose. Gameplay bug fixes. Skeletal mages could fail to upgrade to archmages when using Hand of Naz. That's obviously a buff to that build. Execute effects could occasionally affect immune enemies. This is a nice one. This will be really good for Spiritborn. Fixed an issue where barrier granted by Temerity could be drained by health regeneration from a life per second affix. So yeah, that obviously will be good for any Temerity users, which is honestly a lot of Spiritborn builds this season coming. Okay. My take on these patch notes. I was expecting more class changes, I've got to be honest. But I think the game-specific changes, like to the features and stuff, they probably seem pretty good. Where's Spiritborn stuff again? Yeah, very little Spiritborn changes, actually. I don't think that's going to be enough. I'm going to have to math it. I'm going to have to work it out. That's nice. I like that one. I suppose that's nice. But that's kind of it. Like, there was literally... They didn't even change any of the paragons or anything that we asked for. Like, nothing. Yeah, that's... It's not enough. I don't really know why that's been nerfed, frankly. No one uses it anyway. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's like virtually no changes at all in there. But yeah, it's inevitable that the Eagle stuff was being brought down, so that will affect evade. The Jaguar main hall not benefiting from unyielding hits was nice. No changes to the Gorilla, even though we said it was probably not working properly. I'm disappointed that I can just see this new unique not being used for its actual purpose. It's just going to get used for the core skill ranks. And then that's it. Maybe. We can get it from Lords here, okay. Yeah, this makes me sad. You can't really make like just a random mobility skill build that auto casts and just destroys stuff. It didn't really work. Yeah, there's so many changes we recommended. Big sad. I'm just reminding myself what actually changed. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I can't actually tell how much that's going to bring down evade, but let's say 10 pit levels maybe. That's probably bringing it down 10 pit levels, which honestly brings it in line with all the other core skill builds. I would imagine that's bringing it down by 10 pit levels or so or more. Getting set to arc marksman, nice. Oh, you can just keep using reset scrolls. Okay, Shamgar, fine. That's what that means then. I couldn't see that in the patch notes. I was just trying to see if they verified that. They removed the limit. Yeah, okay, that'd be nice. I imagine it'll require the scrolls because otherwise you just sit there and keep going and going and going until you get your crit, right? You would literally just do. There'd be. You wouldn't even. You might as well just allow us to just insta crit on there if you just had unlimited rolls with no resource attachment to it. So it's probably going to have on it temporary things. But yeah, so I'm gonna make a note on evade here. I need to. Okay, what we'll do. I kind of need to put a new section in here. I don't know what the sanctification affixes are. So I can't really get a gauge on what I think the sanctification is going to do. It was so ridiculously RNG to get all that stuff in the PTR. It was like unreasonable to expect me to test it all. Oh, balls. What have I done there? Bum. Yeah, let's copy all that stuff in there. I'm going to say it's probably like more around there. Nothing else was really changed. To be honest, I mean, maybe some of the Jaguar builds will come up a little bit. So like Rake might come up a tiny bit. Potent is more usable now. I'll make it easy to get this. Rushing Claw, I don't know. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know. I did try it. I don't know if it'll be enough. Eagle primary hull being brought down. Damage bug fixed. -10 to -15 pit levels, maybe. I would expect it's going to be at least that much in the high end. $11:30 p.m. Pacific time. What do you mean, Daft Ballistic? For the season release, I thought they said it was 8:30. I assumed it was 8:30 Pacific when they were going to release. Yeah, other than that, honestly, I mean, that's not a direct boost. I mean, that might make that build at least somewhat viable. This is nice, but that's not going to drastically increase the pit level thing. It's just going to allow you a little bit of freedom so you don't have to put life on hit on the build, as long as you've got veracity on the build. Up to 3 of the closest enemies to you. So this will be rubbish. This won't be useful at clearance, but it'll be better on like small confined groups. Yeah, there's nothing else in here. It's going to suddenly make... The only thing that might giga buff Spiritborns here really is the use of the Melted Heart and the uncapped boosts. But the problem is you'd have to use it on a Rod of Kepaleka build where you spend all your resource. And that would make you really susceptible to dying while you're attacking. But it's that plus the midday hump ring is a way, probably the only way to get significantly above 500 resource, I'd say, on Spiritborn. To get significantly above it. So that you could then, I mean, something like Payback, for example, you would need to get a Melted Heart with, if you could, the Bristling Vengeance aspects on it, probably. Just thinking about it. The Rod of Kep just gives so much damage. They didn't even change the Nessicum. I was really hoping they would. The Nessicum's still dead. It's just absolutely dead. The Rod of Kep's just too much damage. Guaranteed crits. It solves crit for you. Gives you massive resource damage scaling. You take that off and it removes the benefit of the resource scaling anyway. So yeah, you'd need a Melted Heart with Bristling Vengeance on it, and then that way you get your triple, because with Payback you get 3 different resource damage scalers. One baked into it, one on the Rod of Kep and one on Rod of Kep. One baked into it, and adaptability. The adaptability aspects which you can have on like your... Or you have a Rod of Kepaleka with Bristling Vengeance baked into it. And then you get a Melted Heart with adaptability baked into it. But you still have the problem of being really susceptible. I mean, that could make the builds go mental. If you want to go full glass cannon, maybe. Frozen Orb builds are dead on arrival again, Shadow. What specifically makes you say that? Just out of interest. Frost builds did get an aspect that's now useful to him, so that's kind of nice. Hey, Rage Bro, how's it going, dude? Yeah, there's not a lot of change in there otherwise, to be honest. Not Spiritborn anyway. I don't think. Just thinking, like, generic I mean, this will bring this buff in the masterworking is pretty significant, and like all of these were based without sanctification, right? Sanctification will give us power regardless of how small or big it is. Some will be bigger than others, so I'm inclined to say that Evade's actually going to be more near 85. I mean, pretty certain that's a really big nerf to Evade. It's hard. I don't know how much that's going to reduce the damage by off the top of my head. What we found was the Loyalty's Mantle was double applying, and then the Wushan Up Par was double applying. So you were getting really drastically larger amounts of health, so... They did say, yeah. I think they did say the pit scaling was going down as well. Is there anything in here about pit scaling? Oops. Why's that gone? Oh, I see. No, there's nothing about pit scaling changed. Monsters in the open world no longer scale with the... I thought they said they were going to reduce the pit scaling. Honestly. But it doesn't actually specify that here. So I'm going to just go based on this, because I don't know if they have reduced the scaling. It does look to me like Barb's got the biggest win. I was expecting bigger changes for Rogue there, I've got to be honest. Barb's got the biggest win just because of all their Paragon nodes getting brought up. But then I suppose in conjunction, they also got massive nerf to a couple of things, didn't they? Like all of their, obviously, the melted spark changes. They did, Barbs and Rogues did get core stat buffs, which the other classes didn't. So like Barbarian now gets more from strength and Rogue gets more from their dex. But they got a pretty significant nerf from the melted heart being brought down. Yeah. Druid's got some nice buffs, to be honest, actually. Pretty big nerf to Grizzly Rage. Pretty thin in general, actually, on the Rogue. I was expecting a lot more than this. This is probably the best generic thing. Generically scales the damage on all builds. I will be interested to hear what other people think in the build community on this stuff. Actually. No worries, Shamgar. Thanks, man. Hey, Zareth, how you doing? Must not have given enough feedback. I can assure you we did. Oh, I was expecting more changes on the class side of things. I'm going to be honest. Like, that really is thin for Spiritborn. I was expecting a lot more than that. I gave a lot of feedback. Yeah. I get like half the stuff I feed back is based on what I think and what I assume, and I don't always know the wider picture, but yeah. Use Evade for mobility and have damage scale of a vulnerable and crit. Yeah, no, Evade will still be viable. But the Storm Feathers were the main damage for Evade, right? And they were scaling into, like, literally, I reported it. My tooltip was going into the hundreds of millions. Yeah, like it was going into the hundreds of millions as the base number, sometimes into the billions. And then it was just getting scaled upwards. So no wonder Evade was doing so much damage. My Rake Evade can lose barrier and then life goes down and quickly die if I don't react. Can you give me some general... My Rake Evade can lose barrier and then life goes down and quickly die if I don't react. What? Do you mean when you stand still, Dimars? Where's your barrier gen coming from, Dimars? Depends where your barrier gen's coming from. My guess is you're going to be getting it from... you're probably not using the Q rune. You might have a point in Auspicious, but that won't keep you alive. You won't be using the Temerity. So you're probably relying on the Peacemongers being able to spam your gorilla and stand in a circle generates you a nice amount of barrier. I guess that's probably what you're relying on to keep it stacking up. Yeah, I can boot up the game and have a look at your gear. Yeah, if you can keep counterattack up permanently, that will at least make it so you can avoid the majority of the attacks coming to you just 100% of the time. There are certain attacks that can bypass it, though. Right, actually, I'm going to be back in 1 minute, guys. I'm just going to go and use the restroom again. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Got myself some caffeine as well. Definitely feeling the effects of being up until 7 o'clock this morning today. Okay, Demar's, let's have a quick look at your gear, see if we can help you out here. Yeah, I'll join up, Demars. Let me have a look. You don't... oh, you're doing the unyielding setup. Okay. Let's have a look quickly. Okay, I mean... You are using a glass cannon build here. To be honest, like proper glass cannon. It's why I run Harlequin's Crest most of the time. Because that allows me that damage reduction that you're lacking. So yeah, you will be squishy as hell. You do more damage with the Fist of Fate. But you'll for sure be squishier. Because you're like lacking. What's your max life by what's your max life? Because that's probably your problem here. You've got very low max life, right, as well. You get no max life on there, none there, none there, none there, none there. You've not got GA there. Obviously, no max life here. No max life on your ring. Max life on that. You've got your max life is going to be giga low. That's probably why. 15,000. That's more than I thought you'd have, to be honest. Oh, I suppose because you've got Brawling on. Yeah, okay. It doubles your HP, doesn't it? That kind of makes sense. I think I go up to... When I buff myself, I go up to like 27,000 or something. My guess is you'd go to about 20, 21 or something like that. Yeah... Your only source of barrier gen here is either Auspicious, which is not really reliable. I've got 1 point in Auspicious, so you've got some generation outside of combat. And then after that, you don't really have any other forms of barrier gen except Protector, right? That generates your barrier. Yeah. It's one reason I use adaptive stances as well, I suppose. Oh, well, I suppose... No, actually, no, it's irrelevant. If it was a gorilla build, it'd be better. Yeah, I mean, that's just your problem, right? You got it on the Paragon also? What have you got on the Paragon, sorry? Do you mean Viscous Shield? Barrier? You don't have any barrier. Oh, yeah, no, you've got Viscous Shield for barrier generation, but that doesn't generate you barrier. That increases the amount of barrier you generate from a source of barrier generation. So if you don't have a source of barrier generation to start with, that does nothing for you, right? I don't actually use that board because unless you can keep your barrier at 100% all the time, you don't get your 66x all the time. So I went with sapping 60x, convergence 60x, revealing 60 against crowd control, and then drive because we're evading for another 60. So it's slightly less than your maximum from Viscous Shield, but unless you can keep your barrier 100%, Viscous Shield isn't actually better for you. Yeah, but that's how much extra barrier. So if you generate 100 barrier from something, that will give you 112, right? It doesn't mean you generate barrier for free, like from all sources. It just increases how much you get from a source. But your barrier is also generated on your max life. So the more max life you've got, the stronger your barrier. And honestly, you're lacking damage reduction as well, I'd say. I mean, obviously, if you can keep your resolve up at 8 stacks, you can take perseverance if you haven't already this year, and that'll give you another 12. That on top of your Harmony of Evil Waka will give you at least 20% damage reduction after diminishing returns. Yeah, give or take. Hey, Briscoe, I'm good, man. I'm good. How you doing? Campfire was good. Not as much class change as I was expecting. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting, I guess. It's the first time I've been part of the PTR where I can give direct feedback and see how much is given. So I don't know what I was expecting. But I got a couple of nice changes to Spiritborn. One expected nerf, which I'm actually happy for. Some people will hate that evade nerf, but I'm glad for it. Because it won't just... Evade would have just been the top Spiritborn build by default. Otherwise, like nothing... Even with Sanctifications was going to come close. Evade probably shouldn't by default be your top endgame push build. It should just be a speed farm build that if you... Maybe you can make it the best build. But it shouldn't by default be the best build. I don't think. Any big surprises? Nah, just there's some game like features that are being, generally speaking, the power's been brought back to masterworking a bit and tempering and stuff. I think the biggest surprise I got was the barrier reductions on Sorks. I mean, that's a double sting to Sorks. I've got to go. I can't wait to see the YouTube videos of people and the X posts of people going Sork dead or something like this. I'm sure Sorks will be fine. But, yeah. Hey, Lower, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Bittersweet, Lower, Prophet, all these people I already know. Nerdy Dudes, Indie Yoga, first time chatter, welcome in. After Rain, how's it going, guys? How's it going? Let me get you a shout out here, Lower. How's your stream, dudes? Hey, Indy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How's your stream, Lower? Did you catch the campfire, did you? Wrong. Let's not do that one. Let's do shout out. There we go. There we go. Nice. Guys, if you have not checked out Lower before, go click that sexy, sexy man and go click his name. Go give him the love. He knows all of the things about lore in D4, like all of it. So if you want to know anything about anything in D4 lore, here's your guy. Go do it. Also, Zaki boy. We got another Zach in the house. Hey, nice. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Welcome in, welcome in. That doesn't sound like how people would react on the internet, Briscoe. What, do you mean you expect people to walk up and go, oh, hello. Did you hear about those teleport nerfs? Well, that's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Should we get a cup of tea? Is that what you're expecting, Briscoe? The British people to be polite about it. Algarain's just headbanging away. Look at him go. Look at him go. The Lycander, maybe one day will be useful. Do you know what? If they made the Lycander a mythic you could drop, you could actually reasonably drop during leveling, it would get used. But, yeah. The one and only thing it had going for it was the only source of percentage resource gain. And that got brought down. This is Sparta! Indeed. You can still get that to 50% resource gain, though. Once you've masterworked it, if you get the GA and the critical hit, it will still go above 50% resource on lucky hit, which is way higher than anything else in the game. If you get that, and then you get 100% resource generation, boom, it will give you 100%. So that plus a melted heart, plus a crit and a masterwork on your resource gen, and boom, that's 100% resource on lucky hit. It just isn't get the item and get the GA and you've got 100%, right? So I don't think the nerf's actually as bad as you think. Like, if people make an intentional build and somehow don't need a weapon or an offhand, maybe it could be used. But yeah, I can't see it being like a giga, like, used weapon. Yeah, Profit Gaming. How's it going, man? And exactly with that proper English accent too. Fair enough, Briscoe. We obviously live in different parts of the world. Have to switch to Akuna's chat. Oh, really? I don't know. I actually, I might be missing something. I haven't. Is Makuna live? Actually, was he live? I would expect it. I didn't see him live earlier. Oh, he is. Yeah. I'll be interested to see what his take will be. I'm sure I'll get the lowdown at some point. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Obviously, he'll know more about the Sork stuff than me. My initial taking was barrier regen means squishier. Someone said bull Sork OP. Like, I didn't see that. I just didn't see that. Like, I can't remember who it was that said it, because you said it during the Campfire chat, and I didn't actually... I was sort of half paying attention. I don't actually understand... Like, this is a really nice weapon. I quite like that they're bringing in a new style of play. No defensive skill, get all of the benefits from the encharts, get giga damage, right? That's going to be pretty much the way to play a Sork build this season, right? That probably gives you more damage than anything else. Apart from maybe Hydra? I don't know. We'll see. There is going to be a perma-teleport build where you can... I think, well, last I heard, Crackling Energy was up there as one of the best Sork builds, and it probably looks like it might still be. Maybe. But, like I say, I've really not put a lot of thought into Sork here. Most of the changes were just around the teleport stuff, really. This is a nice resistance change here. But yeah, this is big, right? I mean... I can't remember what energy focus is, but maximum barrier reduction, protection, that's huge. Because that's now 15% of max health, not 30 every time you cast a skill. So you're going to have to spam your skills twice as quickly or twice as much to gain just the same amount of barrier. They might just swap to using Temerity. Temerity is a god tier item in this season coming. I'm using it on almost every Spiritborn build. The second I saw it had armor on it, and I was like, and all the changes and stuff, I was like, yeah, this is probably going to get used. All the damage options apart from Tibbies was removed from the pants, sort of thing. And honestly, I tried using the Tibbies on Spiritborn. You were just squishy as hell. Like, all the incoming damage from stuff has been generally ramped up in the end game. You are going to have a bad time if you go Glass Cannon, probably. Harsh and hardcore? Most probably, yeah. Unless you get a melted heart. But you won't have mana shield by default. So I suppose Sork hardcore won't be easy mode next season like it was this season. Giggity. The Immortal Lycander exploit build? It will be, Shadow. I just told you how. Stick the Lycander on. Get the GA. Because before, you would have only needed a Lycander. And then you would have needed to masterwork it, get the capstone, keep going until you capstone it. Boom. That would have been GA 100%. So you get on and you just get really high lucky hit and a really high lucky hit activator. And then you just 100%, you just lucky hit, gain your resource back all the time. And that with the melted heart would make you indestructible, pretty much. Where your damage goes to your max resource, and now that the damage, and now that you get less max resource, but it consumes more damage, yeah, it's still do the same thing. Now they've reduced it from 66% base to 22%. But think about it, right? 22% base. So we can do the math here. I can show you it's still possible. It just requires a tiny bit more investment, but it's still possible. So before, you'd have 66 times 1.5. Boom, 99. You're pretty much there, right? Now you're going to have 22 times 1.25 because you get 25% from your base masterworks. So that's 27.5. You're then going to get your masterwork, which I would presume would be... so we've gained 22 point... So we're gained 5.5 here, have we? 22? Yeah, we're gained 5.5. So you're going to gain 22 times 1.5. I'm assuming it's additive, not multiplicative or multiplicative. I could be wrong. But we'll do worst case scenario because then it means it can only get better, right? So 22 times 1.5 equals 33. So you're getting 11 from that. If you capstone it, you also get 50%. So that would be 33 as well. So that's 11 plus 5.5. So that's 27.5. So you can do 27.5 plus 22 equals 49.5, right? So at this point, all you need is 105% resource generation, which with the melted heart or Selig, that gives you 50 by default, right? 50 by default plus 20%, 25% for your masterworks, you're up 12.5. Like, we need about 105. Let's say 110 to be safe here. So you get 12.5 from this. You get 50 from your masterwork. So that'll be 50 times 1.5. So that's 75, right? You get 2 times that if you capstone it. So that's another 50. So you're up 62.5. So then you're up to 112.5 resource gen on just your melt. Oh, on just your. Yeah, it'll be 50 plus 62.5, right? 112.5 on your melted heart. There you go. Problem solved. 100% lucky resource on lucky hit. So as long as you've got Fist of Fate on and you stack lucky hit and you get a really high lucky hit stat skill like Blood Lance or something that's like 50% by default, you only need 100% lucky hit chance, and then you get, and then there you go. You'll literally be indestructible. So it's still possible. Just did the math for you. I mean, that's just off the top of my head. I think some people surprisingly will play that telly build, but I don't know how good it'll be. Makuna had a solution for permanent teleport, but involved 3 different skill casts. Do you know how? Oh, God, did he really? I mean, there probably is. Yeah, there probably is a solution for it, but if it requires 3 different skill casts, that sounds like a really bad playstyle to me. But for me personally, that would not be the one. But, I mean, in terms of if it allowed you to do it, then that's awesome. I always said in the after the PTR that someone will figure out how to do it. They'll make it harder. Someone else will figure out how to do it. Makuna and his friends and the that he creates builds with and throws ideas around with. They're obviously very good at this stuff. Oh no, he's doing maths with metric damage units again. Always, Fania, always. You think you might be doing naughty things? What, you mean indestructible things? Well, the thing is, you've got to work out how to damage scale at this point, haven't you? But the Lycander does give you crazy movement. It solves movement speed, resistance, lucky. It solves resource and all sorts. Metric math, yeah. When is the start date for Season 11? It's next Thursday, Joe. I knew last week, but I wasn't allowed to say. I was NDA'd. I didn't know a start time, though. They said they're going to start rolling out at 8:30 p.m., I presume Pacific time. So that's going to be... one of the reasons they're choosing that time is probably because they're releasing the Chinese servers, and they're ahead of me, right? They'll be ahead of me. So where it's going to be like 4 o'clock in the morning for me, it'll be like midday. It'll be in the afternoon for the most Asian locations. That's probably one of the reasons they're doing it this time round, to be honest. That math broke your brain. That was simple math, Briscoe. What are you talking about? Did I miss it, Vegeta? Yeah, the patch notes are a bit disappointing, if I'm being honest. There's a few nice things. I was expecting more class changes, but there's some nice buffs. I mean, Barb's got some nice buffs, so Barb's will probably be half decent this season. I mean, to be honest, the only thing that got nerfed on Spiritborn was what I suspected, which is Evade. And that, I'm probably being generous here, but it probably brings Evade more down to like 85, 85. It's a pretty significant damage boost. I'm not really sure what numbers we'll end up with. I said minus 10 to 15 pit levels, but I've put it in line with the other core skill builds, which probably brings Crushing Hand and Payback up as the top builds without Sanctifications. These have got the room to go Giga with Sanctifications, to be honest. It depends what the Sanctification affixes are, and we do not have those. So that's a problem. We legit just don't have the Sanctification affixes. So And they said they added some new ones. So we're going to have to wait for those, probably. So, yeah. How bad did Necro get hit? Mainly Necro's alright, to be honest. The main barrier generation aspect, the Storm one, that was massively nerfed. That was the main thing, really. Blood build's got a bit of a buff from the overpower reduced timer there. Yeah, the barrier reduced from 8% max to 3 is pretty big. But otherwise, it just got buffs, to be honest. Blood Lance got a buff on Mutilator Plate. The Blood build's got a bit of a buff. I don't think it's going to be enough to make it Giga, but it'll make them... That plus Rathmans will make them a little bit better. Yeah, honestly, that's the only thing. Like, look, it's really thin. Look, that's it. That's all that got changed from the PTR. Obviously, there was a lot of changes before the PTR. But since the PTR, if you played it, there wasn't a lot of change. That was the thing I was interested in, really. Specifically for a couple of classes. Like, Sork got a bunch of changes. The biggest one for me on Spiritborn is this is actually something I specifically requested. I don't think anyone else did. I requested Fueled to be changed from life on kill to life on hit. They still left... It's still conditional on ferocity, but that's okay. But it means we have got a way, at least on some builds, of getting life on hit in the passive tree. You can put 1 point in there and you get life on hit, which means you don't have to put an affix on your stats, on your gear somewhere. So that's quite nice. A lot of builds will benefit from that. I'll need to go through and change that when we can. A lot of builds here will gain a lot of power as well, just from the extra 25% stats that you'll get from the quality masterworking, honestly. I mean, you do that across all your gear and suddenly you get quite a lot more power, right, than what we had in the PTR. And then the stacking GA with the stacking capstone, that's pretty significant as well. I was saying, basically, if you stack a GA in the capstone and this, worst case scenario, it will be as good as what it was with a triple crit, which is something when I gave feedback form, one of the things I said you could do is make it so that the capstone makes it the equivalent of what a triple hit was before. So you could still get your key big stats that you need for certain builds to really function properly. What they've done here in a roundabout way is achieve something similar to that. Where you're going to need some investment and a bit of luck. And you could just keep... You need the GA and then you just keep re-rolling. You get the one you want. Yeah, I don't think we have got the sanctification list here. It just says additional legendary powers have been added. We don't know which ones. Fortify is another source of health regen now. It doesn't do damage reduction as such. You couldn't even do 6+6 right now, Briscoe. Why? Are you high as a kite? For your Spiritborn to solve the barrier issue... What runes are you using, Demars? I forgot to look. Are you still in my party? Oh, you are. Here, let me have a look. 1 second. Whoa. Okay, no, I see your problem. Your build is relying on the Q rune, which is where your barrier generates from, right? Why have you got Pox Zek up here? You surely don't need to reduce your ultimate cooldowns with the Zek rune at this point. You've got a double and protector there, and you've got the ultimate cooldown there. Sure, you don't need that, do you? Look like Trent Reznor. Yeah, it does a bit, doesn't it? That was the StarCraft one, isn't it? Drive won't give you any barrier gen. That'll just guarantee you, if you haven't got... If you're not staying at 100% barrier all the time, Drive is better. But you do lose that barrier gen stuff inside it. And on this version of the game, you've got damage reduction while barriered, which is kind of nice. But your main source of barrier gen here is your Q rune, which is linked to... You need to do 4 evades to activate it. But it only lasts for 3 seconds. Honestly, through the immediate. Pock. You get 100 every time. You're still going to have to activate that 3 times. Activate that 3 times. Activate that 4 times. Evades. Okay, do this. Try this, Dimars. Try swapping around your Zek and Q runes. Because if you put your Q rune up here, this will be contingent on you spending your resource. In theory, you should, if you're getting 100% of your resource back every time, I mean, it may or may not be better. The problem here is your main barrier gen is reliant on you evading 4 times, so you cannot stop evading. If you do, you're going to get squashed. If your barrier's dying too fast, you're either not evading 4 times in 3 seconds, which you probably are struggling to do, to be honest. It's one of the reasons I didn't go with the Q rune. You know, honestly, this is one of the reasons I used the Harlequin's Crest. It made you tankier. What's your armor resistances like? Oh, no, your armor's good. What's your resistances like? It just sounds to me like you're too squishy. You're taking too much damage, so your max life's too low, your resistance is too low or something. I don't know. You're only going to generate barrier so fast if you've got it on the Sem rune. You need to do 4 evades within 3 seconds to keep that up 100% of the time. Otherwise, your barrier goes down, right? That's what it's tied to. Remember cheesing board for Quill? Oh, yeah, for the Viscous Shield with max life. Yeah, yeah. Show Druid Vegeta. Druid actually got some nice buffs, to be honest. There were some nerfs as well. So Grizzly Rage, what they've done is they've reduced the cooldown naturally. They've made it so the 5th rank doesn't give you armor anymore. It reduces the cooldown by another 10 seconds. So you can get this to 25 seconds by default. And then they've increased the duration by 20% naturally, but the damage reduction was increased. So Grizzly Rage is still nice. I don't think you can keep this up 100% of the time, but you can certainly get the cooldown a lot lower. But they have now changed Rampaging Werebeast, so this no longer increases the duration of Grizzly Rage anymore. So that's a nerf in the duration, because you could get 10 seconds here, now you only get 2. But the Rampaging Werebeast now only gives 120x damage, not 200. So that was just, but it's generic now. So that was just generally nerfed. Rabid Bear was now made so it's not linked to Grizzly Rage. So you can use that off. You can use that on like wolf. You could probably use that on a wolf build with Lacerate or something with poison, something like this. So that's really nice. I could see maybe some poison wolf builds coming out there. A nice, yeah, they've changed the condition behind Earth and Devastation, so that's just better. Your Earth skills now just deal 70x damage. And a bit of a buff to Constricting Tendrils, but that's about it, really. Yeah, you might be in a world where you can reduce Grizzly Rage. If that's down 25 seconds by base, and then you get 70, let's say you get like 60% cooldown, you'll bring that down to a 10-second cooldown. So now your Grizzly Rage is getting closer. %52%. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is that build you're playing is Glass Cannon AF. You really need to spam evade like no tomorrow. It's honestly why I stuck to the Harlequins. It's a much nicer playstyle in general. Yeah, no worries, Briscoe. I was only jesting. Yeah. You know, I mean that's why I used the Harlequins. It wouldn't be so easy for you to swap that on because you've got your one of your key items up here. If I was going to use a Fist of Fate, I'd put it in the helm, but it does make me way squishier. Yeah. Obviously, that grants a really nice chunk of life as well. I I suppose I am also using Gorilla Primary Hall. What Spirit Halls are you using? The Gorilla Primary Hall means I generate barrier every time I hit. So that is another way I'm generating barrier. This helps with tankiness, at least while I'm farming. Yeah, what Spirit Halls are you using? Yeah, just flip them round. Flip them round. I suppose you won't have the ability to make enemies vulnerable without the eagle, right? I've got lucky vulnerable here on my ring. That would make you tankier. They go for eagle gorilla because it allows you to make them more vulnerable more often, which means you can then stick with vital strikes more. That's why. Allowing them to do their damage there. That's why I don't use vital strikes, because I don't have the eagle up here. But you're so squishy on that version of the build. That is left out of the build guides, to be honest. It may be the number one that's cleared the pit, but it's squishy AF. So it's kind of like, that's the trade-off. It's typically what happens. The higher you go in this endgame content, the more quality of life and tankiness you're stripping to try and go down to the bare minimum to achieve that one run that beats everyone else, I suppose. That's just generally what happens, right? So, I mean, that's all I can suggest, but it would require you to get lucky vulnerable somewhere, probably. Like on your ring or something. Right, well. Yeah, try those, see how they work out. I wonder how many people have had the same problem. I don't know. Interesting. Oh, I've still got a guide to do. I don't know if I've got it in my brain to do it today. I need to do it today. I can just not touch my other guides for now that I did yesterday. Because the website's not going to update till tomorrow anyway with any new stuff. I haven't got the brain power for all this today. I do have one more I need to update. I tell you what I will do. I need to tag the other guides I'm going to support with Season 11 today. So that when the update goes live tomorrow, I get all those updates. So I might just tag this for Season 11 now. And what I'm going to do... Let me just grab the tag from the bottom here. I'm going to... Yeah, we just leave that there. I can... Probably won't update these tonight. I'm quite tired, I'm going to be honest. It's going to require a little bit of work, and I haven't got the brain power to do it right today, I don't think. But I will do this 3rd of December. I'm just going to put this here, and then I'm going to put... tagged for Season 11. Work in progress. Let's just do that. So it's obvious it's being worked on. Some people might get confused because it hasn't actually changed. If I get to this later, we'll see. But for now, I just want to tag those. The other class leveling guys, just tag them so that they get the benefits of the update tomorrow. And I'll get back to these when I can. Do you know what I've done? Do I keep V in those? I do, okay. Oh, do you know what I've done? Do. There you go. You have a pole arm, got a 30% chance to make Volarm through focal point, but might be... It will certainly be too low for Vital Strikes. Again, that's why I don't use Vital Strikes. I use Adaptive Stances. You probably don't get quite as much damage maximum because you don't get 100% replica on your core stats. It's not a new multiplier that's 100%. So you're probably gaining like 80% extra damage from your core stat increase. While Vital Strikes gives you 100. But the Vital Strikes requires the enemies to be vulnerable on every hit if you're going to get that. Otherwise, your 100% starts going down because it's not always applying. And that's why they swapped to using the Eagle Primary. Because then that means every attack you'd fire out your Storm Feathers, it make them vulnerable, etc. But like I say, it's like an ultra giga min-max build, and they really should emphasize that more than they do, if I'm being honest, but they don't. Most of the time. So probably you'll find a lot of people have ended up in the same situation as you. Found that they're just ultra squishy after a certain point, unless they've got the right gear and... or stuff like that. Alright, let's leave those Season 11 there. Cool. So that at least means that they're in a situation where they'll get the website updates, and then I'll be able to once those website updates go live, I can update those guides. I've got a Stinger build though. I left this one last night because this one's probably going to take longer than 10-15 minutes because it's going to require some copy pasting. I actually put the one live that I was working on. But that's purely so that the website could use it to fix it or try and fix a bug, I think. Where is it? Yeah, where is it? What? Oh, it's down there, yeah. Well, that's bright. Holy cow. I mean, I've got to do this today. Got to do it today. So I suppose we just dig in, try and get this converted over. I'll probably be wise to get a couple of these open. Crushing Hands, Rake, yeah. Quill Volley, maybe. I think, well, I went straight to sleep after stream this morning when I finished at 7. I slept all the way through till 4:30, well, near enough. Make sure I hydrate, Zareth. Cheers, man. Cheers. My brain is definitely not working at full capacity tonight, that's for sure. I won't be staying up mega late tonight, I don't think. We'll see. You're back, you Elliot. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, I've got to get this one guy converted over. It's the only one left using this one here. So I'm going to do this. And at least that's all the Spiritborn builds I had copied over, so they'll benefit from all the Season 11 changes. I had a system down, so let's just get on with it. Hopefully this won't take me as long as I think. I don't think I've got enough brain power to do the others. We'll see how we get on. Okay, let's put that there. That. I think that link will need changing. I think I'm most disappointed that those unique boots didn't get changed. That impairment reduction affix really made me sad. I suggested they change it to Swift. That's one of the reasons it's not going to work. For the Rushing Claw build, they didn't understand. I'd really love to have been a fly on the wall as to who actually designed that, to how they want it to be played. What Swift does is when, based on how far you move, it will reduce the cooldown of your mobility skills. So it would help reduce the cooldown of your Rushing Claw. But if you use those boots, you can't have Swift on your legendary boots. You will now be able to get more ranks of Swift. So that means every time you Rushing Claw, you'll get charges back. But you still, the problem is, you still can't get your 12. I guess you get 5 seconds reduced there. If you're using the Lords' man, I'm going to try and make a Rushing Claw. I need to go, I've got a planner for it. We'll get a Rushing Claw build up. I'll do it afterwards. We'll write it from scratch. It's the only thing that's really changed. I was hoping for bigger Rushing Claw changes. I want Rushing Claw to be a sick build. I'm going to have to do the math. I'm going to have to see what I did before. If you use Lord's Mantle, that gives you 60% cooldown straight up. You can now roll cooldown in other sources. So I think you can get the cooldown of your Rushing Claw down to a point where it's like... And then Poised reduces the cooldown of Rushing Claw by 5 seconds. So that brings it down to 8 seconds. If that stacks with the Lord's Mantle, that brings it down to 3 seconds. Interesting. 3 seconds per 4 charges. So now you just need enough Swift so you can get 9 seconds of cooldown on your mobility every time you use Rushing Claw. And the further you reduce that, we might be able to do it. That might make a bigger change than I thought, as long as it's not diminished returns. All right, let's do this guy first. I have to get this one done today. Maybe there will be a Rushing Claw build. I don't know how much damage it'll do, but maybe there will be one. Zareth, yeah, do you mind if I get back to you on that, like, at the weekend? Because I'm quite tired tonight, so I'm pretty tunnel visioned on this stuff. I doubt I'm going to get time after stream to look through. I'll be too tired. I reckon I'll just go pass out. Tomorrow, maybe I'll get a chance to look at... No, I doubt I'll get a chance to look at it tomorrow because the updates of this website are happening. So then I've got to go through God knows how many guides. Friday, I'm out in London all day for my old work party. So it'll likely be weekend. Is that okay? I've got it pinned in my Discord. Instead of Zan, you could use 20% max life. You could do that. That would make you tankier. Yeah, that would certainly make... That means every source of barrier gen that's percentage-based becomes more valuable to you. Yeah, cool. I will do, Zareth. Just keep reminding me. I'm just sort of giving you an expectation of when to think I might actually... That's why I like your guides. Everything is spelled out. My potato brain can comprehend it. I appreciate it. I mean, if my guides do something and it's not clear or not useful, I'd actually really rather you guys tell me, because then I would like to try and... I always think about formatting and is this useful to an average player, not like just to someone who blasts the game all day, every day, understands the game. Like, if I was a brand new player, would I be able to read this and even remotely comprehend it? I don't always get that right, but I do try. So yeah, I appreciate that. At the end of the day, I don't spend all the time I'm doing this just for vanity's sake. I am actually doing it because I quite enjoy making the guides and the builds, as much work as it is. But I also want them to be useful to people. Like if I can help someone maybe explore a new build that they've never thought about, or just enjoy the game a bit better as a result of one of the guides, then that to me is a win, you know? Season 11. Item reliant. Off better, almost certainly. This will be okay at Infernal Hordes, probably, actually. Yeah, probably stick with that. They are bad, and you should feel bad. Well, never heard of you. At least someone's honest. When I play Arc Raiders, if you've never heard of you better watch your dungeon pocket. My gun might just find itself pointing itself there a few times. And then that trigger might just accidentally slip and get pulled. Get Mania's like, ooh, let me get the camera. Let me get the camera. We'll explore my builds more. Nice. Oh, I've published them all, Meek. Although they're only updated as much as the website allows. You'll have to wait until... I think we're getting some updates tomorrow, and then the others are coming maybe at the weekend. So I'm going to be working on these. I've got at least 2 more goes over these builds until they're done, I think, before the season releases. And then I'll have to update them after the season goes live as well. Hey, Fuserall, how's it going, dude? Oh, dear. Right, what did I do with skills? That's right, we use Hunter, Stinger, usual setup. Same for all versions? Yeah. I can actually do this one nice and slow at my simple brain speed today. Because I had so many to do yesterday. I was like wired on caffeine. Like, I've got 15 guides, go, 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 go. Today it's like, just got 1, it'll be fine. You died on high hardcore. Oh, no. What, on a Hydra build or a different build? It's going to be steamy. You know it, Never. You know it. Slow for a few XP. Or do you mean you're now running Hydra? Was it the same Spirit Halls across the board? Yeah. Oops. All I know is next Thursday, I'm going to need to pre-sleep before the Game Awards. And then I'm going to need all of the caffeine and sugar. All of it. To get through that initial release. Oh, you died with lightning. Yeah, lightning's one of the harshest hitting elements, I'd say, in the game. Oh, that sucks. How far did you get before they collapse you? Yeah, it's never fun. I think, honestly... And I like this. I shouldn't like it, but I do. I think a lot more people, not a lot of people, but a lot more people will die in hardcore next season. Like, even if they might have toned down the damage in the early stages, which is probably a good thing, but it did sound like the later stages, the stuff hasn't really been changed. Some of the affixes have been made more dangerous by the looks of it. So I think higher torments will get people in hardcore. I was looking good. Which game got my vote? Expedition. And I will likely try and play Expedition 33 on stream fully through at some point. I never finished it because I ran out of steam and time. I am expecting them to do quite well at the Game Awards. Paragon 287. Oh, damn, you actually got really far. Oh, that's a shame. Is there any good builds with Withering Fist? I like the mechanics of it, Demars. Funny you say that. I don't know if you could say good. But if you take a look at my screen right now, and look at this sexy, sexy build right here that I pushed earlier, yesterday, might just tickle your pickle. It's probably going to be a slightly more off-meta leveling build, but it works okay. I was leveling with it on stream the other day, and I made a change, which makes this work better. The second you get to level 15, you slap on Eagle Primary, and off you go, because you get the permanent vulnerable application. And Withering Fist has got a thing baked into it where the third attack spreads its poisoning to 5 nearby unaffected enemies. Hitting a vulnerable enemy will also spread that effect to all hit. Hitting a vulnerable enemy will also spread that effect to all hit, yeah. So yeah, it's got nice synergy with vulnerable. So it synergizes nicely with the Eagle early on, and with the increased amount of like sustain and stuff in the next, and also attack speed on weapons and such. This will actually work better than it did in Season 10 when I tried it out the other day. It was a bit slow to get going, but once I got going, it was starting to blast. And it'll probably work. It'll genuinely probably work better next season. It's not going to be mega. I don't think there's going to be an endgame Withering Fist build particularly, but for leveling, it'll be okay, I think. Now, 289 on Hydra, just going slow. Oh, right. What's your goal? Are you just trying to get to 300 on Hardcore, Meek? I haven't finished it yet, Fania. No, I lost Steam because I've been so busy since it came out, to be honest. The soul-crushing finale. Well, don't ruin anything for me. But yes, I am. I'll probably start it from scratch. I'll start it from the beginning again when I do it on stream, yeah. I doubt we'll find time to do that this side of Christmas, given how close this season's launching. But I imagine sometime next year, maybe early next year, when we lose some steam in season 11, maybe. The last month of season 11, maybe I'll use that as the game I'll play in the background. Oh, you're stacking XP for Eternal. Oh, I see what you mean, Meat Group. Yeah. Yeah, fair. Right, we'll do equipment last, because that does take the longest. We can nuke all this stuff because it's irrelevant. My brain's going crazy for Russian Claw now. I tried it. The pure Russian Claw damage. I tried it. It did big damage, but you couldn't use it often enough to make it feel good to play. I'm now starting to wonder if maybe I can be a wizard and go back to Hogwarts, learn the dark arts, and make a somewhat viable Russian Claw build. Alright, we'll do these while we're... These are... I mean, you know what's the funny thing is? I'm going to have to go through and do every single build skill tree again, probably. Because I don't need 2 points up here anymore. Actually, no, to be fair, all I can do is just take one of those points out and slap it in here. And if I don't think any of my builds... I don't think any of my builds will benefit from the only requiring 1 point... You require 1 point here to get to here and 2 points here to get to here. So they've reduced the tracking to get down here and stuff. I don't think any of my builds will benefit from the core skill one too much, because you nearly always want, on nearly every build, you want something. But maybe there's one or two. I'll have to have a look. Hopefully I don't have to rework those too hard. Still wondering, with all that feedback to classes, that is all the changes. It is strange, Gorshi, yeah. No worries, Briscoe. Thanks for jumping in, dude. Yeah, you too, man. You too. I'll catch you soon. Yeah, somewhat. It might be somewhat tied to Thursday. I guess we'll see what they announce on Thursday. I am expecting, they have really bigged that up. I am expecting something big to happen on Thursday, even if it's just a reveal of the expansion. This is my prediction. I don't know anything. I legit am not hiding anything here. I have not got any inside info. I am predicting we get the expansion reveal, and there will be some tie-in like pre-order now and get all this stuff in game. That kind of thing. Like they did for Vessel of Hatred when they first revealed that. And you pre-ordered it and you got the wings and whatever. Or whatever it is they're bringing in a game. I predict we'll probably get something like that. If we get anything more than that, then I don't know. I'll probably... If we get any more than that, I'll do something crazy on stream. What should I do? I don't know. I don't know. I'll think of something crazy to do on stream. In excitement. Red hot chilies. You're not meant to kill me before the season starts, Gorsh. You know. I've got to be alive to stream. Well, actually, it's not technically true. If I'm already streaming, you're good. Until the stream ends. Say something nice about me. Oh, that's so hard. So hard. It's gonna take all the energy I've ever mustered. It's got every last ounce of energy I've got. You've got a few hot sauces you can send me. I bet you do, Fania. Fania wants to end me. I've got a few hot sauces for you to end you. Well, if we get an expansion reveal, I imagine they would reveal something like the class, yeah. I don't think we get the class drop next Thursday. That would be that would be crazy. That would be, I mean, could you imagine that they dropped a new class next Thursday at the same time that PoE is deciding to do it? Could you imagine? Could you imagine all of the videos and stuff that would go around the internet? Could you imagine? That would be kind of wild. It would be. No, I don't think so either, of course. But could you imagine a world where it did? That's like GGG standing out here, like, look at me, look at my massive man stick with their druid, and then Diablo's over there going, no, look at my man stick, and like just like having a big dick conversation, competition. That's all I can imagine. Yeah. Only one, two druids. Only one remain. Something like that. Yeah. Oh dear. Could you imagine? Right, is this the same skill tree for all of them? Because then I can do what I did yesterday. 2 up there. Oh, I only put 1 in there, did I? Interesting. Why? Oh, I guess because it's hard as I fill all these out. Oh, I suppose it's not actually. Oh, it is hard. Yeah. This is one of the things with Centipede builds. You've got more passives to choose. You end up spending more passive points. The extra 1 passive would be really helpful in this build, actually. To be honest. Yeah, okay. I see why I've done that. Yeah, because you'd be able to max this out here, for example. Is it the same on all variants? Because then I can... Yep. I imagine it'll be the same for this. Yeah, interesting. I left that like that. We're not using the Jaguar primaries. There's no point in going up there. Yeah, it's the same on all variants. Okay. I could just come up with a routine for it and we're good. Druids deserve underboob too? Well, that's only if they're not chunky enough to lose it, I suppose, right? Plot twists. They would eat each other. Well, I am gutted I'm not going to get a chance to play PoE 2 Druid on release. That kind of sucks, to be honest. Yeah. That thingy they dropped in the desert. I did want to show something to you, actually. I mean, they apparently say it's not Diablo 4 related, right? So it could just be us launching at straws. Where was it? There we go. Right. And then I need to go on X and find that statue. 1 second. Statue in desert. Game Awards. Maybe it'll come up. There it is. Lucky us. Yeah. I just found it interesting that you had this here, like the whole, especially when it lit up, it was like an eye with the line in it. And if you look at this dagger, you've got that symbol on it there. It's almost like an eye with the two bits up here, you know what I mean? I was sort of sitting here thinking, I wonder if that's a hint. But, my thingy. But that could be stretching to, you know, that could be clutching at strings there, to be honest. Diablo Immortal Druid skins. Are they good in Diablo Immortal? I don't know. I never really played it. I played it when it first dropped, and then the second it started trying to give me the surgical gloving every 5 seconds, I was like, no, I'm good. To be honest. Three, one there. 2, 3. Got 2 more there. Okay, no, I know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to keep this simple. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Do 3 on that. And we take 1, 2, 3. Need 7. This is, I'm doing it similar on all my guides. Makes it easier. I imagine that's produce tempo. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then we want to take defense. Did I take those? Yes, I did. Yes. Defense. Offense. I didn't take follow through, actually. I ran out of points. And it's the weakest one. It only gives you 2x a point. Yeah, so you'd have to work out how to get rid of defense to put that on, maybe. But did I? 1, 1, 1. That's right. That's just straight up poison damage. Just take the passives, right? And that's it. I ran out of points. Huh. Where did I overspend points? Oh, I only spent 1 in there. Okay. I guess I worked out you could get away without that? Maybe? I'm going to have to reset that because I think that actually breaks it. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. No worries there. Thanks, man. The Half-Life 3 copium. Yeah. Yeah, I'll bet. I can imagine the internet would go pretty mental if we got some news like that. He spent 3, yes, I spent them up here, but I didn't actually, only put in 1 in there. No, I do want this here. I'll figure it out. I will figure that out. We want all the defensive stuff. Yeah. I don't want those. Yeah, that extra 1 point, that would solve it. So I'll leave it like that. But yeah, not needing that 1 point up here, that would allow me to get that max there as well. And then this will be fine. So that's what we'll do there. So I'll need to take that point out there and... Yeah, I'll take that point out and put it down the bottom. And that guide will work fine. So that's actually it's not going to take too much to fix, actually. That's fine. Because you only need 1 to get through here, not 2. So I'm not taking it out, won't gate the guide. Good times. Easy fix, easy fix. Hello, Kamari. My tuxedo cat just appeared. How are you? You alright? Yeah. Stinky pants. Yeah, you got a grin on your face as always. Oh, good. Bye. Oh, he makes me laugh. Cute cat. Right, I'll take that there. Defense. Offense. And passives. And final point. Nice. Maybe D4 druids are fat AF because in bear form they hibernate. Well, they will certainly get some winter coats on, won't they? As we call them over here. Some winter coats. That's what my black cat's got. That's what we call it. His belly's almost touching the floor at this point. Lovely winter coat right there. To be fair, we'll need a point here. Yeah, we'll want a point here as well. At least 1 point in field for life on hit. I bet I've got life on hit to build. We'll need to find 1 extra point to put in there. You probably could suffer a vigorous point. You can just stick 1 in field just to get the life on hit in there. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Do you know what I'm going to do that now? Because that means you're always going to have more than 4 ferocity stacks on this build. You've got the hunter baked into it. And you'll run duelists. So you'll get your... The fact that you've got life on hit means you're... Actually, do we care about that? No, yeah, having some life on hit would be nice. I mean, that would be crazy with Temerity on. Just having straight up, like... I mean, how much life on hit does it give us? Up to 181 life on hit, depending on level. So if you're hitting fast and often, you'll get loads of barrier gen from this. So you probably want at least 1 point in there. Just to get some level of life on hit baked in there. And it takes off the requirement to need to have life on hit elsewhere, I guess. And then for your very giga version, you could actually swap that over to this. So on elites, if you needed more, you could take that, and that would give you more because it hits more times. So that, I assume each one of those would do your life on hit as well. But yeah, this will be very good for leveling on though. I mean, seriously, fuel will be awesome if you got a ferocity based build early on, like a rake leveling build. Just have life on hit baked into it by default. It'd be sick. Let's put that there. And then when I fix this up, I'll change the order of those. It does actually break the build for those versions. Oh, for crying out loud, really. What order are we doing this in? Oh, I see. I'm going to have to redo all of these. Otherwise, the actual skill ordering is not going to work. Okay, we'll live with that. Seems reasonable. Prodigies. Yeah, I don't know what's doing this. That. Nice. Does the Protector issue knockdown effect? It don't say so on the specs, but it smashes. I don't think it knocks enemies down, no. No. Not unless you've got on the revealing Paragon boards and then you just happen to lucky hit with it. And then that might activate the knockdown with that. Right, last one. Defense. Offense. Okay. Okay, now I need to copy these over. It should largely be the same, I would have thought. Dominant skill point is a bit... Wait, yeah. So dominant, if you attempt to knock down an enemy, you will get the damage bonus, yeah. Yeah. So if you attempt to knock them down, but they happen to be unstoppable, that should still trigger it, yeah. They changed that deliberately to make it so that you could still benefit from it, even if it's against, like, bosses or unstoppable enemies and stuff. Paragons. As Paragon's done. Oops. Mercenaries. There we go. Right here, Aldkin. Same for all of them. Yep. Seems reasonable. Okay. Did you miss him more disappointment? Yes, druids are still obese. That's not disappointing. What are you talking about, Never? No, you're good. I'm just, I wouldn't say disappointment. I guess I just got overhyped about how much change we might see from the PTR. But we still got the hype of what's coming on Thursday, I guess. A WoW version, Druid. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some new aesthetics to our classes at some point. Could you imagine a skinny druid from the memes? Who ate all the pies? Who ate all the pies? Need to have a skinny druid next to a fat druid. Pointing at them and laughing or something with AI generated images. Only D4, mate. The druid's fat. They are rather sizable in this game. Hey, Bunny, how's it going? That looks fine. And you might actually change Gorilla over to Jaguar on this build with those changes, actually. Because the reason I took Gorilla was mainly... Oh, I suppose it gives us barrier gen, doesn't it? We won't have barrier gen without the Gorilla primary. But you could reasonably change this to Jaguar afterwards. With the potion changes giving more damage. It only hit 3 of your closest enemies, but it allows you to do more damage. It's still a damage multiplier, isn't it? Yeah. I'll leave it as is for now. And I'll update this as I figure it out. Oh yeah, we're coming back to that bit. Hmm. that in there. I think I'll actually remove that bit from all of these. It's just extra text and it doesn't always apply to all these guides. I think I might have that in payback as well. No, that one actually was different. Okay, fine. Eruption. You're sneaky. So what's the news on D4? New season next Thursday. It's going to be good. Are you going to be playing? The start date's probably upset a few people because a few people probably booked off the days, haven't they, and stuff. If you want to swap your days off, you have to work 8 days in a row. Yeah, that's brutal. Well, it'll be the 12th. It's the 11th for the Americans. It'll be the 12th for me at 4:30 in the morning. 12th for anyone that's at my time zone or ahead, yeah. But yes. Certainly brazen releasing it at that point because basically everyone that wants to play both D4 and PoE2 is going to have to start on D4 like at the absolute crack of dawn. And then they're going to have to blast PoE. If they want to play PoE2 at launch, they're going to be really tired. Or they just don't play D4, right? No more season starts in D4. There will be. Just this one is obviously being lined up to deliberately start after the Game of the Year awards, right? There's obviously a reason for that, so we'll see when we get there. No, they won't normally start at that time. I don't think they're always going to suddenly change and start their... I don't think... I'd be surprised if that's when they decide to start them all from this time onwards, but... I think this one's been moved to line up the Game of the Year awards, to be honest. Okay, I just need to do the itemization here now. Bom, 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 bom. Have I changed all my skill trees? No, not all of them, Blender. I'm not going to go through all my skill trees today. I'll do this tomorrow. Yeah, I haven't got the brain power to go through 15 guides today. This one I have adjusted a little bit. But there is a world where maybe this build you'd put Jaguar Spirit Hall on it instead. I'll need to think about it. Actually, to be honest, you're using the Temerity. You don't need the Gorilla. Yeah, you probably would use the Jaguar Primary Hall on this. Now. Because you're probably using Temerity. Yeah, you'll use the Temerity on this, right? Yeah. And you got life on hit baked into it. Because then you can use the... Yeah, okay. I will change this build. I think I used Gorilla before just because the Jaguar didn't really make sense. To be honest. Not really sure. That's right. On this build, I didn't use the Heshereka Sungi. Yeah, it was a bit mixed the match. I didn't use the Heshereka Sungi because, you know what, I might have meant to change that to Jaguar. I originally had the Heshereka Sungi on here, and that's why I had Gorilla here. But I took it off because I wasn't using a Protector, because without the Hunter on, you would then have to go Jaguar secondary. You would have to do that. Otherwise, you just wouldn't really have a way of generating ferocity, and then it was just meh. The Hunter solves the ferocity thing for you. Yeah. Beginning cry, yeah. Alright, let's try this. I'm gonna have to redo the skill trees again. You're gonna try Legendary Moonrise, dropping Fist of Fate. Okay, Dimars, yeah. Watching Big Baddie a lot. The new Mace. Big Baddie. Do you mean Big Daddy, Meek? And do you mean the new Mace for Necro? The 3 Golem one? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, yeah. It does look sick. Yeah, that looks really fun, that build. I think that'll be very popular. We're going to redo all the skill trees here. I can gear this up in... I can't actually select stuff down here. This all needs to change, but I can gear it up so I can just take that point out later on. So let's figure out what we're doing here. Come down here. I want that. Definitely going to want this. And you're definitely going to want that. Got 3 points to spend. You're probably better off just taking Potent at this point. Jaguar. Take this. That one there. You need the damage reduction. You're going to have a bad time otherwise, probably. One, 2, 3. Oops. Yeah, you want all these because they're all like 4, 6, 5x. Yeah, so these are big damage boost. 5. 6x's against elites. 4x's. That's 4x as well. This is the problem with the Centipede. You end up with so many passives to take. Jaguar. Now we're going to have duelists, I imagine. So that's 5 stacks. You got 4 by default. And you get 2 overstack from Hunter. So you're going to have 6, 11 stacks. So you can get 11 times 1.5. Each stack is a 5.5x. So, I mean, that is higher than up here. 5.5x. That's 4x. No, that's 6x, as long as you've got your movement speed sorted. I mean, this is 8x, but you have to just remember to evade every now and then. Yeah. So it's just too good to use, not to use otherwise. That there is 4x contingent on crowd controls. It's not that amazing. You're definitely going to want that because it's just generic damage. And that there is generic damage. So you could go, what, like 4, 7, 9, and you just skip oppressive. Even though it's 4x each. It's only going to do its crowd controlled enemies. So that's going to blow against all bosses and anything unstoppable. At least that's generic damage doubled against healthy enemies and then generic damage. That's the problem with oppressive. So it gets crowd controlled enemies, and there are you can get elites with unstoppable on them, and as I found in the PTR. This one here is a bit gimmicky. If you didn't use that, you would put it down here. But this just basically means you just remember to evade every once in a while, every 3 seconds. If you remember to evade, which you'll be doing to avoid attacks, you get 24x damage while you do that. So yeah, you just evade every now and then and off you go. But then I don't have my point in fueled either. Not really sure where we lose a point, to be honest. This is only 2.5x, except it's 5x against healthy enemies, 2.5x most of the time. So it's pretty low value in that sense. You could lose one of those and stick it up here. Oh, no. No, this is fine. Leave it as it is. Because then when this updates, I can literally just straight take this out here, I think. Take that point out. We will definitely... You only need 1 to come down here. You'll need 2 to get down here, so this will be fine. You'll have that unlocks. You'll have more than enough spent here to get down to here, which means you spend your point here. Is the leveling path going to work here? Meow, meow, meow. Hello, cat. Yeah, okay. I might need to redo this at some point, but what I would do is I'd put a singular point in here. You go 1, 2, you go 1 in here and then 3 in there. That's what I would do. I can gear this guide up for it. We'll gear the guide up, so I just have to take that point out and put it into the other one. Front load the effort. What I will do is that. The mace does look good, yeah. It's called it the WD mace. For 194 euros 9 cents, you can buy nearly all paid cosmetics on Chinese server. Really? Wow, that's quite cheap for all of them, isn't it? Where did you get that info from? Big Baddie, he liked that, does he? Oh, okay. So I'd need to spend 3 here, but what I would actually do is, at this point, you would actually need to spend 4 unless they've changed the leveling thing. So what we'll do is oh, you need to spend 2, wouldn't you? Oh, god damn it. I know they're reducing the amount to get here and the amount to get there. Did they say for the others? No, I don't think it's in the patch notes, funnily enough. Oh. Oh, no, that's right. Progression down the skill tree is now faster. Core skills get unlocked after spending 1 point. And then next skill group is unlocked after spending 2. Okay, no, that's all that's changed. Fine. So 1 to get to there, 2, and then 2 additional to get to there. Fine. I would assume that means these are the same. It just means you can get to these. You can get to the top 3 clusters quicker. So I will need to spend... Just thinking about what order I'd want to do this in right now. Okay, what I'm going to do actually. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Get the life on hit. Go for those. Do those. No, wrong order. Hunter. Take these. Take this. $7.7. Right, 4. Two and a half. 2. Two in there. And then 1 there. And I suppose we get the spare point later on. We stick the second one in there. Alright, that makes sense, that order. It was posted on D2 Core, was it? Ah, I see. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Well, that's a lot cheaper than what it is out here, I suppose. If you wanted to get all cosmetics, you'll probably be spending a lot more than that, I imagine. I've missed something somewhere. What have I missed? Oh, I missed a point there. Oh, god damn it. I misclicked. Oh. Do those first. Still feel like... I still feel like I've missed one somewhere. What the hell? Oh, I put a point in there by accident. Oh, for crying out loud. Are you kidding me? I did wonder what happened there. Which dragging and dropping. I keep misclicking things. Oh, you know what I've done? This is going to get my tits in a minute. I keep messing it up. I want to have this in a very specific order because it's like if someone follows this and they haven't finished their season ranks or season journey, whatever it's called, I don't want them to find that they haven't actually got the skills available to them. That's what I'm trying to avoid here. Oh, I thought I clicked that. There we go. That's better. And then you would end up with 1, 2, 1, 2. And then, yeah, you get your last one there, take it out, and you'd stick it in Ravenous, and off you go. Right, fine. That works. Let's just go through and put that in all of them. What have I missed now? No, actually, no, I haven't. It's fine. It's fine. Project tempo. And the last one. Okay. Good. Now for the equipment. Shows again, only 70 days. Yes. We'll wait until the season goes live. I suppose we'll see what the European ones say, mate. I tell you what, all this fluids I'm drinking. I got through like nearly 2 litres of Ribena during that campfire, believe it or not. Oh, now I need to go to the restroom again for like the 4th time. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I've got an old man bladder today. I'm back. Sorry about that. Right, let's try and get this guide done. Has anyone been in any other channels and gotten the lowdown? Also, Taters. Sorry, I missed before. How are you doing, Taters? Totally missed that you said you had an 11-hour workday. That sounds long. Hopefully it wasn't too taxing. I mean, it's a long day, though. Has anyone been in any other channels and got the lowdown on any of the other classes and what they think they're going to be like? Out of interest. Well, that's just wrong. I've copy-pasted that and I didn't update it properly. Good. Just take that there. Would the reliquary extended by... Well, I presume so. It's a good question. It's a good question. But I don't actually know. Yeah, not sure. That actually changed the Lord's Ear. I know where that drops from now. They said. Oh. Great. Da, 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 da. I actually had the Harlequins in here as well, funnily enough. Could add that to all these as well, to be fair. That is certainly a possibility, isn't it? You have the notes link? Yeah, I can get it for you. One sec. Well, Hydrasork will be okay. More of a promenade build. Sure, TP now and then. You mean, is that what they're saying, Meek? Is that what the Sork players are saying? Yeah, give us 2 seconds. I'm just finding it for you. There you go. There you are, Vegeta. That's the patch notes for you. I could add that to all of these, really. It is an alternative. Touch of Death and Payback as well. I already had it in there, funnily enough. Okay. This looks fine. I believe. Yeah, it looks fine. I'll need to copy over the gear before I know if that's correct or not. Okay, that's all looking fine. No, just your thoughts, Meek. Yeah, fair enough. Psycho, how's it going, dudes? Money, what a bold move from Blizz to have Season 11 same day release as PoE 2. I mean, to be honest, right, they probably already had that planned months and months and months ago. It's the Game of the Year awards, so I don't think they've moved it specifically to release the same day as PoE 2. I think they've moved it because they planned to release Chinese servers, which at the time they're releasing the season will be the afternoon for the Asian countries. And I think they've timed it so they release it in line with the Game of the Year awards with an announcement that's probably coming at the Game of the Year awards. So they can then market the crap out of it and put some stuff in the game for the season and so on, right? I would not be surprised if it's the expansion reveal and it happens to have some form of angels in it. Hence why we got an angel in this season, right? But yeah, I mean, look, maybe there was a business decision there, Monday night. Who knows? How you doing anyway? You good? The lightning builds will hurt more. What makes you say that? Someone came in earlier and said that ball lightning is going to be OP, and I was like, okay. I couldn't see why, but I'm not really. I haven't dug into it. You've never missed a season before my plan. Blast Tuesday's Friday, but now I'm debating skipping season 11. Is that just because you want to play PoE 2? I think a lot of people in the same boat as you for the same reason. I think a lot of people wants to blast for 3 days and then go PoE 2. Now they can't. They are going to have to choose. Like, if you blast D4 before PoE 2, you will be either a non-human being AI that's running on all of the caffeine, or you're going to be tired as hell. Got called in early day shifts. Guy got fired, I guess, yesterday. Oh, right. Oh, right, okay. Are you at work now, are you? Or are you done for the day? That sounds not so fun for the other guy or other person. GGG's patch will probably be big, yeah. I mean, I'll be missing that on release, sadly. But, yeah. Hey, community challenge 50% reached, everybody. Whoop, whoop. We'll get the vote started for what I'm dressing as in the near future. Oh, I see, Psycho. Okay. Wow. Okay, you've been there a few hours. Fine. Well, hopefully it's not too bad for you. Well, I need to do the equipment. Like, actually copy the items in. Right, we'll start with runes, actually. That's a good idea, isn't it? I've actually updated this with some of the changes in mind, to be fair. That's kind of nice. So this one won't need two. It'll need sanctification pass, but emeralds, Igni Cry, Pock Quacks. That's it across the board. We can put the temerity in here at the same time. And that's going to go some. I can literally make these changes at the same time because I know that they're going to happen. Need Cry. Pock Quacks. Mice in there. Emeralds again. And then Mythic will be Emerald, Emerald, Shroud. Okay, so we can save those ones. Okay. Alright, let's make sure the aspect's good. Might, Moonrise, Duelist, Adaptability, Unyielding. Might. Yeah, we need Moonrise for attack speed here. It's the same problem I had before. Duelist, Adaptability, Unyielding. I'm not even sure I can make a Sanctification version yet, because I still don't know what aspects you can get for sure. We couldn't get any of the offensive aspects on the PTR. They said that was bug. They said you should be able to get them, but we couldn't. And they've just said they've added more there. So I don't know if they mean they've just added extra ones, or have they made it so the offensive ones can go in there? If it is offensive ones, does it include the ones that I'm missing? I really don't know. Yeah, Hydra was fine without Mana Shield beforehand. It'll be fine without Mana Shield afterwards. It just won't do as much damage, probably, right? Oh, did I just turn my headset off? Oh, I did. That's rude. What? Oh no, I paused the music. How on earth did I pause the music from my headset? I didn't even know I could do that. 1 second. I think I paused the music. I didn't even know I could do that from my headset. Oh, I did. Sorry, guys. I'll just sit there like, oh, I've just turned my headset off. Somehow I turned the music off of my headset. I don't actually... How did I do that? Oh, you do it from that. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. Cool. On softcore, it's going to do a lot more damage. Yeah, if you use the Melted Heart, right? You use the Melted Spark, I presume, right? Yeah, I hit the power button. That's why I thought I'd turn it off. But if you press it really quickly... I didn't even know that linked into my Spotify. That's really interesting, because this is connecting to my gaming PC. Oh, I suppose it's Spotify. Yeah, I was going to say, how is that controlling it from my other PC? But it's because it's controlling it from Spotify, and Spotify doesn't care about PCs. One Spotify to rule them all. It's just like across the network, isn't it? Yeah, okay. It's pretty handy, actually, to know that in future. Yeah. Right, where was I? Yeah, Might, Moonrise, because I figured out the attack speed's breakpoints here. I was sad not to see Paragon buffs to Spiritborn. I think that's the thing I'm most disappointed in. There's two legendary Paragon nodes that just need buffing. Really. They seem to think that having a 20% attack speed on one of them is worth losing a 30x damage on it. But it's not, because that board does not also have a cluster of attack speed on it. But if it did, then yeah, fair enough. Then that board would give you 32.5% attack speed, then fair enough. But it doesn't. So you only actually gain 7.5% attack speed on that board over any other board. But at the loss of 30% of the half of the multiplier on it, which is huge. But you still need to take it in some cases. I was kind of hoping the Thorns board would also get buffed, because 35% on that is still lower than the others. And there's no reason for that not to be 60. So I don't know. I'm not really sure why they didn't buff those, really. But hey, there we go. What do I know? Unyielding. Got to presume that that would also still be, yeah, yeah. Okay, we can save that because that's all the aspects in the correct place. Now we just got to sort the affixes out. And then this build can be done with. I'll give a quick one over. For focal point, what weapon should I be using? Depends what you're trying to get out of it, right? Glaive is kind of meh. Quarterstaff gives you block chance on the weapon, and then you get block damage reduction. So if you've got 100% block chance with like Armored Hides, it gives you a separate blocked damage reduction. Doesn't actually have diminishing returns on it either. So if you stack block damage reduction, that is really strong for damage reduction. If you want access to lucky hits or vulnerable for free, then polearm. Yeah, quarterstaff is normally the go-to just because of the defensive side of it, I suppose. Polearm has a slower attack speed, but it hits harder when it does hit. Hardcore monkey build right now, just messing around. I would definitely do quarterstaff to start with them defensively, yeah. Always go more defensive and hardcore to start with. Right, chest piece. Dex, max life, resistance, all elements. Max resource. Resilient. Right, gloves. Dex, max life, attack speed, core skills. Don't need life on hit on the ring anymore. Change that to cooldown reduction. $15, $30, $50. Probably get 32.5 on the boards. It's 82.5. Still not got enough attack speed here. Yeah, cooldown reduction here now. I actually probably don't need the cooldown reduction so much just because got Prodigy's tempo going on. You'd probably be alright. You can put cooldown reduction on here. You can probably get away with just putting max life in here. Oh, it's just going to be mega squish. Yeah, this is probably fine. What? Where's Stinger gone? What? Something's... Oh, well, that's weird. I don't know why that wasn't finding it. Hey, Smat, how you doing, dude? How you doing, man? The tier breakpoints for survivability. Okay, I see, Kobe. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. You went double gorilla. Well, if you got gorilla primary, it turns all your skills into gorilla, right? If you go double gorilla, you'll want to use the Law's mantle probably to double up on it. Depends how you're playing the build. Now they fixed that, I can put that in there. What would I put in here? I won't use dominant. Actually, with the new master working, that'll probably help with the movement speed. So yeah, brilliant. Probably good there. So what are you most excited for? I mean, honestly, the actual game, like, it plays differently, right? I am looking forward to get dug into the sanctifications. That does sound better now. Like, with all of the crafting stuff. It does sound like it's going to create, like, more of a chip away at improving your gear sort of chase in the end game. At least more than what we've had, so that should be good. I can't see any of the other builds in... I can't see any of the, like, new builds in Spiritborn being better than what I've found already. I don't know. I'm not sure I can see Russian Claw being insane. But we'll see. I'll see if I can throw a planner together after this and see what we can come up with, I guess. Dex attack speed. Lucky hit vulnerable cooldown. That's what we'll have there. Okay. I think that's that one done. It is. I mean, like, you know, all the elites and the... It did feel quite different in the PTR in that regard. So, yeah. I think that's probably the thing I'm looking forward to the most. You know, just that journey as a true level starter where you're not cheating. I did the leveling to 60 and then I started cheating stuff to myself. I didn't actually do the torment grind. So it'll be really interesting to play the game where you don't have all those cheat tools in the PTR to give yourself loads of stuff. Okay, that's done. I can take this one down now. Stinger has been done. There we go. All right. I have to get my... I did have a planner for this build. Oh, not that one. Man, I haven't been on... Oh, D4 build as well. Where is it? Russian Claw. That's right. Let's see. Okay, I'm not going to write the full guide out here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if it's even possible. They've updated their website here already. Holy cow. Oh, no. Because that wasn't there before, I'm sure. They've updated some of it. I think they're updating it right now. That one's not been updated, but that definitely has. That's one of the new things. Oh, where's my mouse gone? There you go. Yeah, it's been added since. Okay. Don't know what I want to call the build. If I call it anything. Poised Born. Mega Clawborn. Over Clawborn. I don't know what to call it. It affects the name of the build, so I actually need to come up with something now. Hey, Hellspawn, how's it come up? How's it going, dude? Poised Born. Ripperborn. There you go. Because I think the aspect's something like that. Probably off Mesa. It'll probably be okay at this. Well, they made a change in that there isn't actually that much in the patch notes that made a big difference, but there is one to Rushing Claw, which might help. So I'm just going to put... I've got a planner here I had. I'm going to have a little thought about it. I need to do some math here. So, like, you increase your max charge. You get 4 charges every 20 seconds. I need to get a notepad out here so I can figure this out. To figure out if the breakpoints are actually possible. So, Rushing Claw, by default, is 4 charges per 20. And then they changed it so that Poised Rushing Claw, which already before gave you 12 maximum charges. So Poised Rushing Claw. So your max charges before would have been 4. Now your max charges are 12. Equals 12. And it reduces the charge cooldown. Reduces the recharge time by 5 seconds. Not the cooldown, the recharge time. So that means that won't diminish with cooldown, I don't think. It just flat up reduces the recharge time, I think. Reduces recharge time by 5 seconds. So that means with this, you would have a default 4 charges per 15, right? So what this also does is, when you use Rushing Claw, you will consume all your charges. And each charge you have will grant you 50x damage. So at 12 stacks, you'll get 600x damage. And that's on top of when you've hit them. If you can get this, so you can do that over and over again, you hit that 5 times, you get a times 100 from enhanced as well. So that doubles that. So you get to 1200x damage. But you need to be able to get to that 12 charges every time. And preferably frequently enough so it's useful. Hey, Mark White Gaming with the tier 2. 7 months, Mark. Thank you, Mark. How you doing, man? Give me 2 bean numbers if you want, dudes. Yeah, 600% is nice, right? It is nice. So what I need to figure out is... So we've got a problem here. I found this on the PTR. It doesn't matter how much I reduce that. You can increase the maximum charges on tempers, but that doesn't increase how many charges you get per time, right? So you could increase your charges to 18 or something, and that does increase this. But it doesn't... You need to get to the point where you can recharge enough charges in this time. Now, I'm thinking... I mean, I don't think this is possible still to make it... Oh, no, it's not. No, it might be. Because there is one other thing, right? I'm quite sad. They want us to use that. They didn't make the change, and no one's going to use it on this build. I don't think. It's so frustrating they didn't listen to me. This new pair of boots you can get, right? It has impairment reduction in it. It's rubbish. It needs Swift. You're not going to use that pair of boots on a Rushing Claw build like this unless it's got Swift on it. And there's a good reason for that. I mentioned this to them. I emphasize that fact. Because what Swift is, your mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to 3 seconds based on how far you traveled with them. The more ranks you've got in Swift, that means if you I don't know what the distance you have to travel is to get the maximum benefit out of that, but let's say you get to maximum, that's 3 seconds straight away off your mobility skill cooldowns. So if you have 7 ranks in there, that's 7 seconds, right? And then now that would stack with Poised Rushing Claw. So that's another 5 seconds. So that would be 12 seconds, right? So suddenly, just by default, with absolutely no cooldown reduction on the build, we are nearly at the point with 7 ranks of Swift where if we had 10 ranks of Swift, you would instantly reset 4 charges here. So I need to work out the breakpoints. Well, I know how you could achieve this, I think. But I don't know the breakpoints to work out. I need to work out if it's possible with the new changes. Number 3 and number 6. I don't think I've got any number 3s left. Let me have a look. 3 boxes and no number 3s. 3s for everybody. I'll just do a number 7 instead. Yeah, okay. I'll have to do a number 6 and a number 7. Basically, my thoughts is, and I don't actually know in theory if this would work, but if it did, what if when you use it, it reduces your cooldown by 5 seconds and Swift reduces your mobility cooldowns by a set amount of seconds rather than percentage? What if that time is so high compared to the cooldown for your 4 charges that you literally can do it 3 times? If you make it so that when you rush in Claw, it reduces your cooldown timer by 3 times what your charge cooldown would be per 4, you would get 12 charges, right? And so on. That's what I'm thinking. So, like, if you had 15 seconds reduction, 5 from here, 10 from Swift, for example, which I think will be doable. It would be doable, just not with those new boots, which is what they want you to use, so you're not going to use them. Then you would only need to get your charge cooldown down by 75%, which is the max cooldown reduction. Problem is, I don't think we can achieve that without... Oh, no, you can. No, you will be able to achieve this with the Harlequins now. Because they changed it so that the Harlequins can now get a GA on cooldown and you can crit it. And you get the masterworking, so you'll get what you got before. So you're going to get like 50, you're going to get your 54 again. It would be achievable now to get that 70, 75% or something. You'd need 75%. You've got to assume... Yeah, I mean, you could use the Loyalty's Mantle with a 60x, but that probably isn't going to be as good as the Harlequins, where you got the 4 skill ranks, because that will scale up your rushing claw damage as well. But I suppose we're not using the Ibawaka, so you're not getting the Ibawaka damage here. So you could use the Loyalty's Mantle. That would certainly make it easier to get there quicker. Maybe later on your Harlequins would be the GG version. You just need a really good one. The Loyalty's Mantle will be easier to achieve, that's for sure. Okay. Let me do these beans. You can get Swift on Tempers. Kobe. Maybe you can get it on Sanctification. You are right. If you can get it on Sanctification, then those new boots will be nice, yeah. That's the main reason I won't use them by default, though. That's what they actually mentioned about Rushing Claw with those boots in the Campfire. You're not going to use it by default. You need Swift on them. I said they need to come with Swift, and they don't. It's the one change they needed, and then there'd be... I could see what they were being made for. They're being made for a Rushing Claw build. I can see that. But it won't work. I don't think. So, yeah, it's kind of a bummer, that. Really. Right. Let me go over here a second. Mark White, thank you so much for the gift sub. Not the gift sub, for the resub, dude. I really do appreciate it. Tier 2 as well. Let's start with this one. This is Tutti Frutti or Rotten Fish. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Let's see what we got. That is a very strong Tutti Frutti bean. I'm not a big fan of Tutti Frutti, so... I'll take it over Rotten Fish any day, though, if I'm being honest. And this other one, I think you're on for a winner. I think this is Dirty Dishwater or Birthday Cake. I nearly always get Dirty Dishwater with these, so... Right, here we go. Dirty Dishwater, I think so, or... I think so. We'll find out. That is absolutely Dirty Dishwater, again. It really is. Look at me. That is legitimately... I think I've had one birthday cake in like 20 of those. I swear. Yeah. Good. I never heard of his like, good suffer noob. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, dudes. Appreciate you. Oh, man. I've run out of liquids. No. Oh, that really isn't good, is it? So I guess the next thing we try and do is see how much Swift we can get. With the new master working and being able to capstone and crit a Swift, you might just be able to get Giga Swift. Giga Swift! Let's have a look. Oh, man. That's rancid. Rancid. Swift. Yeah, so you would have been able to get 3 by default here. Oh, man. But you'll be able to get 4 now because of the crits. That's 100. And I guess the 25 won't make you do... The 25 won't push you over the bounds for another one. So you could get 4 here. You get 4 in the boots. So you could do it. Yeah, it could be done. You get 4 in the boots. 4 in here. You'd have to get all your crits and everything in there. All your crits in there. In your amulet. And that would give you, let's say, 8 ranks. Let's assume you can't get that anywhere else. You can only roll, it's a mobility tempest. You can only put it in those 2. So that's 8. Plus you get 1 from Shrouds. That'll give you 12 seconds. And then you get 5. So that gives you 17 seconds. I mean, the higher that is, the better, if I'm being honest. Because you can also temper on extra rushing claw charges. So the more cooldown reduction you get, you only get 75% cooldown reduction maximum, right? So in theory, the lowest you can reduce the base cooldown of your rushing claw stuff, I think, is 5 seconds. I think. Although I want to say I got it lower than that. Did I get it lower than that? I think I might have. How did I get it lower than that? Let's just say it's 5 seconds. Which means by standard, I'd need to get the cooldown to 5.6 seconds. So you'd need to get 71.7% cooldown reduction. Which is tough, but probably achievable with the new system. to be able to make it at maximum distance where you benefit from Swift, you'll reset all of your... you've got to assume that when it reduces the cooldown, it actually does proc that cooldown more than once in one cycle. The lower you can get that cooldown and Rushing Claw, the better, to be honest. If I go Loyalty's Mantle, I would have to go... I wouldn't be able to use the Heshira Kasungi. You do need a pull-in on this. I'm pondering. Pondering one bad. How's it going? I was made for playing one chord, baby. Oh, the ads. Yeah. Oh, you mean the ads up here? Oh, I'm not paying attention to them. I'm pondering. You need a lot. I can't remember how low I got the cooldown on this. Honestly. You can get potent cooldown reduction tempers. You can definitely get maximum cooldown reduction on this. It is possible. If you can get it to the point where you can spam it, all your other cooldowns will be off super fast, so you're not worried about that too much. You don't care about attack speed here. I mean, the only other one is Vital Strikes, but you'd have to work out how to make them vulnerable all the time. I guess you'd swap these around. I went this way because on the PTR, this was the best. This gave you the most ranks. That's right. This gave you the most ranks if it was a gorilla skill as well. That is why I went with the Heshira Kasungi. It comes with a pull-in as well, but you can solve the pull-in with Igni Cry, so that's no problem. You can swap that around, although that gives more ranks as well. I was trying to max the ranks on Rushing Claw. It's also why I went for the Harlequins. You'd get this to about 11 ranks now, something like that. 11 to 12 ranks, maybe 11 ranks. As opposed to getting 6 or 7 on a normal gloves. You could roll generic cooldown reduction as sanctification. I don't know if I want to make a build that literally needs sanctifications to work, though. Rank to core skills, rank to ultimate skills. I mean, this is saying you can get all the offensive aspects, but I don't know. What about the boots? Yeah, I mean, these don't have Swift in there, so unless they did say they've added some new ones, so I guess we don't know. I don't want to base a build off of needing sanctifications to function. You're taking a break until the new season, one bad. Nice. Well, we know when it's starting now, officially. That's on the 11th. So, let's say you can definitely get at least 4. You could get 3 Swift on the PTR, on the boots, and on the amulets. That's 6, but you could definitely get 4 on each now. So let's say boots, Swift ranks equals 4. Which equals minus 4 seconds mobility skills. Amulets the same. Three ranks are Swift by default. And then you've also got the Shroud of False Death. Swift ranks 1. Which equals minus 1 second. Minus 3. 9, 12. So total equals minus 12. So you got total rushing claw, or maximum rushing claw. Total maximum rushing claw. Cooldown equals 17 seconds. I mean, you got to assume this. Well, it's assuming that if you go over your cooldown for Rushing Claw twice, that you'll get 2 sets of charges. If you go over 3 times, you'll get 3 sets of charges or 4, and that's what you want. Funnily enough, actually, increasing your maximum charges, if I remember rightly, it increased your actual maximum, but it also increased the amount of charges you got per 4 as well. So you can increase your maximum charges fine. So if you solve this, you can temper maximum charges everywhere. I think that's right. I remember it double dipping. It increased the amount of charges you got per 4 to like 7. Like if you got plus 3, you get 7 charges per 20, but your maximum went up to 15. It is interesting, actually. 1 second. Required cooldown equals 17 divided by 3. Requires 3. Oh, required recharges equals 3. I've just had a thought. Required cooldown time equals 5.6 reoccurrence. You want 5.7 seconds. No, you want 5.6 seconds, and then you're guaranteed to be under. I'm just thinking. If I take this same calculation, required charges equals 3, yeah. I can't remember. You can. I know you can put them on here. Rushing Claw. I know you can. It was a resource. I'm sure. Where was it? Rushing Claw charges. I know I put them on. I remember it. They haven't removed it. Razor Wing charges. It's a resource one. I'm sure it is. Was it not here? Was it up here? Oh, maybe. Oh, for frick's sake. That's annoying. Yeah, this is the thing, right? I don't know why Rushing Claw charges is a mobility temper. I reported this as well. Why is Rushing Claw charges a mobility temper? Yes, it's a mobility skill, but it's a resource thing. That should be a resource temper. I actually reported that. I definitely fed that back. Because if you could have... that's so annoying. You're not going to be able to use double Swift. You're not going to be able to do this without Swift. And you're not going to be able... Really. And you need to have Rushing Claw charges somewhere. But you can only put that on the amulet and boots. So it's like... Well, if that was resource, what you could have done is gone... I don't know. Let's say... I remember this. It was really weird. Yeah, you get... That's it. You get 4. So you're about to get... The 50% would put you up to... For some reason, that puts you to 4. But let's just say you get 5 Rushing Claw charges. Because you get the double crit or something. Plus Rushing Claw charges. Equals 5. So now your max charges are actually equals 17. But what it also did is it also increased your charges per 20, I remember. So you'd suddenly be at 9 charges per 20 instead. Because it didn't increase the timer, but I remember this. It increased the amount of maximum charges you got, but it did also increase... I'm actually wondering now. How... You would never get to the point where you can recharge all your charges in just one thing. But what you could get to, maybe, is the point where... You've now pushed it to a point where you only need to do that twice. You only need to hit the break point to reduce your cooldown and then overcap it twice. And then you would instantly hit your max charges here. If that still works on the PTR. And I believe that's what it did. So this might still work. You might... Let me do the calculations here. Required charges 2. You get your 5 seconds from this. So that brings you down to... I mean, we should probably do this bit last, actually. Oh, no, it's fine. 5 seconds, 17-second reduction. Here we go. That's fine. So you got required charges 5. So you still got all the same stuff here. Oh, you'd only have 1 on Swift, though. So then you'd have to take, I don't know, you take off this. So now you're down to 8 seconds here. Total maximum Rushing Claw cooldown, 13 seconds, right? But it's now 13 divided by 2. So that means you actually only need to get the cooldown to 6.5. So that actually would work out better. Assuming that the over cooldown thing works. I don't think it'd be possible to do this without Swift at all. Because if you went 2 of these... Temper. Times 2 equals 10. So now you've increased your max charges to 22. And you increase this to 14 every 20. So the thing is, you're still going to have to do this twice to get to this. So you still need 2 charges. But now you're not going to have this. So now you're going to have 4 seconds here. So you're going to have 9 seconds there. So now... Required cooldown. So have I done the math wrong here? I might have done the math wrong here. Oh, required cooldown. No, that's right. Required cooldown. I think I have done the math wrong. 1 second. If you've got a 17-second cooldown, you need to have it. Yeah, you'd need to have a 5.6-second cooldown on that, so it overgoes by 3. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no, the math is right, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it'd be possible to do it this way. You'd need a 4.5-second cooldown. I don't know why I was getting my head in the mix there. That's a 4.5-second cooldown requirement to make that work. So that puts a bigger pressure on cooldown to achieve the same thing. But it does increase your max damage. You can work out your maximum damage from this as well. Max damage multiplier. Assuming you can spam this over and over. You can get 100x on enhanced. Rushing Claw. Equals 100x. Nice personalize that. Oh, right, lol. Yeah, I didn't see those. Oh, God. Let's change the screen, shall we? Naughty, naughty. Bloody hell. I don't know why those will be coming up. I don't watch anything like that. Just slapping them off to me. Who's buying anti-eternal calendar? Not me. Sanctification should be an addition, but then your build needs to function. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to make any builds that require sanctification to actually function. You have to cryo practice. Nice, man. Enjoy. Yeah, so enhanced is that, and then poised is 50% per charge. We're assuming we're working this so you'd be at maximum charges every time, which equals 50% times 12, which equals 600%. And these will be multiplicative of each other, so that will be that times 2, right? So that equals total damage multiplier equals 1200%, right? So we can do this, the same thing over here. $100, and we've got 17 charges here. So that's 500, that's 850. 1700%. And then this one over here. Would be at 22. 1,110. But I could have done this in the spreadsheet actually, but never mind. 1,200. So I mean, by the time you get to this point, you're nearly doubling the damage here. But that was, I don't even know if that's possible. I know the maximum generic cooldown reduction is 75. I can't remember for the life of me if the other cooldown reductions stack on top of it. They might do. Like potency cooldown reduction might do a different thing. Because that would require more than 75% cooldown reduction, frankly. So, I mean, that's how you start off. This is how you'd start off. But you would need... No, you would start off with this. To get to this point, you actually need to have the Giga rolls. If you got the minimum rolls, then you'd have... This timer would be a lot... Yeah, that time would be a lot lower. Because your charges would be lower and your mobility cooldown would be higher. Yeah, like so if I do a version of this where it's like in the middle. So you've got the temper only comes out at 3. So now you're up at 15. And that's only 7. You would now need 3 again. There you go. That alone screws you to get this. Obviously, I'm making assumptions here. I mean, you could go for sanctifications with that extra 25% quality, which would give you 50%. That would possibly give you another rank in Swift and another rank in Rushing Claws, and that would narrow the gap even more. You know, it's so for like this one here, if you could get, let's just finish the calculations on this one. Total max cooldown 8. Yes, 13 still. So you still need 6.5 second cooldown. No, it's 3 charges. So now you're on 3. So now you'd need a 4.34 cooldown, which is pretty much unattainable. Anything below 5, I don't think you can achieve. Can't remember if you can get lower than that or not. I might be able to boot up and have a look, actually. Do I think I can boot up and test that theory? Yeah, probably. Yeah, we did, Zach. Yeah. Nice. No. Welcome back, Zach. All right, I'm just going to go stretch my legs, guys, while I let this mull in my brain. Oh, how are you feeling about the patch notes for Season 11? Sex Machine? Sex Machine, 69. Hey, what a name. How's it going, man? First time chatter. Yeah, they're fine. I was hoping for a bit more change on Spiritborn. I gave a lot of feedback, to be honest. There's a couple of things I'm particularly disappointed didn't get addressed. But I'm now working out I tested the damage dealing version of Rushing Claw on the PTR. I'm now trying to math to see, is it possible to make it work? I think it is. I'm actually just going to go try. I'm going to see if I can slap something together really quickly on here. And just see if I can get... I need to find something out, which I can find out in this version probably. So we'll find out in a second. I do need to go stretch my legs and use the restroom, guys. So I'll be back in 1 minute, all right? BRB. Okay, I'm back. You ran Spiritborn last 2 seasons. You may go Barb. Nice, yeah. Barb looked like it got a pretty good round of buffs. I mean, they lost all of the Giga stuff because of the max resource scaling, but they look like they got one of the biggest rounds of buffs in general. So I think Barbs will be great. I did try out this crazy Rushing Claw build, and it did do some pretty big numbers when I used it, but it was so inconsistent. It just felt terrible to play. What I need to know is... I might literally just have to slap together a build here. So that's at 13.2 seconds. What I need to... Oh, I can't put... Oh, I can, actually. So I've only got 34 there. That will definitely be achievable on any helm I put in here. But I could just slap it, right? Let me go grab a Laws's mantle here, for example. This will be the easiest way for me to test. I need to test something quickly. It'll make... I must have a Laws's mantle floating around somewhere in the helm slot. Have I really not? Oh, Christ. Oh, do you know what? I'll have one... What am I talking about? Oh, it's going to be 72%, though. That's going to be wrong. That's not going to be a good test. Damn it. Oof. Okay, I might just have to use one and see if I can infer from it. Alright. Yeah, we just swap that to that and swap that to that quickly. So that takes that to 5.61, but that's because that's 72% reduction, right? Oh. Yeah. Normally it would be 60, so that would only take it down to 8 seconds. I really need a 60 loyalties helm to test this. That is quite frustrating. Although, actually, saying that, if that's... No, to be fair, I can probably still test with this. Because if we've hit the cooldown reduction... If that 72% is part of the 75% cooldown reduction and potency cooldown and whatever doesn't benefit it, I still won't be able to take it below 5. So actually, no. This is fine. All I need is a random ring. A random ring, chat. I might have one of those. At this point, I'll just slap in any old bad boy. Doesn't really matter, does it? I suppose at this point. Let's not nuke the gear I like using, though. Why the hell is that stuff not favorited? What? No, definitely don't want to salvage my good stuff. That'd be a bad idea, wouldn't it? Right, what are we going to do? For it. God, you can tell I haven't played in a minute. Right, I'm still salty that those charges are not a resource charge. That's so annoying. Never mind. Right, potency. Yeah, you can get potency cooldown, and Rushing Claw's a potency skill. You can also roll... Oh, no, you won't roll mobility. You wouldn't roll mobility temper. Because you've got the other ones. But here, you would roll... Yeah, you'd roll potency cooldown here. Okay, that's the right ring. I'm just making sure I'm doing the right thing here. Theoretically, this would push me over the 75%. That's all I actually need to test. I need to test, can we go beyond 75% cooldown with different... One sec, why is that? Oh, yeah. Can we go beyond 75%? Oh, God, I might have to roll another one, eh? Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, can we go beyond that 75% if we're using different types of cooldown reduction? That's kind of what I want to test. Obviously, I've got to get the temper here. There you go, 7.5. So theoretically, that plus that, it's only two stacks, it's only 2 locations of cooldown. That should easily go beyond 75, even if it's only just over. Or does it stop at 5%, 5 seconds? Oh, wow. Even with that, look, yeah, I don't think you can go beyond 5. Look. That still only left it at 5.19. I mean, it pretty much gives me my answer. I can even go as far and do another one. Here. I've got so many random items. I can just test these out. Test out with these. Hey, ITAP, how's it going, man? Season's not delayed. It's coming out on Thursday. I've known it's not on the 9th. It's coming out on the 11th. Yeah. The funny thing that the thing that's funny is the Oculus changed since I've tested with a lot of past. Yeah. I've been saying the Oculus was supposed to be changing to that, right? I think that's fine. I don't know who of you are here, but I think I said a couple of seasons ago the perma teleport sock should be intentional, and it would be better if the Oculus was made to enable that. It's actually quite funny that that's now what's happened. I don't like... I mean, if they work out how to perma teleport on every single build again, then so be it. But I don't know. It kind of... I feel like if you're going to have that mechanic, it should be intentional. It shouldn't be just every single build on that class gets that feature. Off you go. I don't know. Yeah, I did say it, yeah. It makes a lot more sense. It was clearly meant to be a teleport item. I'm sure there's some people that would disagree because they just like the fact that they can move around super fast, but... You know, I'm all about... I'm all for intentional stuff. Right, stick that on. I mean, that should push me well over. Yeah, there you go. I've hit the cap. I do not think you can go below 5 seconds. I will literally roll... I literally don't think you can go below that 75%, regardless of any source of cooldown. That's what I wanted to test. That's what I thought. Let's see if I've got a random rubbish amulet in here I can throw together. Yeah, we're never going to use that this season. I literally just want to see if I can... Oh, well, this might take me a hot minute to get. Oh, no, actually, no. Yeah, that's actually really frustrating, though, that... Yeah, rushing claw charges. Like, why? Why are those a mobility temper? But hey, anyway. Why? But we can put potency cooldown on here. Again. You could even roll cooldown reduction on there if you really wanted to get really cheeky with it. Like, double whammy it. There you go. I mean, I could try. That would really prove the point. Might take me a hot minute to roll cooldown, to be fair. Literally any value of cooldown reduction here, just so I'm really stacking up. Like, it would be enough that even with the diminished returns, it should at least reduce it by 0.1 if possible. But I don't think it is. I'm just trying to prove that point. Because then it proves my math that I was doing a second ago. I should probably have done it in a spreadsheet, to be honest. Yeah. Alright, so if I slap that in there as well. I bet that's still 5. Yeah, it is. Okay. You are capped at 75% regardless, which is fine. So anything that requires you to go... Anything that requires a cooldown below 5 seconds on that math is a kaput, basically. It's not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Fine. Okay. Good. We've proven the point. Let's put my build back together. In case I do decide to play. It's fine. Right. So yeah, like that's just not possible. This one would be possible. Oh no, that's not possible. This one would be possible. So one... This is based off of what I presume will be... Yeah, I presume you can get 4 ranks of Swift. Should be possible. 50% of 3 would be another 1.5. I mean, yeah, you should be able to get 5, maybe even 6. I mean, you might 4. You might even be able to get 5. I mean, if you could get 5 ranks of Swift, that'd make it even easier. And like, the max rushing claw charges was 3 by default. 1, 2. No, sorry, the max Swift charges by default is 2. So 50% is an extra 1. Another 50% is another 1. So yeah, your maximum Swift charges, I would expect to be 4. Because the 25... Unless you get the 25 quality on Sanctification. If you got that 2, then you could get another rank of Swift. It would be possible. And that probably would be the GG Sanctification on this build. To alleviate that pressure. Rushing Claws... It's 3 by default. I mean, let's literally do best case scenario here. Best case scenario by what I think is probably... I really should have made a spreadsheet for this, shouldn't I? Oops, let's not do that, because I'm going to blind myself and all of you with me. Let's duplicate that. There we go. Rushing Claw calc. I'm not going to bother putting a guide together unless I think it's actually going to have any worth to it. I need to basically transfer what I had in here over there. Okay. Charges. Trying to think how I want to format this. All right, okay. Just do this, man. Let's just dump things here. I can make it neater later. No. Okay, I know what I want to do. Let's take... Okay, default charges per 5 seconds. Default charges. We'll just go... Oops. Charges per X. Default charges per X. 4. Yeah, we'll need that. Oh. Don't know why that's done that. That's weird. Oh well. Charges per X. I need to work out what his header's going to be. Let's just do that. What? Maximum charges. Okay, we need to know ranks of Swift. Swift ranks. Rushing claw charges. Alright, whatever. So we need to know the default charges per X. We need to know the default recharge time, which is 20. We need to know might actually do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Because then I can do this. I can have Swift temper ranks. Default. Oh, no, that's right. Maximum's 1. Minimum's 2. And then you can have the rushing claw charges. I believe it's 2 and 3. What else do I need to be able to do all of these? I guess you would have Swift passives. 3. Shroud of False Death Swift. Swift ranks. 1. I think that's it. Oh, you do also have Poised, Rushing, Claw, Cooldown 5 in seconds. In seconds. I think that's all I need. For now. Hey, Moose, how's it going, man? How you doing, dude? Because then what I can do is, I should probably actually put that over here. What I can do is masterwork. Masterworked, question mark. Have a tip box there. You can have is it masterworked? Capstoned, question mark. Temper capstoned? Question mark. Extra quality. Okay. Yeah, you can just have like tip box in here. Insert tip box. On there. Extra quality can be 0 by default. Okay, what we can do actually is max temper, question mark. If it's not, then it's the minimum. We just do minimum, maximum. You don't really care about anything in between. All right, now. For these, because it's literally only got a minimum and maximum. The range is one difference between them. Let's just double check that. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I'm pretty sure it's 1 and 2 for Swift, 2 and 3 for rushing claws. So you only need to know the minimum max. You don't need to know anything in between. Makes it simpler. Hey, easy. How's it going? Sorry. My brain is tired as hell after being up all night last night, so I'm just doing this because this is going to make my life easier. Once I've got one line working for this, we can just duplicate it for all the different versions. It will honestly make calculating stuff for me a lot easier. Mobility. Yeah, 2 and 3 rushing claw, 1 and 2 swift. I don't think those have changed. So yeah, you need to know. Okay. Right, so you might want to know, have you got a max swift temper? Swift temper capstone. Rushing claw charges. Oosh. Okay, max swift temper. Oh, but you might have 2 and 2. Okay, I know I'm going to do this. Max first temper. First temper capstone. Max second temper. Second temper capstoned. I want to make it so I can just calculate all the different permutations, like super easy. We all need to know. First temper, second temper. Can insert a where is it? Oh, is it data? One of these does it. Data validation, that's what I'm looking for. Oh yeah. Swift rushing claw charges. Okay. Bit of a weird color for it, but okay. All right. Just make those as small as I can. Make it a bit easier to see what was going on. $94 pit down with protector builds out. Nice. That's awesome. All right, see if we can put one of these together. All right, so let's make the first temper swift and the second temper swift. Oh, bloody hell, that's bright. You can't see crap, can you? What's that? Oh, it's a bit easy to see, don't it? Make them both swift to start with, because it's going to be nice and easy. No tempers, no masterwork, just swift. So your swift rank should equal if that, if I remember rightly, I can't remember you have to put, oh, you do, you have to put doubles in. Yeah, I thought so. I believe you have to do it this way. It's been a while since I've done spreadsheet stuff like this. If that equals that, then can't remember if there's a multi-ib thing. It's fine, it doesn't matter. We're doing two options. If we were doing more, I'd worry about it more. I'm not about making the most clean spreadsheet ever known to man. If that equals that, then we want to know if... Actually, let's start simple here. If that equals that, let's just do maximum to start with. Equals D11. Otherwise, make it D1. Just to make sure that's actually functioning as I suspect it should do. Nope. What's wrong with that? Formula parse error. Useful, thank you. If G16 equals Swift, then do D11. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Man, they might have changed since I last did this. Function. Oh, it is. Oh, I see. All right, they have changed it. Or I've just forgot. Maybe I'm thinking of a different spreadsheet. Maybe I was thinking of Excel there. No? I thought it used to be double. What's wrong with this? Hmm. Equals foo. I mean, it definitely is Swift, right? Boolean values. But Swift is a text and cannot be coerced to a Boolean. Yeah. So what's your problem? Unless they actually want it in this. Oh, I see what's happened here. Okay. Yeah, okay. It must mean something different when it's in similar. I think I'm used to doing this in different spreadsheet thing. Yeah, it wants actual apostrophes as opposed to speech marks rather than apostrophes. Right, that makes sense. All right, that's doing what I thought it would now. Cool. So what I can do now is. If Russian, actually, what we should do first here. If that is Swift. If max first temper equals true. What the hell's going on there? If that equals true, then we want to take the max temper. Otherwise, we take the minimum one. Yeah, that makes sense. And then otherwise, I don't know. We just take something random over here. Oh, balls. What have I done here? Yeah, that's fine. There we go. There you go. Sweet. If I make that nothing, I bet that'll just break. So I know how to fix that, though. Just make that 0. There you go. What happens if I do? Okay. I'll see what's happened there. I need to have a blank option so I can actually blank it. No? Can I not just have a... Oh, for crying out loud. There used to be the ability to make it so you can actually allow blank... Oh, it might be in there. Allow blank options. What's that doing? Oh. Balls, I didn't want to do that. I think. Nope. Arrow, what does that do? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, it's better, probably. Oh, I don't know. I'm running out of space. It is rather large. Just put a claw charge, isn't it? That might make life easier for me. All right, cool. Actually does allow me to do that. Fine. That's actually really nice. Why can't I clear that one? Oh, there you go. Cool. All right. How big is that? Fine. Hey, Annihilation, how's it going, man? Do you all think Paladin could be shadow dropped? I mean, could you imagine a world where that happens on Thursday, Annihilation, at the Game Awards? But yes, they're obviously looking to release the season in line with an announcement of kinds or something at the Games Awards. So I guess we'll see. Yeah, it's definitely in line with the Game Awards, Annihilation. Yeah, how you doing, Annihilation? You good? Right. So we go Swift. We got 1 rank of that. Otherwise, we're 0. This is fine. What we also need to know is if we go max there, that's 2 ranks. Nice. Okay, if we put Swift in, what we also need is plus. I think this works. J16. And if J16, K16, then you want this, yes. And actually, we will want to do this because if I duplicate this, I do not want those values to change. Nor do I want those to change. So put in the dollar sign before it, it means if I duplicate it downwards, that will always stay the same. But the 16 would change, which is what we want, because if we duplicate it downwards, we want the row to change. This one here is a constant value. We don't want that. We always want it referred to these values, so we don't want that to change. Swift 2. Nice, okay. 3. Bonus. 4. Way. Winning. What I can do. Copy that in there. Claw charges. Yep. Then if H16 is that, then we want to change this value to 14 and 14. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. That should... Oh, yeah, we need to change that one to claw charges as well. Let's turn those off. Claw charges 2. Claw charges 4. That would be right. 5, 6. Cool. All right, that's working. Good. All right, let's turn those back to Swift then. Capstone. Right, we need to get the masterwork and capstone thing in there. Oh, I've missed G-Aid, haven't I? Oh, man, I'm going to run out of columns. I suppose it's fine. You don't actually need to see any of that. That's just constant numbers. This is the bit you care about. Max versus temper. Capstone. You're going to need a column here as well. First temper GA question mark. And we'll need one here as well. Second. Tampa GA. You're doing good, Annihilation. Nice. I'm just trying to calculate. I was doing calculations in my notepad. And I'll do 5 of them with different numbers. I'm like, do you know what? This might take me a minute to throw together, but this will just calculate the numbers for me and tell me what permutations of Rushing Claw will be possible. And it also means when I get the final numbers, I'll be able to quickly adjust this. I think it will be possible. I just need to know what the most optimal version is. It's going to tell me, hopefully. Right, so what we need is first Tampa GA. That would just increase that number by 50%. And it rounds. So if you're at 1.5, it would round. Yeah. Then you get D4. So you would need that multiplied by 1.5, I guess. And then we want to round it, I think. Rounds a number according to standard rolls. Yeah, you don't want to force it up or down. You just want to round it. Oh no, I know what I've done here. This is gonna be so nasty. It's gonna be like, it's just gonna be embedded ifs for days. It's gonna be so bad. I could do it the other way where you have hidden columns everywhere. That's what I've done in the past to make this easier. Or you have like a hidden table somewhere that you inject data to and from. Trying to think what the cleanest way of doing this would be. Yeah, I mean, that would be a lot. It would be a lot cleaner to do it that way. What we'll do, this is what I've done before. Masterworks, what you can do. Masterwork value. It doesn't matter how big this is. We don't care about the column size here because what we're going to do equals if that equals true, then we just make that 1.25. Otherwise, it's 1. We're making it a multiplier, basically. If you're max masterwork, you're going to multiply by 20. You're upping your values by 25%. So that's fine. In fact, actually, you probably should have put that over here because if the extra quality would also play into it. Bump. So yeah, you could do if that needs to be F. Plus that. If we make that 25, that's going to be 26. Yes, we need to do that time. We need to do that times 0.01. There you go. And then we can hide that value in a minute. We don't need to show that in here. The reason that's important is if I do that, I'll go to 1.5, right? Yeah. Which is how I assume it'll work. So now you've got that. You can now go, okay. You can just go, okay, well, this value is always going to be multiplied by that value. So we can just go that times this. Or that times this. There you go. Ooh. We need to round that down, though, I think. The ranks always round down. Oh, really? Yeah, they always round down, I believe. Oh, for Christ's sake, really? So. Oh, did it auto put that in for me? Oh, that's nice. Thanks, game. No, it did not. Round down, round down. What's happened here? If that is true, then do that or do this. I see what's happened. Plus that, and if he does that and do this, all that. Should do it. Okay. There you go. Oh, actually, that's not doing what I was expected to do. Oh, no. No, it doesn't round down. It rounds, doesn't it? I think. No, it does round. If you get to 2.5 ranks, it will round up, doesn't it? That's right. No, it does do that. So if you had a temper, a max temper of 2, and you had 50% masterwork, like 50% increased stats, that would take you to 2.5, and that would round up to 3. If you got a 1, 50%, that'd be 1.5 and 1.5. So how the hell has this worked? I guess you need a masterwork value for both of these, right? Yeah. First masterwork. Let's just do this. Boots masterworked, boots temper. And then we'll need you'll like that there, and then you'll just have amulet masterworked. Hey, Gio Eric, J Las Vegas, how's it going, guys? You'd actually want to move these. It's probably going to break what I just did, but hey. Those all need to come over here and be hidden. Sort that in a second. Because then we'll need them over here as well. What I should have actually done here is Let's get rid of those. Oh, no, let's get rid of that. Let's just delete that. Trying to make it so I can actually see what the earth's going on. Yeah, let's just leave that there a second. We'll figure it out in a minute. In fact, what I can actually do here makes it even better, make it even easier to read. Didn't expect to be doing spreadsheet stuff today, but given I've done the builds, I mean, this is the only build that seems to have gotten any love in those patch notes, so hey ho, is what it is, I suppose. Hey, it's bloody tiny, isn't it? Yeah, it's making that bigger, which is a bit annoying. I'd have preferred it to be up there, actually. Do you think the Dex gem on armor is better than overpower weapon for Rake Evade? It's always a tough one, that, because you're multiplying up your skill damage with Dex, or you're just getting, but your overpower flat damage gets multiplied in a number of ways. You probably just have to try it and give it and see how it feels. I've honestly tried between them before, and it always is just like they feel relatively similar. It's hard to tell. Without a DPS meter somewhere in the game, it's pretty hard to tell, to be honest. If you ask me. I'd have preferred that. Okay, I just decided to keep all those there. Oh, that can actually just come up here somewhere. Cat's screaming at me. All right, let's do that in there. Temper. Need all of those. What do you want, cat? Hey? All right, you're a good boy. All right, you're cold. I've said hello. All right, daddy's busy. I know. Meow. Good. Meow. Okay. Oh, cat, get down. I'm busy. Blimey. We actually will want that here, I think. But this is still a lot cleaner, for sure. Okay. It'd have been nice to have just had a table with them all, but... this will be fine. I mean, this is good enough, I suppose. I can always create a duplication later on. I mean, for now, I just need to get the thing calculating properly. You gotta go to sleep. Yeah, I'm going to get this working. I'm not going to do the actual guide tonight. I'm just trying to make my life easier here. Master value, 25. Extra quality, that seems busted. Plus R26. That should be K26. Right, that's that. Swift rank should be not equal to Swift. What? If that equals to Swift. And then if that equals that, then it'll be that times this. Oh, I see where it's done that. In fact, that probably simplifies in a sense. I probably can do that. She's got the minimum Swift ranks. If you max the temper, that's not right. That's come out wrong. If H26 equals H26 equals true, then we're equaling D11 times that. So that would be, why is that rounding up? Two. Oh no, that'd be right, yeah. 3. Yeah, so that'd be 2 times 1 point. No. 2 times. What's it doing in the math there? Oh. $2.5. D11. If that's true, equals to D11, 2 times L26. 1.25. 2 times 1.25. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, it would be 2.5. So it would give you an extra rank. Oh, no. Does it round that way? I can't remember. No, it doesn't round up, does it? It does round down, doesn't it? It actually does. Sure it does. So even with... So yeah, if you've got both... That's right, yeah, it does round down, I think. If you've got both of those and you've got maximums, you'd be at 2. And you get 1.5, that'd get you to 3 ranks. That'd be right. And then if you've got the temper GA, that's another 0.5. I don't know if I actually mean that's a masterwork value or whether that's... I guess it would be, right? I should actually do this. 1 plus 0.25 plus 0. Yeah. Plus if I if that's true, then we're adding another 0.5. Otherwise, we're adding 0. And if the temper's capstone, we are adding a further 0.5. So J, that's right. I mean, this is how I assume it's going to work. Two, 2.5. There you go. 5 ranks of Swift. If you lose the masterwork, you'd need maximum masterwork, max temper. Funnily enough, if you've got the minimum temper on Swift and you masterwork it temper GA and temper capstone it according to that value, because you'd only have 1 rank, you'd still only end up with 2 ranks of Swift. But if you have the maximum value and do that, and it works the way I think it will, you'll get 5 ranks of Swift, apparently. Is that how it works? That's only if you get the extra 25 quality, actually. You would need the maximum sanctification quality. If you have 0 sanctification quality, that's right, there you go. That's where I'm getting confused. If you've got 0 sanctification quality, then you can only get 4 ranks. There we go. Minimum temper 2, maximum temper 4. Yeah. Okay, that's working fine. So what we need now is we just need to make that work for Rushing Claw as well. Claw charges. Oh, we're actually getting close now. Bum, 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 bum. If H26 equals true. Round down. 14. Otherwise, round down. It's that one there. Equals false. What? If that equals true. Oh, I see what's happening. 0, there you go. Change that to Rushing Claw. Charges 2. That needs to be 0 there as well. Okay. So yeah, that's minimum. Max temper. Probably should have had those the other way around. That should probably be over here, actually. To be honest. But whatever. 3. Yep. Masterworked. That does nothing. Temper GA. Times 3 by 1.5 would push you to 4.5. So that's right. 6 Rushing Claw charges. If you've got the capstone as well, assuming this works the way I think it would. Yeah, if you get max quality as well, that'd push you up to 7. Okay. Doesn't really matter if it's master. The masterworking itself doesn't do anything for these, really. Funnily enough. Okay, charges per X will be equals. So that plus that. That seems right. Yeah. Okay. Now can I just copy paste all this over here? That's master at value 2. Why is that 2? I-30. Seems fine. 30, 30, 30, 30. Oh, yeah. Okay. That all seems to work fine. So now I've got it working out all of the temper values for me and how many... Actually, that probably just needs to be a singular... No, I don't need that on both of those, do I? That can actually come up here. Charges per... Yeah, okay, whoops. I don't actually need that last common. Let's get rid of that one. Why on earth? What? That was weird. Is that Endo by any chance? It is. How's it going, Endo? How you doing, dude? How you doing? Right, let's just do that there. Let's get rid of those. Because we've got them up here. So this can just be literally equals that plus that. That can equal, because we want to know what it is from both possible temper locations. That's it. And then that can equal this. Oh, let's just do that C5 plus M26 plus that. Hey, Gabe Dork, how's it going? Right, we're getting close now. There goes 6. 1 second. No, that's not right. M26, M30. Oh, I've put in the wrong freaking... I put in the wrong ones. So I'm pretty sure that's how it works on the PTR. That when you... I don't know if it's meant to, but when you tempered on rushing claw charges, it not only increased the maximum charges you could attain, it increased the amount... It increased the maximum charges you got per 4 seconds. Which is important. If that's still the same... So now we've got this stuff. We know how many ranks we've got. That's what we needed. We've got the default recharge time. We've got the reduction. We know how many ranks we've got. We know how many rushing claw. Okay. So we can now... Charges per X. X is the time recharge, so we can go... Okay, so we can have a section for cooldown reduction here. Like maximum cooldown reduction. Max cooldown. Well, it's not cooldown, it's more maximum... what do they call it in here? They call it that, okay. Recharge. Reduction. Let's do that. In seconds. So now you're equaling. You get 1 second per Swift. We'll just do maximum. I'm not going to try and faff around with getting maximums or not. We'll do best case scenario for that, because that'll just be easier. That plus... this here. You get the 5% on using poised. So that's 7 seconds. So now we know that. We know that we've got a 13-second window with no cooldown reduction. We need to know how much cooldown reduction we're going to have as well. Okay, we can work it out without first. So the last bit of the equation here is... let's stick it down here, I guess. We need to calculate. Charges per second. We will need to know. Max charges as well. Which equals to 12 plus this. Rushing Claw charges. Poised Rushing Claw charges. It's 12 by default. Max charges equals C26. 12, okay. Yeah, makes sense. If I switch that sort of short clock, yeah, okay, that seems fine. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, you want the recharge, okay. And that should change as well, you see. That goes to 6, because we've only got the 1 rank of Swift now. And we've got the 2 ranks there, so it changes these. That's what I want. Okay, and then what we actually might want to move that over here. Might be easier to see over here. $95 down protector. Nice. How's the cooking going, gamer? Yeah, good. So they made a change to Rushing Claw, and honestly, I started doing like multiple calculations in a notepad rather than going ahead and making a guide. I'm actually going to sit here and just I'm just writing a calculator to calculate the breakpoint for Rushing Claw for myself to see how possible, how feasible is this based on my assumptions. I'm actually pretty close now. I did the calculations in the notepad very quickly. Writing a spreadsheet takes longer, funnily enough. But once I've got it written, I can just go dump, 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 and then it'll give me all the calcs. As long as I'm just trying to make sure it's all right as I go. So now I know this bit. I've got the max charges. You need to know how many recharges you need. Yeah, required recharges. Required, yeah, how many charges you get per X and how many times you need to recharge to get this. Just stick that over there a minute. Required recharges equals that divided by that. Reduce time for charges 15. No, you do that bit at the end. So we've got that bit. We got that bit. We need to know. We know. Okay, this, yeah, we need that bit there. So that can go there. I think that's all the bits we need. We just kind of need the final recharge time. This bit here, total mobility skill cooldown. It's the mobility skill cooldown. well, the minus skill cooldown, best case scenario for Rushing Claw. So now we've got that. Total maximum Rushing Claw cooldown, 17 seconds. 12 seconds there. So I calculated 12 here from Swift. That's right. I have actually forgotten here to add that. Oh, for goodness sake, why can't I? Oh man, do you know what? I'm just going to type it in. C17. Yeah, much easier, isn't it? There you go. Yep. And we need C20 as well. I forgot about the base ones to start with. So your recharge time's up to 11 seconds. That's fine. That seems reasonable. With literally minimum Swift tempers. Yep. Max charges is 12. Charges 4. Required charges would be 3. You'd need to recharge 3 times. So we could actually make this like required recharge. Time for maximum charges seconds would equal that. Yeah, that times this. Minus this, I guess. So every time you use it, assuming you get the maximum benefit from that, you'd need to wait 49 seconds for your maximum charges to recharge again. You want that to 0. Like, once that's 0, you're good. Basically. That big old number there needs to be 0. And yes, I have made it really big. So the second that equals 0, you're golden. Because that means you've got 0 time between uses to wait for that to recharge. To get back to maximum charges, yeah. Now I do... Hello, cat. I don't think I need to do all this bit. I think I've got that in there. Go on, bip bip. Good boy. Yes, I've obviously the one thing I haven't put in here yet is cooldown reduction. Let's put it over there. I just didn't put these in here. I need one more thing, and then I think this is done. Okay. I need cooldown reduction. Which can't go above 75. So we'll just manually enter this. I don't know. Enter it in as... I really need to make this like easier for myself. Take that out. Take that out. That should be... Oh, yeah, I see. You get 5 by default. 9, okay. It's probably the easiest it's going to be for me to work out. So if I've got 10% cooldown reduction, I would expect 2 seconds less per charge. So you'd expect 6 seconds down. So that you'd expect that to go to 45. Smooth that over there. Cooldown reduction, time reduction. Seconds. So you would equal that C8 multiplied by that times 0.01 in the brackets, and that should give me 2, and I need to multiply all of that by 3. There you go. So we go to 75, gives you 45, second cooldown. That's correct. And then that's simple. It's just that minus that, right? There you go. So with 0 ranks of Swift in your tempers, if you had 75 cooldown reduction. So it was 4. 1 second, is this right? You get 4 charges per 5 seconds. So you would require 15 seconds. Yeah, you'd require 15 seconds. If you just used it and had no other cooldown, you'd have to wait 15 seconds for all 12 charges to come back again. But because we've got it, so when you use it, you reduce your cooldown by 9, assuming that the cooldown overstacks and it does your first lot and it goes into your second lot. I assume it does that. I don't know. It's the only way this would be possible to play. Then, yeah, you'd only have to wait 6 seconds afterwards to get back to 12, in theory. With just cooldown alone. So if we go Swift, bare minimum, you're still not quite there. If we go maximum there and maximum there, you're pretty much there. Because you've got 8 ranks of Swift, so you've got 2 ranks there, 2 ranks there. And then do the temper capstone because you can control that, and the temper capstone because you can control that. There you go. That is the simplest way you'd be able to achieve 100% uptime with 12 charges on it. However, I do wonder. Interesting. I might have just broken it there. That seems wrong. Cat, can you please? And flail? What do you mean, and flail? Yeah, the patch notes were okay. Is this right? Right, we've got 2 rushing claw charges. That's correct. Because we've just got the temper. Nothing else. It's the minimum, so that's 2. So that's increased us to 14 charges, 6 per X. Which means we should probably round that up, actually. That needs to be rounded up. Yeah, okay. Because if it requires more than 2, it's going to require 3 charges. You can't get around that one. Right, there you go. Okay. I was going to say, that'd be crazy. That'd be super easy to achieve. Max temper of claw charges. Doesn't change anything because you still need... You've got a max charges of 15. To get to your max charges, you still need just under. Assuming this works the way I'm pretty sure it works on the PTR. Like I say, it stacks both your max charges and your charges per X. Then you'd still need 3 charges. But if you capstone that, boom. That's it. That's all you need. You wouldn't even need a GA on it. You wouldn't even need the lucky crit GA. Minus 17. Let me check the math here. So you've got max temper, 3. 50% boost, that'd be 1.5. And we've rounded that down, so it's worst case scenario anyways. That's 4 charges, that's correct. Max charge is 16. Charges per 8, assuming this works the same as it did on PTR, that's 8. I'm pretty certain it worked like that. Because I remember looking at it going, hang on a minute, this is making me recharge more charges. And I was like, but that's not actually making me get to maximum still. But at the time, I was kind of in my brain a bit. I didn't really think about it. Writing this would have been a lot easier. So that now means I only need 2 recharges. We've still got Swifts. I think the best situation is you're going to have 1 Swift and 1 Claw charges to make this work. Hey, Delta, thanks for a gift sub, dudes. Appreciate you, man. Zacticus. Make sure you thank Delta for the gift sub. That's awesome. I'm sure there's a load of people sitting in the background going, what the hell is this guy doing? Spreadsheet stuff. 3 more days of work. Nice. That actually makes it so. Oh, this is with 75 cooldown reduction though. You would need 75 cooldown reduction, which needs some pretty heavy investment. You would need, that's at mine, like, because you've brought down your charge requirement to 5 seconds. Like if we go 0 cooldown reduction, that will still require 28 seconds to do. It's just, you're going to need cooldown reduction to make this work as well. Because otherwise, your base is just 60 seconds. You'll never get it down. 32 seconds down. No. It's not 32 seconds. If you've only got to do 2 recharges, it's only 40 seconds, right? That's why it's so big. Reducing the requirement for an extra recharge reduces your timer by 20 seconds, if you look at it that way. So that brings it to 40, minus 12, yeah. Yeah, there's absolutely no way to achieve what I'm thinking here without cooldown reduction. It's not possible. The question is, like with that setup there, and that's actually an achievable setup. You just get your maximum tempo roll and you get it capstoned, and you can keep rolling until you capstone it. It is possible to do that. Or if you get lucky and tempo GA it, maybe you don't need to use your capstone there. But you'd need your 75 cooldown, which is achievable, but that does... Actually, in fact, with this setup, you'd only need... You wouldn't even need 50 cooldown. It's probably 46.5, to be honest. Nearly. 46.7% cooldown reduction. With that set up there, that's your break point. With a maximum temper of either of those and at least 1 GA or capstone in there. Well, to be honest, right, you'll have your masterwork, but this does nothing for you. The 0.25 masterwork's irrelevant here because it doesn't work on either of these. So that's your break point. It's a guarantee that your time is good. If you want to give yourself some leeway, because Swift doesn't always give you the maximum unless you hit the maximum distance, then you'd probably want more, and you can easily achieve more than this, right? I mean, you could go straight for a Loyalty's Mantle, get 60, and you've got minus 8 leeway. That's 4 seconds per charge. Minus 8 seconds leeway. I mean, you basically can get rid of your Swift. Your Swift ranks, you can basically get rid of it, I think. Yeah, you wouldn't even need Swift there anymore. Interesting. Do you need Swift then? Max charges. You've increased them by 4. Charges per X, you've increased that to 4. You're now a perfect 2-2. Okay, actually, maybe you don't need Swift. Maybe I was wrong. That's why they've done it that way. You can't use those new boots, though. I don't think. I don't think that would outweigh these claw charges, because you get 50x multiplicative damage per boot. You could actually just go for claw charges. The important thing is this. Assuming this works this way Like, I'm pretty sure it worked this way. It will not be achievable without this, I don't think. Not without ridiculous investment. Like, you don't even need your Swift ranks. You'd be good. You'd be at -1. In theory, you need 60 cooldown to achieve this. 1 second. If this is at -4, what's your actual breakpoint? This needs anything. Your breakpoint's probably like 58.3, 58.4. That's your breakpoint. The reason you want it -4 is because of the Swift ranks here. If you took Swift ranks out of the equations, you're no longer even using Swift. And you're only relying on cooldown reduction and the 5 seconds you get from poised rushing claws. No, that can't be right. I've done something wrong here, surely. Because you can't reduce this below 5%. 1 second. No, okay. No, actually, I have done something wrong. That was getting me excited then. I was like, hang on a minute. This doesn't seem right. It needs to be by the required... cooldown time reduction. It needs to be by the required charges. There you go. I was going to say, that was getting a bit... I was getting a bit like, how... Hang on a minute. This doesn't seem right. Because this was based upon having to do 3 recharges, and I'd baked in 3 manually rather than using the actual required recharges. Each recharge at maximum is 20. So if you've only got to require 2 recharges, then that'll be based on 40 seconds, not 60. And then it'll be 40 reduced by this. Hang on a minute. This might be wrong still, though. No, it should be fine. Just got to double check all the math here. C8. Default recharge time times F34. Times this, yep. So that's how much you're reducing, yep. And this would be C8 20 times 2. Yeah, so we've done 20 times 2. Should probably make sure that's in brackets, just in case the math's going wrong wonky. So we've done 20 times 2, so that's 40 seconds total. Minus M5. Yeah, minus our recharge reduction, which we've got from our Swift ranks, and the 5 seconds over here. Minus I34, which is this here. Doesn't really matter which way around you do that. You just want 40 minus that plus that, which is 32.36, which would leave you to this. Yeah. So yeah, that is right. Is it possible to get to a point where you don't need Swift anymore? I mean, that'd be incredible. You'd need that to -4. Maximum cooldown reduction with your base Swift ranks and claw charges and everything like that would get you to 1 second. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to do this. You'd always have at least 1 second between it. The thing is, right, you could put those boots on they've given you, so it auto cast Rake to hit enemies and reduce your cooldowns, but it wouldn't guarantee hit Rushing Claw, and it also wouldn't it also wouldn't allow you to have the 2 tempers. I don't think this is going to make a difference here either. Yeah, that won't make a difference. It increases the amount of damage you'll do, but you'll never get enough cooldown reduction to get rid of this, which is a bummer. Like, if you could go to 77, I think it would do it. Yeah, nearly. That's including your base Swift ranks. You'd have to get to like 85 here. 88, yeah, it's not possible. Yeah, 88 is near impossible. Maximum cooldown to do this. Okay. So you probably do need 1 Swift, 1 Claw charges. And even then, you would need 75 cooldown, which is pretty insane. Man, it would be nice if you could make that work with double Claw charges, so it's so much more damage. Just send it out. I can't be bothered to format things anymore. Poison, rushing claw. Damage per charge, 50%. Let's put in bracket percent now. 50. Charge, damage. And we can also have, what was it called? Enhanced rushing claw. You can get a maximum damage of enhanced rushing claw. Damage percent 100. Don't need that. Rushing claw. Damage, and we should probably make sure that's clear that it's multiplicative, percent multiplicative. That would equal to that times, in brackets, that, oh, times max charges. That can't be right. C29, 50 times 16. That should be 500. Oh, no. I see what's happening here. It should be... one plus that times 0.01. Yeah, that's better. Times 2. Yes, I mean, it would be real nice if you could get... Yeah, it would be real nice if you could do that. Yeah, it's a massive chunk of extra damage. But you'd never be able to use it permanently all the time. You'd have to use it, wait for cooldown, use it, wait for cooldown. I don't think there's any way around that. I'm thinking, is there any way around this? Mobility, skill, cooldown stuff. Let me have a quick look in game. Hey, Alex. Sorry. How you doing, Alex? Oh, yeah. No worries. Hey, Aussie Cletus' wife's here. How you doing? All right, yeah, I'll just have a quick look. I don't think there's anything mobility based. Cooldown race, but we'll have a quick look just in case I'm forgetting. Just in case there is something else in here that we could use. That just straight up reduces our mobility. Hate resolve. No. There's literally like bare minimum. Cooldown. That's reducing your evade cooldowns. That won't help. No. Yeah, there's nothing there that would help with this. I don't think. Didn't think there was. It literally comes back to what I said before, right? It's just like, yeah. We need one more rank of Swift. You'd need one more rank of Swift, and then you would be able to do it with double claw charges. So literally, that's what you're missing. With maximum cooldown reduction. Maximum investment. You still can't spam this. You'd be very close, but you just can't. Maybe for your pit pushing version, that's what you would do. Rushing Claw. Yeah, Rushing Claw hit with Rake. Rushing Claw hit with Rake. Rushing Claw hit with Rake. Just hit with Rake just to reduce your cooldown. For the big damage. Maybe that's what you would just do. With that much cooldown reduction, you could also go into Vital Strikes. The only thing that might change is his Sanctification. If there happens to be some crazy thing in there that would actually allow more than this, or some mobility time reduction that isn't cooldown reduction bound. But I couldn't see any on here, and we haven't got the final list, so I can't really tell. That's a refresh, yeah. But it is possible to do this. It is now possible with that 5 seconds to make it work, I think. I think it would have been very hard to do this without before. No, we took that out of the equation. 6 seconds. We put... Yeah, even... Yeah, so without that, Even with this, you just wouldn't you weren't able to do it before. This is why it wasn't possible before. Not without intricacy, but you don't want to use intricacy because that didn't work with Rip and Tear, and I don't think they fixed it. I didn't see it in the bug fixes. Like, even if you maxed all this out and went to extra quality 25, it just wouldn't be enough. You still, you wouldn't have been able to achieve it, see? Like, literally, and you would have had to have got max sanctification, which you can't make a build on. You wouldn't have been able to achieve. You wouldn't have been able to achieve it. So, I guess they've probably sat down and written something like this, I reckon. Whoever's figured it out. Because with that, you can do it. And you wouldn't need to invest heavily in the temper either. Just need the maximum roll and you'd need to capstone it, or you'd need the GA. The further up this goes, the better you're off. Yeah, you probably wouldn't go for the extra quality. You might not even need to capstone it. No. If you got the temper GA, you wouldn't need to capstone it. You'd be fine. But you'd need 75 cooldown. Yeah, so it's a brutal... You'd have to go double Swift to start with and then swap to Claw Charges later on for more damage. But you'd need to get to this breakpoint first. With 60 cooldown, it's not possible here. You'd have to go for Swift. So you'd lose a lot of damage, but you would be able to achieve... Actually, funnily enough, it actually makes it... No, you can't achieve it with double Swift. Okay, well, there you go. You legitimately can't do... Because then that puts you into 3 recharges. So, yeah, you have to go 1 Claw, 1 Swift, and you would need a absolute minimum, without sanctification, fully masterworked, maximum temper, GA on the temper, and capstone. The minimum cooldown you'd need 66.6, 67. You'd need like 67 or 68% cooldown. You basically need to cap your cooldown. Hey, Tashives, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How's it going? Let's get a shout out. Oh, you got a shout out. Nice, thank you. Guys, please go show the love to Tashives here. How's it going, Tashives? What were you playing today? Were you streaming D4? Were you playing something else? I've pretty much just mapped out how is it now possible to do Rushing Claw, and the answer is yes. It will require some heavy investment. So this is definitely a late in the day build. So you wouldn't build into this to start with, but I can actually make a guide for it. It is possible. You'd really want to do it, so you wouldn't need. You'd only need one of those, maybe. I think you need 70 cooldown. Yeah, you need a flat on 70 cooldown. Christ. What are my main takeaways from Campfire? I kind of wish there was slightly more Spiritborn changes, but the Rushing Claw build is now possible. Because when I tested, when I say I have a Rushing Claw build, but when I say the Rushing Claw build, I mean the damage Rushing Claw build is now possible. Because it has a node here where it makes it so you go 12 maximum charges, and you do 50% more damage per charge. So the more charges you got, the better. Now, on the PTR, when you increased your maximum charges by temper, it didn't only increase the maximum, it increased the maximum you recharged per 4. And what that does, as I've calculated now, is you eventually get to a breakpoint where you actually only need to recharge 2 times rather than 3. Because your maximum charges goes up. Yeah, your charges per X essentially go up because they're so low to start with. You're basically getting almost 2x win from that. So it brings it into a space where with extremely high cooldown reduction, which will be achievable on this build, you will be able to get to a point where your time between casts will be 0. It is possible. It's not possible to go all in on the charges and get the biggest amount of damage, sadly. The ultimate pit pushing version, you'd probably need 1. But that's basically my main takeaway. I mean, other than that, honestly, I like the feature differences. I think the game's going to be really fun to play. I'm really looking forward to playing the game brand new season with no cheat. I did 1 to 60 on the PTR, but I'm looking forward to doing that without the crazy XP stuff and the Torment grind. I will definitely play this build at some point. You definitely can't play this as your first build, though. This is end game only. Like, you will not be able to do T1 to T4 brand new season on this. So I will probably make a guide for this, which is just straight up unique and mythic. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to require... This requires heavy investment to make it work. It just doesn't work very well otherwise. This is all theory. I have made a few assumptions here, but if my assumptions are correct, then yeah, this will be pretty sweet. What about you? You've been playing Fate. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. Gosh, I haven't played that in a long... I've heard about it in a long time. You'd have to weigh up, like, maybe capstoning the claw charges with the GA would be the play here. Because that gives you another 100 multiplicative damage. Apparently. Yeah, oh yeah, 100 multiplicative damage because it's giving you an extra claw charge of 50%, which is multiplied by the other. Every one of those at 50%. Gets all the added benefits of being multiplied by everything else. Just this plus the enhanced rushing claw at maximum 100%. That would that gives you 100x more. Yeah, 50%, and then you get ×2 by this because it's 100% as well. So yeah, you'd get 100x. So you get 50x value out of that really, because any multiplier would go into this. So if you get a 6x multiplier. Or a 12x multiplier on like Potent, for example, that would go to 24. But then I guess this would be 100 diminished returns because it's 100. That'd be 1/18th now rather than 1/7 or 8th. But that's probably still more valuable than the ranks in Potent or ranks in Apex. To be honest, I'd have to calculate a damage calculator, but Apex and Potent are the highest damage ones. They give you 6x, so you get 12x out of that. Yeah, 6. And when that's 1/7, it becomes slightly diminished returns on there. You might get 2 ranks out of it, it'd be 12. I can't see how that, even with diminished returns, I can't see how this would not end up being better for damage. Kind of gutted you can't achieve it without this. Well, we'll see what the sanctifications bring. Triple Golem does look super fun. Yeah, Mr. Fujison, how's it going, man? What's going to be a good build to start next season, in your opinion? Evade Spiritborn will still be good for leveling. It's definitely not going to be as good in the end game as the PTR, but it'll still be viable. Rock Splitter, Withering Fists will be fine. I think Rake will be fine. They're the 4 leveling guides I've got. I'll need to update those when the website updates later today now, but tomorrow for me. I think it's updating like 9 hours, 10 hours or something. That's just Spiritborn, right? I think Barbs will have some builds. I think every class will have some leveling builds. You'll have Dance of Knives for Rogue still. Barbs probably the same, like Lunging Strike, but don't hold me to that. Druids, I don't know. Companions, maybe? I don't really know what Druids level on these days, to be honest. I haven't leveled. I don't start seasons as Druid. I wouldn't recommend it unless you really want to. Necros, Minions. Minions is always good. You could play Blood Lance and all that, and Blood Surge, but Minions is good too. Yeah, I mean, it's loads of builds, dude. Depends what class you want to play, right? Can't believe how long this calculator took me to make, but I'm glad I did, because it's actually, at least I know I'm sane now. Okay. Don't think I've got the brain power to write the guides tonight, if I'm being honest. I don't know. I feel like I should. It's in my brain. Let's close that. Well, I feel like I should start it. I should get a guide up for this because it actually will be a build. I don't know how good. I've got a clue. I don't know where to tier this build because I don't know how much damage it'll do, but that is a big multiplier there. Am I what, Psycho? I feel like I need to get more caffeine and start this guide. I'm just catching up on this here. Okay, interesting. I'll catch up on all that later, I think. Oh, sane? Oh, yeah, I'm probably not sane, no. Is there anyone on D4 that can help you leveling glyph? Is anyone playing D4 that can help Zach level some glyphs? All right, I will start this guide. Oh, I kind of started it and did nothing in it, did I? In game. I think it'll be pretty good for this. It'll be pretty good for speed farming. I don't know if it'll be off meta. That's 1700%. 1800% if you get the perfect rolls and everything. And that's just multiplying up the base damage of your Rushing Claw, which at rank 5 is 208%. Goes up by 12% a rank, apparently. And, oh yeah, that's about right. Didn't they buff that in here? Yeah, they doubled the base damage of Rushing Claw as well. We've got two options. Well, Harlequins would be the best because it gives you all ranks. Doesn't give you as much well, it won't give you as much cooldown as the Lords' Mantle, but it would be achievable. Gives you damage reduction as well. Lords' Mantle obviously gives you the 60% cooldown. We don't care about the vigor cost, really. And this probably gives you more damage. Base 20. Let's just assume it's 50% GA, 50%. Yeah, so you get 125x. That'd take you up to 45% cooldown on Harlequins, maybe. So it's not quite as high as it was before. Max Masterworked, Tempered, and Capstoned. Not Tempered. Max Masterwork with your GA and cooldown, and you get and you get your Capstone in there. So you get 45% cooldown there. It would certainly be better to go for a Lord's Mantle to start with, because it'll be easier to get your cooldown reduction. You need that You need that cooldown reduction there. Like, you need it. Preferably 75%. It gives you some leeway then. You don't need as many ranks as Swift. Like, you could go without a... Yeah, you wouldn't even need your temper GA. That would certainly make life easier. You'll need your capstone in claw charges regardless. You actually have to have that. You have to have the max temper on claw charges. You have to have... I mean, you can start with 2 Swifts. And you just have a lot less damage. That would be the first play, and then you swap that to claw charges. But yeah, you need the temper capstone for claw charges. Hey, Magneto, how's it going? Space Marine 2 is really fun, yeah. Playing D3 soon. Oh, that's right. Doesn't that drop on Friday? The new season or something? Yeah. Okay, so I don't think we'll have a T1 to T4 variant for this build because it is just endgame only. No, we will. We will. Damage. Seems reasonable. Should have pretty good damage this. I mean, I have a lot more damage than what did I achieve on this other one? I was relying on the Jaguar primary hull, but I was doing... I did an 80 on that one. So, I mean, this is going to have drastically more damage. So this should go up a bit higher, in theory. In theory. Because this also will have access to overpower, which the other one didn't as well. So that's another multiplier, another 1.5. And it gets double hits with rip and tear. So that's another 2x multiplier. So in theory, we should get that to 90 plus easy with the old scaling, which puts it pretty close to what the core skills was, if that's true. Based off of what the Jaguar primary did, rather than the base rushing claw damage. Yeah, I think I gave up on the rushing claw. Yeah, I gave up on rushing claw standard because it was just felt rubbish to play. You could never get it to a point. I was trying to make it work with intricacy so you could spam it more than once. And that broke it because it intricacy made it so you couldn't get your crit or overpower. So yeah, that sucks. Requires very high cooldown reduction. It's probably fine. Hey, Commoner, how's it going? D3 is a good game. I haven't played it in ages. Yeah. Magneto, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. All good. Campfire today was crazy. Which bits did you like or not like? I totally just changed the wrong one, didn't I? Oh, for crying out loud, really. Let's cancel that because I don't want that one to change. Yeah, I would expect, if I was going to take a guess, it would be on Thursday, Commoner, where at the Game Awards, yeah. Yep. Yep, I would say so. Possibly, there's a good chance for that, yep. Certainly a good chance of that. Loyalty's mantle. It's probably all you'd need. Not. Yeah. Temerity. They're like the only two you actually would need for this. I guess. Yeah. Don't necessarily need... I had... I think I took that. I took that to help myself because I was running out... Yeah, I took that because I was running out of Russian Claw stuff. But you wouldn't need that there, so you could just take... I mean, do we even need Ravager? Maybe not. Actually. Possibly not. You could possibly... Yeah, you could possibly just take Vortex and... You don't really need Ravager on this build, I don't think. Although it does allow you to do as extra hits. Actually, yeah, that's probably why I took it, for the extra hits, maybe. You've got the pull-in from Protector. Although, actually, if you're going double, you won't be able to use Protector at this stage with the Loyalty's Mantle. To get the cooldown reduction here, you'd have to use Hunter at this stage. So you would definitely want Vortex on your glyphs at this point. Runes, in fact. My cat is sitting directly on my foot. You're right there, mate. I'll look at him and say, you're right. He looks at me, goes, meow, and he just looks back down again. Bless him. Okay. Itemization last. It doesn't matter what we take here. They're useless to us. And these as well. None of this makes... So this will make a difference to this build because we only have to use 1 point to get here and 2 down here. And none of this really does anything for us. Any of this at all. It's literally dead. 3 dead skill points for us. Which is rubbish, to be honest. Absolutely ballsacks. I suppose velocity is somewhat useful, but you have to go through something that's not useful. Unless you're using... They obviously intended you to use those Path of Emissary boots, but you can't... It can't be done. Like, the cooldown you'd get from Rake would not be sufficient. I tried to make this point to them on the before. They're obviously thinking you would use this here. Hitting at least 1 enemy with Rake reduces your longest active cooldown. And if you've only got Rushing Claw on cooldown, then your Rake would do it. But the problem is... You then can't have your Swift and your Claw charges on there. You actually need both. It doesn't work without it. You cannot make it work without both of those. As per this. I've done the math. I mean, this is under these assumptions. But I've kind of tried to make that worst case scenario. So, yeah. Scary Trump? What? What are we talking about? So, yeah, they're dead points. Big sad. I guess we just put them there. Well, actually, you know, it really doesn't matter where they go. Just stick them here. I could take those out when we come to fix it. Yeah, we generally keep political stuff out the chat. Meek. It can be, yeah, it can be a divisive conversation. Any healing. We got a lot of healing on this, so yeah, replenishing Ravager would be nice here. Guess we'll take these. Hey, 10 watch streak Delsoff. Nice. No, you're good, Meek. Don't worry about it. I know you didn't mean anything by it too bad, you know. It's just... We just try to keep things sort of... Yeah, inclusive for everyone. Obviously, different people have different opinions and things, don't they? I mean, taking that plus getting some minimum veracity of 4 would mean we always activate Fueled, which would be quite nice. 3 life on hit. It's quite a lot of life on hit as well. It goes up to 181. So you get 540 life on hit. If that's every hit on Ravager, that'd be freaking insane. It'd be so tanky. That would actually be nutty. I mean, what are we taking Armored Hide for here, other than the 100% block chance? Don't know if it's possible to get to 100% block chance without it, to be honest. You're going to have a lot of cooldown here. Although, actually, with this version, you won't have a lot of cooldown for this. And you can't take Intricacy. That's the problem here. If you take Intricacy, you'll possibly screw up your Rushing Claw. So you might be waiting on that one. I guess we'll see. You want the crit damage. Scourge will be fine. Once you've got enough, once you've got the final version, you will want to use the Harlequins because it will give all your skills cooldown, I think. And it'll free you up to use some of the other spirits. Yeah, at this point, you take Prodigy's Tempo. the T1's T4, because that means as you spam your Rushing Claw, or at least cast it a bunch of times, it'll give you cooldown elsewhere. Later on, we'd probably try and work towards Vital Strikes. Or you could go Adaptive Stances for the core stats, but it depends how good the Vulnerable Strike application is. One of those two. But yeah, the cooldown from Prodigies will help you with all your skills. It'll make it more fluid at this point. Don't need any of those. Yep. You need Swift as well. Should have taken that earlier, really. Okay, actually. Yeah, reset. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. No, God. Oh, God, no. No worries, Delta. Have a good one, man. Have a good rest, dude. Yeah, we got Swift, so we'll take this, take that. Defense, attack, attack. You probably want to use a pole arm, to be honest. Biggest, you just want it to hit the hardest. You don't care about attack speed, so you want you want a pole arm that gives you lucky vulnerable by default. Actually, funnily enough. Just thinking, right. Just working out where the skill points would go. Max Potent, Max Furnace. Yeah, I forgot about Vehement. So this is the annoying thing. I don't think you can use Vehements. It increases the cooldowns. I did actually forget about this in here. Yeah. You put 3 ranks in that, it's going to increase your default recharge time, I think, to 26 seconds. I think that's how it works. Which means even with 75, you're still not going to be able to achieve this. Temper GA. Yeah, you just can't. Oh, okay. You can take Vehemence if you've got Max Temper, Temper GA, Temper Capstoned in Swift, and Claw Charges. The Masterworking doesn't make any difference at all. Apart from getting the Capstone. And you've maxed your cooldown reduction. It would be possible, just. And that would actually then increase this by... oh, that's clearly not right. Times... plus 0.1 times... there you go. It would give you a really nice chunk of damage though, right? Would be possible. Would not be possible at this point, no. Hey, far past guys going. I've worked out with the new changes you can make Rushing Claw work and it will be a higher damage version. It requires pretty insane investment, but it would be possible. It literally was not possible. I wrote a calculator tonight. I tested this on the PTR and I did in my head. I calculated it was never possible. But it is now possible. Yeah, because before you didn't have this 5-second reduction here. It's not cooldown. It's just a straight up reduction. With that at 0, it was never possible to get this at 0. And this number needs to be at 0 so that you can spam your Rushing Claw over and over again. This is with 75 cooldown reduction. I checked. That is the maximum you can get regardless of anything. With that 5 seconds, it's possible with investment. It's not possible with the max claw charges, but it is with 1 and 1. Assuming it still works the same as the PTR did, which is when you increased your claw charges, it didn't just increase your max charges, it also increased your charges per X. Like the charges per cooldown. Every 4 seconds, your charges per 4 seconds went up. So that brings it reduces the amount of required charges to go from 0 to maximum again from 3 to 2, which then brings down your cooldown by 20 seconds or whatever the default recharge time is. Yeah. Obviously, I've made a few assumptions here. What am I looking forward to? I'd quite like to try that build. It's definitely not going to be the first build to play. You're going to need some good gears to make that work. I'm looking forward to just playing the season, dudes. Honestly, the new mechanics and stuff, you know. Yeah, Meek, the other one was about a TV show. I'm not sure why Aussie removed that one, sorry. No, Aussie, we didn't need to remove about the TV show. But yeah, that would be my last statement on it. But yeah, fair enough. I think the TV show was fine. I think the second comment was the worst bit. It's just, it's not really that bad, but it's just easier to avoid things like this. I think talking about the TV show is fine. Within reason. I've got 9 points left. We can't put it in there at this stage. You won't have enough. You'd want to put 2 here. I'm just trying to work out what the points would go. That won't do anything for us. None of these do anything for us. You probably want this here. If you're going to take a Quacks rune, you're probably going to want to try and do that for another 100x. To help you get your resource back again. 6 points. Is there any more damage out there? Any more for any more? You would have an abundance of points on this. Well, you could put them in there for more life. You probably don't need the ultimate skill hitting you, honestly. I mean, got a crazy amount of life sustain here on it because you get 15% every time you hit, and you hit twice with it as well. Madness. And you've got life on hit with fueled now. What about you, Exceptional? What are you looking forward to? I'm assuming you've seen the patch notes. Maybe you'd max that out. You can get that to 10 ranks. you get 4 velocity by default, then your life on hit always works. I suppose it doesn't matter in this stage. You're going to have 4 velocity all the time anyway. Probably best just to max out this then. And... yeah, let's stick him in there. And you'd free up 1, 2, 3 points there, so you'd be able to max this out. And you'd still have 2 points left. Don't know where you'd put them. Oh, I guess maybe you'd want to max out initiative. Because you won't have unstoppable by default here. And you'd have those 3 points. You'd max that out, and then yeah, you just put the other 2 in there maybe. Or put them in anti-venom. I don't know. Either or. I think this is fine for now. Hello, mate. You alright? Hydra or Chainer or Cracking Energy? You're going to do Sorceress, okay. Probably go Sork. Makes sense. You're going to go Necro Golem Breakpoint. That does look really fun, yeah. Jen with benefits. What's she playing right now? Let me read that. Now reduces the time to recharge charges by 5 seconds. I mean, I suppose that could happen before the cooldown reduction. It could do. I mean, if that's what it does, if that happens before the cooldown reduction, then you would be able to get... Then you would be able to make below 5%, 5 seconds work. Because that would reduce your charge time to 15. That would make, yeah, it'd reduce your time by to 15, and then 70% cooldown reduction would bring you down to 4.5 seconds. So then suddenly you'd need a lot less time reduced. Oh, no, actually, no. 1 second. But then you'd only have 8 seconds here. Let me do the calculation here. I need to make sure this is actually worth. Okay, no, it's still possible. It doesn't really matter which way around that math works, to be honest. Whether that happens before or after that -5, I've assumed that it just reduces your recharge time by 5 seconds at this point, the same as Swift. But if that happens on this and reduces that to 15, say, then yes, if it bleeds, we can kill it. Yeah. Then it would, with 75 cooldown, you'd go down to 3.75, which means it would still be within, you take the 5 off there, it'd be 8 seconds. That means with Swift at 8 ranks, you'd need GA capstone. Seven seconds. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it wouldn't be possible without the GA and the Swift. You'd need double Swift still. You'd need to max out your Swift. If it works that way, you'd need 7.5 seconds to be able to spam it. And you'd only have 7 here. Kind of hope it works this way around. It does word it differently, actually, to my initial assumption. It does say now reduces the time to recharge charges by 5 seconds. I guess I'll find that out immediately. Once you choose it in game, it will reduce your charges. It'll either change your timer from 20 down to 15, or it will be on use. It doesn't specify on use. It does say it reduces the time to recharge by 5 seconds. With your temper GA and your temper capstone and a max Swift, then you're good to go. You have 8 ranks of Swift and you're good to go. So to start with, you'll need double Swift. You won't want Claw and Swift. You'll want Swift and Swift. Like, you just will. So that you can just masterwork, go up, get your capstone. I mean, you might not even need your capstone. No. You'd need 75 cooldown, but you wouldn't even need capstone or GA. You just need the max temper, masterwork it up, double Swift, and boom, there you go. You'll be there. I think. No, you wouldn't. Capstone. You'd need the capstones. No, you wouldn't. No, it wouldn't work. You'd still not quite be there. God damn it. 10.5, 11.25. Yeah, because it goes to 3 recharges, doesn't it? Yeah, you'd need at least one that's got the double GA, the temper GA and the temper capstone, probably. 3.5, 10, 7.5, 8.25, 11.25. 7.5, 8.25, 11.25. Yeah, you'd need both of these maxed out. Yeah, basically, it doesn't really matter which way you go. You'd be better off taking claw charges. Doesn't really matter about this stuff here. You'd need claw charges and you'd need your capstone there. Or the GA. But after that, you'd need to have your Swift perfected. So yeah, this is going to be a really high investment build. I mean, it's going to be really hard to get this without some other form of reducing. Depends which way around this is. If it's the way I initially assumed, where it reduces when you use it, it reduces your cooldown by 5 seconds. That would be better. If it reduces to 5 seconds beforehand, then your cooldown reduction might be based on the remaining. Because I can't imagine it'd be you take 75% reduction on 20 seconds, bringing you down to 5 seconds, and then, well, I suppose it could be. I mean, if that's additive to cooldown reduction, then your cooldown reduction would bring you to 50 to bring you to 5 seconds, and then this would just bring you to 0. So it just means you can just spam Rush and Claw. Like, depends which way around that works. That's if cooldown reduction happens before or after this point. If it happens after this point, then it'll be based on 15 seconds rather than... I mean, it should be based on the base value, but this, if this happens afterwards, then the cooldown reduction will be based on 20 seconds, which would be better. Oh, man, it's so hard because I don't actually know. I don't know which way around that's going to work. It's not actually that clear from that. It could be either way. Hey, Metaton, how's it going, man? Welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for the follow, dude. How you doing? How you doing? Good for hardcore? Oh, yeah, there'll be some hardcore builds. Yeah. Like, I imagine all of the Thorns, you know, Rock Splitter, Crushing Hands, that sort of stuff will probably all be decent. I imagine. Yeah, Crushing Hand was pretty good in the PTR full stop, to be honest. It was pretty decent. Man, I wish it was more clear exactly. I can probably ask them offline about this, actually. I'm going to ask. I might not get a response while I'm live. Hmm. I'm getting another raider, mate. Oh, Katana. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Sorry, I was just trying to type a message into the to the Diablo devs to try and find something out. Hey, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. How's it going, Katana? Thanks for a shout out. I met Katana the other day, guys. You go check her out. She's awesome. She was fairly new to Diablo, I think, compared to some of us maybe. But she had a really good vibe. You should go check her out, guys. How was your stream? What were you up to? I've just been trying to crunch numbers and figure out if this build's actually viable after the patch notes. I think it is. I'm just trying to find out exactly how it works. They might tell me. Or is it 20 seconds minus 5 seconds? 20 seconds divided by cooldown reduction minus 5 seconds. Or is it does the reduction get applied? Yeah, that's awesome, Matt. Thanks in advance. See if they get back to me about that. They might do. Pretty new. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Katana. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Jesus, how's it going, man? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think you're interesting. Nice. Okay, I'm going to finish writing this bit, and then I think I'm going to tie up. Oh, I don't know, actually. Do I stay on for a bit longer? I'm really bloody tired. I wasn't going to stay on to my normal time today because I started early. And I was on mega late last night. Oh. We'll see, we'll see. That doesn't count here. That doesn't work there. We will need probably that to start with as well. We don't gain 4 skill ranks here, sadly. Succession. So fine, yeah, probably does the job. Almost done cooking. Yeah, sort of. This is me just trying to figure out if this is now viable from the patch notes, honestly. I think it is. I just need to clarify, actually, how does the new cooldown work? It makes a difference to how... It makes a difference to, like, how good a gear are you going to need to actually solve this problem. Yeah. It'll be pretty tough, I think. You're going to grind until Christmas Eve with all the snacks. Did I miss your message, Joe? What, the headbangs? Oh, I'm a child. I just ordered the Bad Omens PPV concert from Amsterdam. Hey, nice. Is it any good? Oh, you're next Friday. Okay. Well, that should be fun. Yeah, no, I saw it. I just saw it, yeah. I guess so, Jesus. I mean, that would kind of ruin the fun for us a little bit if we just got charts to spam it constantly, right? You couldn't wait until March, Agravain. You're digging that band at the moment, aren't you? You're digging them just a little bit. All I know is you're likely... What did I put in here? Post and exchange, probably. What's 5? And you dodge an attack. You probably want to put post and exchange on the amulet. I don't really know why I put that there, I guess. You'd need to solve the resolve problem, but yeah, post and exchange will go up here. And you absolutely would need, let's say, Rushing Claw charges here. And you need Rip and Tear there. Probably unyielding hits. Laws' Mantle. Sort the chest out in a minute. Temerity. Agony Cry. Hey, Shaman, how's it going, man? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Appreciate it. Gonna need these boots. Probably put duelists on here. Get more velocity, more damage, all that good stuff. And you'll need Swift here. It doesn't actually matter what ones of these we use, honestly. It's kind of irrelevant. Probably Dex, max life. Life per second, and... You won't necessarily need movement speed, because you're just going to be rushing around like a lunatic. Alright, for this version we will put movement speed next. It'll probably just suck running around without it, I guess. And then here, yeah, you're probably going to want redirected. Don't know why that wasn't coming to mind. You will need to figure out, yeah, you keep your arm and hide up all the time, and you want a pole arm, probably. Dex. Max life. Don't care about any of this resource stuff. Bigger on kills useless. You can get life on hit and attack speed. We don't care about attack speed. You'll probably take life on hit and... Oh, we've got quite a lot of life on hit anyway. You just take damage and vulnerable damage, right? Or overpower damage, in fact. Because you're going to be overpowering every time with Rip and Tear, in theory, as long as that's working. Tempers... Oh, these are working. Nice. What did I put up here? Oh, it got broken. Fantastic. Chance for Rushing Claw to deal double damage. Well, that sounds naughty, chat. Yes, please. And I believe we can use a Yol rune, because if you can spam Rushing Claw, a mobility skill, because it has a cooldown and you can spam it, you can stack that for absolute days. It won't allow you to keep quacks up Yeah, interesting. Why did I put Moniome? I mean, I suppose Moni is 2 rushing claws, gives you 100. And Yol gives you the same, 50 for 2 casts. So you get both of them. They both would work for this. Seer is 5 skills, but you get exhausted. But it gives you more offerings. So it allows you to keep up Vex. Yeah. I don't think I put the quacks in here because it's actually really hard to keep that up 100% of the time on this build. It would be very nice to have that on the build. But I don't think it was actually possible. Hmm. Hey, Lower, how's it going, man? Yeah, it's not bad. I've just been trying to work out if rushing claws now viable. I think it is. Yeah, how you doing, dude? How you doing? Hey, Sob, how's it going, man? Holy Knight class to melt demons. Jaguar would still be the fastest. Probably. Oh, no, Evade will probably be the fastest. Although this will be, if you can get this working properly, Rushing Claw's still pretty zippy. You're cranking away on the next vid. Nice. Look forward to seeing it. Look forward to seeing it. Hmm. Yeah, I want to use the quacks, but how on earth would you keep that up 100% of the time? I'm not sure. You just wouldn't be able to very easily at all. That's probably why I put the Ohm in there. Basically, the whole guy got nuked anyway for some reason. Yeah, you want cooldown reduction everywhere. Literally everywhere. Potent now. Furnace, I suppose. 6 and 5.5. With the Hunter stacks. It's not quite as good as Apex, is it? You'd want cooldown reduction. What's the lucky hit value on Rushing Claw? 25%, okay. So it's not that high by default. It's okay, I know how we would solve this problem. It's fine. You probably don't need the lucky vulnerable here. You would just go cooldown and overpower damage, maybe. How many points did I put into? Only 1. You'd possibly want another 2 in there, but you'd gain those from these later on, so that's where you'd put those. That plus lucky hit here would solve your problem. Cooldown, lucky hit, yep. Because you do everything you can to get your 75% cooldown early. Basically, that's all you're going to do here. Dex, max life, cooldown reduction. And this one here can just be overpower damage, I guess. Again, potent cooldown reduction. Diamond. For the gloves, God knows. I mean, a generic damage multiplier. You could do Fists of Fate. That'd give you the lucky vulnerable. Don't care about attack speed. Don't care about crit chance. Don't care about, like, well, the lucky hit chance is nice. The crit chance doesn't matter. I suppose it'd even make you hit like an absolute wet noodle. It'll make you hit really hard. Could use Vehemence. Oh, you could use Conceited. Generic damage. Casting Rushing Claw extends the durations of your active incarnate skill effects up to 10 seconds. That might be handy to get on if you could sanctify it. So I had a couple of thoughts go through my head. I wonder, do we use that? After all that, I'd still liked it if it was 30x, but... Let's go into Dex. Rip and tear there. X life. Yeah, Dex max life cooldown. Overpower damage? I don't know. It will be very, very tanky on this build. Like, probably ridiculously so. Actually. Do lose. Would that be enough cooldown is the question. Probably. Guess by doing this, you can put vortex size on. One cooldown, 2, 3 cooldowns, 4 cooldowns. If you just get those at 8%, that's 32 plus your 60. That would easily get you to 75. I'm actually wondering whether that's what they've designed the Peacemongers for now. Because the aspect for potent usage, aspect of potent exchange, it consumes 2 resolve to deal more damage, multiplicative. You gain 1 when you dodge an attack. This originally gave you dodge. They've removed that dodge because it's useless, because you can get that from counterattack. But what they've done is Peacemongers now, while you have at least 4 stacks of ferocity, which I will all the time, you gain 7 vigor per second. That's fine. I mean, the vigor per second doesn't really... up to 7 vigor per second. I guess that doesn't overly help us that much. Except there is an aspect you can get, which means if you overstack vigor, you gain resolve, and your maximum resolve goes up. So you may want to get that tempered on. If you can get that sanctified on a chest piece or the temerity, that'd be insane. But you've also... Actually, no, you don't even need that. I don't know why the vigor would be useful to us here. But gaining ferocity also grants resolve. So if you gain ferocity, you just grant resolve. You get all stats per ferocity or resolve. So you solve your all stats here. But this gives you ranks to field and ranks to perseverance, which is damage reduction and the life on hit now. So field is actually useful to us now. Like, I mean, if that gives us... I mean, how many ranks can... I think I've got one of these lying around. How many ranks of these do we get? Actually, Can look on here, can't I? It only gives you 15x damage, so it's not as much as like Conceited for 30. So that's the downfall here. You can get 3 ranks of Perseverance. You could probably get 4 ranks of you could probably get 4 ranks of Fueled. I mean, that's another 760 life on hit on top of what you'd have anyway. I mean, that'd be pretty nutty. You could also sanctify cooldown reduction if you're lucky. Gem strength in this item. That's not that useful, I don't think. Ranks to all skills. Ranks to potency skills. Now, that would be really sick here. If you could get away with it. That would be sick. Although it might not be better than another aspect. I don't know. You'd probably want to get Conceited, but then ranks to potency skills would be good. It depends how many ranks you get. They apparently buffed the affixes and narrowed the ranges. So yeah, that would be pretty incredible. Vehement's Brawler would be good here as well. Yeah, it gives you 15x damage and armor. Gaining Ferocity also grants Resolve. And I mean... Oops. You'll have 11 Ferocity. You could get up to 13 Resolve. So that's 24 times 6. You can get another 144 stats from that. Not bad. So you can basically get 265 dex from this item. No, 320, 330 dex from this item. That's pretty nice. So that's, I mean, that's damage right there. That would make up 15x, but it'd be pretty close. It would give you a decent chunk, all of that. And it means you'll never run out of Resolve, like, ever. So then you can just use Rip and Tear. Sorry. You could use Potent Exchange to no end. Hey, Hyru. No, I know, Hyru. I'm going to go off in a sec. This music's great. Yeah, it's classic rock today. Ain't there a Swedish community in USA? I don't know. Maybe. I don't actually know, Meat Group. I'm from the UK, aren't I? So I feel like at this point, that's probably the play. Cool down there. So I just need to make a note of that there. Yeah, I'm not going to finish this off. I'm just going to finish off this one variant, and then I'll come back to this. I'm actually quite keen to hear the see if they get back to me on that stat thing to confirm how it works. That's fine. That's fine. Gloves would also be that. And then the chest piece. I mean, that's not helps, is it? Can't remember what this is called. Where is it? You can actually... Okay, that Vigor per second could get handy. If you take it with... where Where are you? Can't for the life of me remember what it's called. Oh, you could take temporary incisions. Casting Rushing Claw extends the duration of your active incarnate skills by up to 10 seconds, which would help keep your Ravager up. As useful or not useful as that may or may not be. That would help keep that up active. But you could also take the other one I'm thinking of. I just need to find it. I must have gone past it. Where are you? Tenacity. You gain resolve for each 20 vigor you gain while at maximum vigor. So if you've got 7 a second, then that means every 3 seconds you'd gain a resolve. But the main thing is you can overfill by 5 stacks, which gives you 10x damage from the Colossal Glyph, as well as more damage reduction. So, I mean, if you don't need Temporal Incisions, that's probably the play until you get yourself a Shroud. A False Death, to be honest. Dex, max life, armor. Well, you could roll Vigor per second on here as well if you really wanted to, but I doubt you really need to. You're probably better for rolling some resistance here, just so you have got some stuff here. You can actually roll more ranks into Fueled as well. Holy cow. That'd be nutty. You could just roll Resolve Generated. That'd be pretty bonkers. You'd literally... You're never going to run out of Resolve anyway, I don't think. You want to keep your active hide duration. Yeah, you might want that. Make it easier to keep that up all the time. Yeah. Hey, Mortal Sin, how you doing, man? What weapon is Twitch drop for? I don't see it in game. It's a dagger, I think. Is it a dagger or a sword? I think it's a one-hander, I think. One sec, let me find out for you. Where was it? It is a one-handed sword, unhilted strike. There you go. You need to claim it in Twitch. You'll have to claim it first. Can I get any of these from dungeons? No. Oops. Let's find out which boss this drops from. I don't think I've ever gone to target farm this item before. Ever. Grigor. It's only Grigor, okay. Okay, yo. I mean, I did use old Quacks there, funnily enough. Yeah, I don't think I'd rely on that to start with. Okay. I'd like to try this first before I decide what runes to play finally there. Alright, I think this is good enough for now. Probably going to have to call it there. It's starting to get on. Oh, don't rule the start till 7 AM again. It's still not there, Magneto. Ah. Maybe it's bugs. I don't know. I'll find out for you before I'm on. I'll see if I can find out for you before tomorrow. Oh, it might be for season 11. There you go. Maybe it's not going to come in until season 11. Maybe it's just bugs and not going to show till season 11. My cat is screaming at me. Okay, I'm probably going to call it there, guys. I'm nearly at 10 hours because I started early as well, didn't I? I am pretty haggard. I'm not going to lie. My brain is not moving at the same sort of speed as it would normally go. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm definitely... Oh, I've seen someone over here. I have. Well, you say I've got 6 more days, Hyru. Tomorrow, the website's updating, and then I've got to go through every single guide again and update with all the updates there, haven't I? Hopefully, it won't take anywhere near as long, and it'll take, like... Unless I need to do significant reworks on the builds, because of... There's not really that much different. There's not that much change. The only big thing is maybe I'll change to use Jaguar's Spirit Hall on some builds. I'll have to see. And jig around the skill trees. But we're talking like 20 to 30 minutes a build, maybe, rather than 1.5 to 2 hours, because I'm not going to be copy-pasting everything in. And then deciding on sanctifications and stuff. But yeah. Hey, Melando, how's it going? I'm actually about to wrap it up, Melando. I'm haggard, mate. I was up till crazy hours last night, and I've been on nearly 10 hours now. I want confirmation before I finish this build as to how it's intended to work. Hopefully they'll tell me. It's not overly clear. It could be either way. It's going to be viable either way. It just depends how much investment is required to get to that point. So we'll see. You've got an hour left, Melando. Not tonight. I am half falling asleep at my desk, Melando. Honestly, I'm haggard. PoE 2 League stream in 15 hours. Oh, yeah. Well, this is the other thing. I want to get some sleep so I can be online for that. What time does that start tomorrow? The PoE 2 stream. I'll try and be on to watch that while it's live. I won't get a chance to play on release, but I will try and watch that. Live stream. When is that? Helps if I can type, right? Do we know what time it is? 14.5 hours from now. So it's going to be at 7 p.m. my time, is it? Okay. Looks like I'm back on again early tomorrow. You just finished work, so I need to entertain you. Oh, not tonight. Melando, it's 4:20, man. If I burn myself out completely before next week, I'll be a useless potato and I won't be able to do anything. More damage or more consistent damage depends what you're trying to do. I know, Melando. I know. I prefer consistent damage, but sometimes more big damage will be better. Like if you just want to kill something instantly, more big damage will be better, right? Yeah. Yeah, Melando, it's because I got to bed at like 8:30, 9 this morning. And I was back on stream at like 6:30. That was with everything else. Basically, everything in between that was sleep. And then I just woke up. I was like, well, I guess I'm streaming again now. And it's going to be the same tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll have a couple of hours before I stream. You're not recruiting the clan? Oh, really? Let me have a look. I can do that before I log off. Honestly, the clan won't be so active, but the second we get to the new season, it'll kick off again. How many beans have I had? 2 or 3 today. Enough to keep me awake for nearly 10-hour stream. I mean, that's longer than usual, guys. Oh, when you become a member. Oh, it's not automated. Someone just has to go in there and do it. I guess I can do it now. There we go. I could just kick you. You know, then you wouldn't be a member ever. No, there you go. This will be a lot busier once we get to the new season. Hopefully they'll advance some of that stuff at some point. The new class is probably going to be revealed on Thursday, Sob. I'm going to be honest. The Game Awards will probably reveal it. No, I was joking, Magneto. I was jesting. Don't worry. Everyone knows that I don't press the kick button unless someone's really pissed me off. It's just really hard to do. I am actually quite a chill person. I am about as chill as you get. Really, you know. Challenge accepted. Good. Quick, log off. Log off. All right. Yeah, I'll see if I can wait for confirmation. I've actually done most of the work here. This will be copy paste T2, T3, and then T1, T2, and then just adjust the Paragon boards. So I'll do the Paragon boards and stuff. So yeah, I've done a bunch of the work here. This is going to require a fairly hefty FAQ, and I'm probably going to link it to my calculator. Please go to calculator. This will tell you how to do it. Yeah, Melando, you'll love this. So, quick rundown. On the PTR, Rushing Claw. Actually, no, let me give you a background before I go, because you'll love this. So, Rushing Claw, right? I really wanted this to work, and it's got 2 nodes, right? The middle node, which you always have to take, that gives you up to a 2x damage. You hit them 5 times with Rushing Claw, and you'll do 2x damage with it. Brilliant. They doubled the base damage of Rushing Claw, so that's a 2x damage. Brilliant. Now, this one up here means you can just constantly Rushing Claw. Like for speed farming, invasive Rushing Claw, mental. You can just zoom through the map, you'll decimate stuff, right? No problem. Brilliant. But to get the really big damage and actually make it a competitive endgame build, they've got this one, Poise, which makes it so you get 12 maximum charges rather than 4. And what it did before was not the reduce in time. It would give you 50% more multiplicative damage per charge. So 12 charges, 600% multiplicative damage. And it hits in a larger area, but it consumes all the charges, right? And the way that Rushing Claw worked was you would get 4 charges back per 20 seconds. So to get all 12 back, that's a minute, right? Obviously, you can get 75% cooldown. That gets you to 4 every 5 seconds. So it's 15 seconds. So then it's like, okay, so how do I make it so I can spam it, so I can get 12 maximum charges, so I can get the big damage all the time? You know, and that just was not solvable on the PTR. I gave them that information. They did make a change, which I think makes it solvable. It definitely makes it solvable. depending on which way around the calculation happens, depends, is it like ultra investment or is it very high investment? I'll see if I can find out. But they made it so it reduces the recharge time by 5 seconds. Now, I thought originally it might go, you use it, and then it will just reduce the time you've got left on your cooldown time you've got left on the clock by 5 seconds, right? So if you've got, I don't know, let's just say you get your cooldown time to 5 seconds per 4. That would, 5 seconds per 4. That would reduce it to 0, right? That's what I thought maybe it would do. What it might do, though, is actually reduce that 20 seconds to 15 and then apply the cooldown reduction, which would bring it down to 4.5 seconds per 4. I don't know which way around that works. It's important because although that means when you stack it up to 3 times, you're reducing your cooldown by 15 seconds rather than only benefiting from 5, it actually means you're only really benefiting by 0.5 seconds. Yeah, you're only actually benefiting by 0.5 seconds. So let me... 7. Yeah. Yeah. Because otherwise... Yeah, you'd only benefit by 0.5 seconds. It's got to work the way I originally thought. Otherwise, it's kind of like meh. Because 20 with 75 cooldown is 5 seconds. 15 with 75 cooldown is... 1 second. Have I done the math wrong here? 7 times 1.5 is 7.5. I have, haven't I? I need to do another half on top of it. So you get another 0 point. Anyway. You get a little bit more benefit than I thought. 1.5 times... 15 times... No, I did this. 0.25, right? Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, 3.75. You bring the cooldown down to 3.75. Yeah. And then you multiply that by 3. So you'd be up to 9. And you multiply that by 3. So you're at 11.25. So you need to, if you did that, and you can also make it so that I found on the PTR there's a temper, which annoyingly this temper is only a mobility one, so you can only put it on the amulet or boots. But it's to increase your rushing claw charges, and that on the PTR, if I remember rightly, not only increased your maximum charges, so you got more damage, it also increased the amount of charges you got back per 4. And the important thing about that is eventually you'll get to the point where you only need to recharge twice before your charges per X will get you to your max charges. I did a calculator to figure it. You'll hit a break point. And if you get 75 cooldown, you'll get to the point where eventually you'll be able to do it permanently. You'll need like giga investment. But it will be yeah, and that's also assuming the way that tempering working is worst case scenario additive and they don't multiply on each other. If they multiply on each other and we can get an extra 1 or 2 swift ranks or something, then it'll be even easier to achieve. So I've tried to do it worst case scenario. But anyway, I basically spent a few hours tonight doing that, taking into account all of the things and making it easier for myself to work out the breakpoint and show you the multiplicative damage you're going to get, including the 2x in the middle and so on. So I think there will be a Rushing Claw build. I don't know how high it's going to go. It's quite hard for me to tell, really, without fully mathing the whole build. I'm not sure I've got a whole time to do that. I'm probably just going to have to try it. You can't take invasive and poised, no. But like I say here, this is based on the math where you do 75% cooldown. This is based on the math where you do your 75% cooldown on the default time, 20. So that brings it down to 5 seconds. You've only got 2 recharges because I've got 4 Rushing Claw charges. So that brings me up to 16 max charges and 8 charges per X seconds. So we're down to 5 seconds. So I'll get 8 charges per 5. So I only need to... This is also making the assumption that if I get my charges back every 5 seconds and I have means of reducing that time by a flat 10 seconds in one go, I'm making the assumption that that would reset two sets of cooldowns. You get what I mean? 5 seconds to recharge 8 charges. If I suddenly go boom 10 seconds down, that will give me 16 charges. So I'm making the assumption that it would do that. And if it would, then with Swift, the way that Swift works is when you... it's a passive ability, and you can get that as a temper as well. your mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to however many ranks you've got based on how far you travel with them. So if you travel really far, you'll get this massive cooldown. So yeah, if the cooldown happens first and brings it down to 5 and you've only got to recharge twice, that's 10 seconds. So then you only have to reduce your cooldown by 10 seconds every cast. You get 5 seconds by Poised, Rushing Claw if it happens after the fact. And then you'd only need 5 from Swift ranks. But if you get 8 ranks, you've got 3 seconds leeway. So you don't have to go quite as far. If it happens the other way round, you would pretty much need to completely max out. I think with this setup, you wouldn't even need... you would need to capstone. You need to capstone or temper GA your claw charges to get the 4 charges so you can get to the required recharges too. But then you would just need to get your max temper of Swift, and that's it. You wouldn't even need to masterwork it. And you would be there with 75 cooldown, which is achievable with Aloysius' Mantle and stuff. If it happens the other way round, you're pretty much going to need to like be fully everything, right? You need this. You need like max GAs. You'll need max tempers. You'll need to have them both crit GA, and you'll need to capstone them as well. It'll be crazy. That's the only way you'd be able to get that below 0 without having to require some other thing. And there isn't really much else. So yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find out from them. Shaco would be best in slot in the very end game build. To start with, T1 to T4, no mythics, Loyalty's Mantle. Will do the trick just fine. And then you can just roll cooldown reduction on your gloves, your ring, your amulet, everywhere. Yep. But yeah, you in an ultra high end, Shaco, I think with my assumption on how masterworking works, I mean, masterworking might be stronger than I'm assuming. I've tried to make the assumption based on worst case scenario rather than multiplying each other. I think it would give you 45% cooldown reduction rather than 60. So you'd need to have GA cooldown here. You'd need to have GA cooldown here. You'd need to have GA cooldown here and GA potency cooldown reduction. And you might even need to sanctify. You can sanctify cooldown reduction. You might even need that. I don't know. I'd have to work out 45. You get what? 8, 16, 24, 32. Yeah, that 32 plus the 45 up there probably won't be enough to get you to 75%. But with this setup, if you've got Ultra Giga everything, you could probably get away with 70. Yeah, you could do it. Yeah, you could. If you had the Ultra Giga tempers, you could get away with less than 75. I think you can get away with like 68 maybe. Yeah, you can get away with 68 cooldown, so maybe it would be enough just. It might be. It might be beyond, I don't know. It would be possible, I think. If the Shaco goes higher, then brilliant. If the Shaco goes nearer to 60, then that's fantastic. The other option would be to change the Peacemonger's signet here into another ring that rolls 2 cooldowns, which with cooldown and potency cooldown, which maybe would be the way to go. The main reason I've taken this is because you can generate Veracity every time, generate Resolve on Veracity. So, yeah, you'd probably have to roll another ring with your cooldowns, double cooldowns there. And then you could roll, I don't know, Vigor Jet. I don't know, you'd have to roll some way of getting Resolve easier elsewhere. I'm sure we could probably figure out how to do it. Oh, actually, I suppose you'd have such low cooldown. You'd have such low cooldown, you might just be able to spam Armored Hide, right? And then you could just, you just spam Armored Hide, it just refill your Resolve for you. So it'd all be solvable. It would all be solvable. Yeah. But I think for a non-mythic version, this just helps you solve it it helps you solve some problems. It doesn't matter about being ultra min max at this point. The Peacemongers is actually quite nice at this point. Field gives life on hit now, which is actually what I requested. I'm the one that requested that. I don't think anyone else mentioned that, so that's really nice. And it gives you damage reduction, and it gives you that Resolve gen bit of damage. They're changing dodge chance of decks. That's quite nice. Hey, Ecliptus, how's it going, man? Do you manage to catch the patch notes yet? Your Barb's got some pretty nice Paragon buffs. Plan for the worst, pray for the best. Yeah, pretty much. I've just literally, I don't know how much of that you caught. They made a change to Rushing Claw. I need to verify exactly how it works. But either way, I think it'll be solvable now. It was not solvable before. I mean, I created this today, but I basically did this math in my head before to get to the point where this needs to be below 0. 0 or below. To make it so that you could 100% of the time get the big damage and Rushing Claw all the time. I think it is now achievable with ultra endgame gear. You just sat down, okay. I don't want to ruin it for you. I think my initial feeling is the new gameplay changes, fantastic. Love it. Sure, it's going to be super fun. Super looking forward to that. I'm a little bit underwhelmed by the lack of class changes, but you'll probably be happier than most because Barbs, apart from the obvious, your max resource ridiculousness with the uncapped on the PTR, that's obviously gone. And I think your leap ridiculousness has been toned down a little bit. I don't fully understand how it works, but I think you now have to stack a lot of attack speed to get to the point where you can spam leap somewhat with that unique where you get it. The cooldown, I think now is based on the lowest cooldown and then it scales based on attack speed or something like this. And they've changed the attack speed scaling for leap. I think they've tried to make it so you have to invest a bit more to get to the perma leap. Because I think on the PTR, people were just slapping it on and going, whee, across the map, weren't they? Like crazy. So I think they've made it so you can still do it. You just have to invest into that. It's cold outside. It probably is cold outside where you are gaming. Campfire chat was okay. Yeah, I enjoyed it enough. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind those changes though, Clipters, to be honest. You know, I always said like you should probably the super speedy build should be intentional. And if they just happen to be the best build, then so be it. I mean, Evade was brought down. It's the one and only mega nerf that Sork's got, really. And Woody figured out the math. I figured out it was broken. Between us, we kind of went in and we went, it was kind of us two that kind of gave the feedback, actually, to be honest, if I'm being real. But the main Spiritborn nerf, where was it? Was the Evade was overperforming. It's in there somewhere. Yeah, Evade was over. It's in there somewhere. Evade was overperforming. It was scaling too much, and it's been fixed apparently. So Evade Storm Feathers won't just be by default like ridiculous now. I don't actually know exactly how much that's going to bring it down, but I kind of took a stab at guess. It's probably going to be like 10 to 15 pit levels, which sort of brings it in line with the rest of the builds. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I want to try this Rushing Claw build, but it's not going to be our first build. You're going to need 2 higher level gear to play this version. You could play the earlier version of Rushing Claw early on and build into it, but I'd probably play something else first and then just farm the stuff and try it. Probably. Yeah, they did make some other nice changes. I requested that Fueled gets changed to life on hit, and they've done that. And it's pretty high as well, so that's pretty decent. And Potent's a damage one again, but it's only 6% and only to 3 of your closest enemies rather than 10% stacking 10% stacking if a Jaguar skill hits. Like you actually have to hit with a Jaguar skill now. So it's rather than every build being able to use it. That was the problem with Potent before. Like every build used it because it was just the only one to. It was the only generic one. It was the highest one. Yeah. But yeah, the gameplay stuff looks decent. I'm actually quite looking forward. Sanctification looks a lot better. Yeah, it's looking decent. 30 F-gate. Oh, 30 Fahrenheit. You'll take the cold weather any day. How hot is it where you are, Melando? Have you already said? Oh, it's 39. What is that, centigrade? Oh yeah. Well, he's on the other side of the planet to me, so you'll be firmly into your summertime now, Melando, right? Just baking away like the cookie you are. Ishmael, how's it going, man? I'm not sure I'll get a chance to do any PoE2 builds this time. They're literally dropping their update on top of D4, and I'm a class writer for D4. I honestly, I'm really upset about it because I really want to play Druid. I will probably end up playing it at some point. I just don't think it will be on day one. They've literally announced today. We kind of knew before, to be fair, but D4 is actually releasing on the same day as PoE2. So I think there'll be a lot of people that will be a bit upset they can't blast D4 for 3 days and then go play PoE2. They are actually going to have to choose or not sleep at all, I suppose. Summertime madness, I can bet, yeah. You're a polar bear. You like the cold. I like it just in the middle, just right. Yeah, I like it like that. It should be a goal to get that. I agree, Clip. Yeah, we'll have to catch up at some point, Clip. Actually, I imagine we will at the week. Oh, I don't know, actually. You might not be there at the weekend. We'll have to catch up at some point. You can let me know your thoughts when you've had a chance. You can leave me some notes in Discord when you've had a chance to have a look through or something. Let me know what you think. But yeah, I'm probably going to call it there. I've been on for quite a while. It's 25. I am knackered. I'm getting to the point where I just can't even math properly now. It is going to be interesting to see the numbers of each game on launch. I mean, look, I'm fully expecting PoE 2 to have a very high number of people on Twitch. You did manage to keep me for a while. I'm excited by this build, but I do need some extra info from the devs if they will allow me it. So we'll see. It would be useful to know which way around that's intended to work, and then we'll see if it actually works that way, right? All right, let's have a look to see who's online. I did have someone up, actually. I don't know if they're still online. They may or may... Oh, they are, actually. Okay, let's see if anyone else is on. Let's have a look. Maybe it will scan down. Don't know who this person is. I've never seen them before. Oh, it's because they're not British. They're German, apparently. They're up early. Holy moly. I normally have this set to English. Interesting. Any recommendations for raids, everybody? Anywhere you guys particularly want to go, or should I just send you somewhere? Getting adjusted to the default launch schedule. Well, I can tell you what's going to happen, DJ. I'm going to sleep until about 11 p.m. I'm going to get up, send you to bed. Go to bed, you naughty boy. Now. Yeah, I was looking at Alex. And then I'm going to get up and I'm going to degen for like 30 hours. That's what's going to happen. We're going to watch the Game Awards, and the second the season goes live, we're going to go, go, go. And that's what we're going to do. That is what's going to happen. All right, I'll raid you over, Alex. Why not? Looks like she must have got raided by Makuna or someone big earlier. Let me go say hi. You have to work on the launch, so you'll be late to the gaming party. Fair enough. I mean, I'll be going for a long amount of hours, I imagine. Right, let's move over to this screen here. Yeah. Alrighty. I am haggard. All right, well, guys. Thank you all so much for being here, as always. Everyone is here all the time. Anyone's new, anyone's lurking, anyone that came with the raids. The support's been awesome. We did a lot of number crunching. You got to see me put together a calculator. Hopefully that build does work. I think it will now. We'll see how fun it is. I don't know. It might still be very off meta, but we'll get a guide together for it nonetheless. Some people might want to try it out. That is one of the builds they were trying to push at least. So we'll try it out once the season goes live and we can. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button in my channels, please consider doing so. I'd really love to see you again, and it really helps me out. And I am on, well, 4 or 5 times a week. I will definitely be on a lot next week with the seasons dropping. And probably a lot between them with these build guides and stuff. Hey, Blaze, how's it going? I do have a Discord. If anyone wants to come and join, feel free to come and join the madness. I will link it in all the channels. My black cat is currently screaming at me. Fantastic. Hello, mate. If you do decide to join, please go and do the verification. Please go to the role selection channel, choose the games that you're interested in. This will unlock the channels that you care about and tell us you're not a robot. This is good. And you won't get spammed by the channels you don't care about. And if you don't want to come join, that's totally fine as well. But it's there if you think that'd be useful to you. It is the best way to get hold of me or stream, talk to me about any of his builds, join the clan, any of the above. Everywhere except Twitch, I'm just going to shut down for the night. So thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you and your time. Have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I'll send you over to Alex tonight. It's been a moment since we've raided her. Looks like she's been raided pretty big already tonight. So we'll go and join in the fun there. Come over, show us some love. I think she's actually playing the game. So I suppose if you want to play the game, then maybe she'll play with you. So yeah, go over there, hit with some emotes, say hello. And yeah. I'll be back on again. Yeah, I'll be back on again a bit earlier again because I think I would like to watch the PoE 2 reveal live as well. So we'll watch that live and we'll see what that's about. I'm sure that'll be very exciting. So hopefully see some of you then. And I think that's about it, guys. So yeah, guys, thank you again so much. I really do appreciate you all. Really looking forward to season 11 next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. Keep it safe, guys. Keep lasting. Much love. And I will see you later on today or tomorrow for you. Cheers. Appreciate you guys.